This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents The Edge of Worlds, written by Martha Wells, performed by Christopher Kopeniak.
Chapter 1. Moon knew he was dreaming. In the real world, he was in Jade's bower, lying on the furs near the metal bowl of the hearth, just close enough to feel the heat of the warming stones on his skin. Chime lay nearby, breathing deeply, a book unrolled across his chest. Jade was up in the hanging bed, and he could hear the faint rasp of her scales against the cushions as she stirred in her sleep. The damp night air was laced with the familiar scents of the court. The flowers floating in Jade's bathing pool, and the ever-present musky sweetness that was the scent of the mountain tree that housed the colony. In the dream world, he was watching the fell destroy the indigo cloud court. He could see the central well, spiraling up through the heart of the great tree, lit by the soft glow of snail shells that were spelled for light by the mentors. Fell stench was thick in his lungs, and the walls were alive with hundreds of dark shapes as Dacty swarmed up the polished wood walls. 3 massive major Kethel climbed up from the greeting hall, their claws catching on the carved balconies, gouging through the stairs that curved up the walls, cracking the delicate pillars. They plunged their clawed hands into the bower doorways, and Arbora screamed, and blood splattered against the wood and jeweled inlay. The perspective changed, and Moon watched Dacty flow through the passages of the teacher's levels. He tried not to see faces, and couldn't help it. There were Rill and Bark and the soldier Ginger, piled up at the mouth of a chamber they had tried to defend, their eyes blank with death, but their mouths open in snarls of furious terror. And the warrior Vine, lying in a junction of bowers, caught between his scaled form and his groundling one, half soft brown groundling skin and half scaled, one wing twisted under him, his stomach ripped open, and guts spilling out. A scream of rage rang out from further up in the central well, and Moon knew it was Pearl, the reigning queen. Where's Jade? Moon thought. Where am I? Where's Stone? Why aren't we doing anything? That thought almost broke him out of the nightmare, and for a moment he lay on the furs again. He could see his favorite carving, the one of the Raxaran court that covered most of the bower's ceiling. In different colored woods and gemstones, it depicted queens, consorts, warriors, and the wingless Arbora, all their bodies entwined or flowing apart, separate pieces making one whole. He tried again to turn the dream into something else, tried to wake, but the rulers flowed down the stairs to the teacher's hall, past the mutilated, blood-streaked bodies of Arbora and warriors, took the passage that led toward the nurseries. Moon, wake up, Balm said. He snapped out of the dream. He was on his feet, breathing hard in terror and fury. Chime yelped and shifted, sat bolt upright, dumped the book off his lap, and kicked a stray piece of pottery across the room. Jade flipped out of the hanging bed and landed on her feet, spines lifted for battle. Balm leapt back a pace, dropped her spines, and held out her hands. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. The relief was so intense, Moon's knees almost gave out. He said, No, sorry, no, it was me. He shifted back to his groundling form, scales dissolving and reforming his soft skin, and he felt a chill cold enough to make him shiver. It was the thwarted fight urge from the dream, still running through his blood. He had had plenty of nightmares, but he rarely shifted while he was asleep. It was a long ingrained habit from all the turns of self-control while he had been living in groundling settlements, pretending to be anything but a shapeshifter. I was having a nightmare. Chime struggled to his knees and rescued the book and the cup. So was I, he said, following Moon's example and shifting back to his groundling form. His hand trembled as he set the cup next to the others beside the hearth bowl. It must be something in the air. I wasn't sleeping well either. Jade settled her spine self-consciously. Queens didn't have a groundling form, shifting to a smaller, arbora-like shape, with softer scales, no wings, and fewer spines. That was the form they slept in, and Jade must have shifted to her winged form at some point between leaping out of the hanging bed and landing on the floor. Moon's heart was still pounding. The relief of seeing her and Chime alive and well was almost as intense as if the dream had been real. Baum should have been looking at them as if they had all lost their minds. Moon knew he was still twitchy from his turns of living like a feral solitary, but waking him usually didn't cause this much of an outburst, especially considering it was Baum, Jade's warrior clutchmate and one of Moon's oldest friends in the court. But Baum looked worried. The gold scales of her brow furrowed. She said, "Were you all having nightmares? About the Fel attacking the colony?" Startled, Moon said, "Yes." Jade flicked her spines in an affirmative, then glanced at Moon. "What, you were too?" Rolling the book back up into its cover, Chime looked up. So was I." They didn't have a moment for the strangeness of that to settle in, because Baum said, grimly, "So did almost everyone down in the teachers' bowers, and maybe everyone in the court. Some of the younger mentors woke up screaming. Hart wants to talk to you and Pearl right away." "I know it's odd," Chime was saying as they went out into the Queen's Hall, "but it's theoretically possible for a mentor or a queen to share a dream with the rest of their bloodline and related bloodlines." "Theoretically possible doesn't mean any mentors or queens know how to do it. Or if they have, they never mentioned it to me." Jade's spines and expression were somewhere between appalled and angry. As sister queen of the court, she should know. Of course, Moon was her consort, and technically he should know too. But he hadn't been raised as a Raxera, and most of the time it seemed everything he learned about his own people had to be acquired the hard way. "I think if Pearl could do it, we'd know by now," he said. It might be theoretically possible, but the idea made his skin creep. The Queen's Hall, meant to impress visiting queens and consorts, was still quiet except for the water falling into a fountain pool against the far wall. The huge sculpture of a queen, her scales set with bright sunstones, and her outspread wings stretched out to circle the hall and meet tip to tip, was suddenly an uncomfortable metaphor, at least for Moon. The open gallery of the consort's quarters was above the sculpture. Moon, Stone, and Ember, the only adult consorts currently in the court, had bowers up there, but they seldom slept in them. From the well that led down through the center of the tree came the faint sounds of movement and voices. Raxera, especially Arbora, didn't always sleep through the night, but this was the noise of disturbance, uneasy voices, and people calling out to each other. Jade stepped to the edge of the well and unfurled the deep blue expanse of her wings. "Baum, you wake Pearl. Chime, find Stone." She jumped off the ledge and cupped her wings to control her fall. Chime looked uneasy at the prospect of disturbing Stone. "If he's having the same nightmare we were, just make sure he's awake before you get close," Moon told him. Stone was the court's line grandfather, and could be cranky at the best of times, let alone when he was caught in a vivid dream about the Fel eating all his descendants. Baum went toward the reigning queen's bower to wake Pearl, saying, "I think I'd better stand in the doorway and call to her." Moon shifted to follow Jade, and used his wings to drop straight down through the central well. The dream was still too close for Moon to be able to look at the stairs curving up the spiral well and the carved balconies without wincing. He kept expecting to see dead bodies lying in the round doorways. It wasn't as if the dream had been of some far-fetched, impossible circumstance. The Fel existed by feeding on groundling settlements and cities, and had destroyed Raxeran colonies and killed entire courts. Moon was a survivor of one of those attacks. It had been the reason he had spent most of his first 40 or so turns of life alone. A fell flight had nearly destroyed Indigo Cloud's old colony to the east before the court had fled here to the reaches. Moon landed on the floor of the greeting hall, a heartbeat after Jade. This was the first chamber visitors to the colony tree would see when they entered through the twisting passage that led in from the knothole, and it was designed to be impressive, as well as easily defended. Directly across from the entrance, a pool of water was fed by a small fall from a higher channel, and the shell lights glinted off all the warm colors of the carved wood. Warriors and arbora, some in their scaled forms and some in groundling, were out on the balconies that looked down on the hall, their voices rising in worry as more of them woke from the dream. Arbora soldiers were on watch in the hall all day and night, gathered around the hearth bowl near the pool. Usually, they traded off turns sleeping, but now they were all awake, on their feet, and watching Jade's arrival with relief. She said, "Ginger, you all had the dream too?" Ginger flicked her spines in an affirmative. "4 of us were sleeping, and we all saw—" She stopped, and her throat worked as she swallowed uneasily. "We thought it was just us, but Balm said it's everyone," Sharp added. Jade made her voice reassuring. "Send someone to find Nell. He was the leader of the soldiers' caste, and one of Chime's clutchmates. Tell him to have the other soldiers check through all the bowers. Make sure everyone's all right." She glanced up at the warriors gathered on one of the upper balconies. "Sand, Aura, Serene, the rest of you. Get down here and help the soldiers guard the entrance." As the warriors dropped down to the greeting hall floor, Sharp said, uneasily, "You don't think the dream is going to become real?" "No," Jade said, absently enough for it to be convincing. "But if it's a warning of some danger, we want to be prepared." There was something Moon had to check on first, before worrying about the rest of the court. "I'm going to the nurseries." Jade flicked a spine in acknowledgement, and Moon dove down the stairwell into the teacher's hall. The round hall was crowded with uneasy arbora, all talking nervously. They barely noticed as Moon flashed past and flung himself down the passage that led to the nurseries. He slid to a stop in front of a round doorway with a lintel carved with the figures of baby Arbora and Ariet, took a deep breath, and shifted back to his groundling form. He couldn't hear any crying or screaming inside, which was a good sign. Moon stepped through into the first big, low-ceilinged chamber and almost ran into Blossom. She lifted her hands and said, low-voiced, "It's all right. It didn't affect any of the clutches, whatever it is." Moon let out his breath, the tension in his chest easing. He hadn't realized how afraid he was until this moment. Everything was quiet, though some sleepy arbora toddlers played near one of the several shallow fountain pools. Doorways led off into a maze of smaller rooms, and teachers were moving in and out of them, checking on their charges, a few being trailed by querulous Ariet fledglings. The inhabitants of the nurseries had changed over the past 2 turns in the colony tree. Several arbora had clutched, producing new arbora babies and warrior fledglings, and the court's population balance was finally on its way to becoming more stable. Moon asked, "Did it happen to you?" From what the others had said, everyone's version of the dream was a little different. The one thing in common had been the overwhelming violence of the attack, the helplessness, the sense that the court had been caught with no warning at all. Blossom's nod was grim. She was an older arbora, though the only sign of age yet was the threads of gray in her dark hair. Raxora lost all their coloring as they got older, and Blossom's skin was still a warm bronze. She was the teacher Jade and Moon had chosen to be in charge of the care of their first clutch. The fowl attacking the reaches. She lifted her shoulders, not quite shuddering, and turned to lead the way across the room. It was like the old colony all over again, but worse. At the far end of the main room was another small chamber with a pile of furs and cushions. Moon and Jade's clutch was in the center of the pile. 3 female and 2 male, sleepily climbing on each other and tugging on one another's frills. It was more and more likely that they were queens and consorts. Mixed-gender clutches were unlikely to produce warriors. They were with the other royal clutch, the last 3 survivors of the Skycopper court. The 2 fledgling consorts, Bitter and Thorn, were half awake, leaning on each other, and Frost, the little queen, sat in front of the babies to guard them. "What's going on?" Frost demanded. "Blossom said everyone's having the same dream." Blossom shushed her. "Keep your voice down. Some of the others are still sleeping." In a piercing whisper, Frost repeated, "Is everyone really having the same dream?" Moon sat down beside the nest and untangled Cloud's still soft claws from Fern's frills. At a little over a turn old, the clutch couldn't talk much and were mostly concerned with playing, along with eating and sleeping and other bodily functions. "It looks like it, but we don't know why yet. You didn't have the dream?" Frost shrugged her spines. She was in her arbora form, small and deceptively soft. Her scales were green, and as she had grown over the past turn, the yellow tracery was becoming more pronounced. All queens had a second, contrasting web of color across their scales, and it was a sign that Frost was finally maturing. She was still a long time from officially leaving the nurseries, whatever she thought. She said, "We dream about Fel all the time." Thorn and Bitter sleepily nodded. The Skycopper clutch had survived the Fel attack on their colony to the east, only to be captured by a Fel flight. It would have been a horrific event for anyone to go through, let alone fledglings, and they still bore the effects of it, though it wasn't as obvious now. "But you weren't dreaming about them tonight?" Moon asked, just to make sure, as Sapphire lunged into his lap and started to chew on the cuff of his pants. Queens shared mental connections to their courts. It was how they brought the court together, how they could hold other Raxura in their groundling forms and keep them from shifting, and other abilities Moon still wasn't so certain about. But Frost wasn't in the Indigo Cloud bloodline, so even if it was possible for a queen to give a nightmare to the whole court, he didn't think it could have come from Frost. "Blossom already asked that," Frost informed him. "We weren't dreaming." "If any of the clutches did have the dream," Blossom said, as she lifted Solace and Rain out of the nest and deposited Rain in Moon's lap. "They don't remember it. When we started to wake them, they all wanted to play or eat or go back to sleep. They weren't shifting either." When fledglings and baby Arbora were frightened, they shifted at random, even in their sleep. As proof he hadn't been upset, Rain curled up in Moon's lap and hissed out a contented breath as he fell asleep. Bitter crawled into the nest, pulled Cloud and Fern against his chest, and followed suit. Frost gave Thorn a push, and he joined them, curling up in a ball. Moon arranged Solace, Sapphire, and Rain next to Thorn. It calmed braided nerves just to come down here and touch their little soft-scaled bodies. He felt better able to think about this logically now. "I need to get back to Jade. She was going to want to know the nurseries weren't in chaos, for one thing. Frost, keep an eye on everyone, all right?" When the Skycopper clutch had first come to the court, Frost had been, off and on, an incorrigible terror. Over the past couple of turns, Frost had gradually been getting better, either from growing more secure at Indigo Cloud or just getting a little older. Moon had expected her, and maybe the 2 fledgling consorts, to be jealous of his new clutch, but it had just seemed to make all 3 of them happier and easier to deal with. Bitter, who had refused to speak to anyone but his clutchmates, had even started to talk to the new babies. Maybe a new Royal Ariat clutch, along with the clutches that the Arbora had produced, had been another sign of security in their new court and colony. Frost hesitated, clearly torn between wanting to watch over the other clutches and wanting to be a part of whatever is going on. She said, grudgingly, "Someday I'll be big and I can fight the monsters." It's not a monster. Moon pushed to his feet and thought, probably not a monster. In the reaches, anything was possible. Blossom followed him out to the doorway. Keeping his voice low, Moon said, "So whoever did it didn't want to upset the clutches. Which means it was one of us. Unintentionally, I mean." Blossom eyed him a moment. "Could it be Chime?" Moon hesitated. Before Moon had come to Indigo Cloud, Chime had been an Arbora and a mentor. The fell influence at the old colony had caused disease and a drop in warrior births. And one day, Chime had shifted and found himself a warrior. This was apparently a natural process that happened in courts on the decline, but that hadn't made it any easier for Chime to cope with. Warriors never had mentor powers, and so Chime had also lost his ability to heal, to augur, and to manipulate rocks and flora to produce heat and light. But the change had affected him in odd ways, and he had gained the ability to hear things he shouldn't be able to, and to get odd insights about groundling magic. Those insights had warned them of traps, but had also lured Chime into dangerous situations. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility that something had made Chime do this. But while Chime could hear strange things, he had never shown any ability to make anyone, including other Raxura, hear him. Moon said, "Maybe, but I doubt it. I think he'd know if he did." Blossom nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. He always does seem to know." Another consort whipped through the passage down from the teacher's hall, not quite with the speed Moon had. Ember jolted to a halt and shifted to his groundling form. He said, "They said you were already here. Is everything all right?" "They didn't have the dream," Moon told him. "Did you?" Ember was Pearl's consort, given to Indigo Cloud by the court of Emerald Twilight. His skin was a lighter bronze than usual for the Ariat of Indigo Cloud or Emerald Twilight, and his hair was a light gold brown. He was young and had been gently raised, but had a comprehensive knowledge of court politics in the reaches, which made him nearly the opposite of Moon in every respect. Moon liked him, but Ember made him feel large, awkward, and like the feral disaster that most of Indigo Cloud had considered him when he had first arrived. Ember nodded, stepping past Moon and Blossom to look worriedly into the nurseries. "So did Pearl. I saw Florid on the way down and she said she did too." He told Blossom, "I'll help you get the baby settled." Like a real consort, Ember was good with clutches. Pearl was probably only waiting another turn or so for him to mature a little more before she had another clutch herself. Moon left them and went down the passage back to the teacher's hall. It was a big chamber with walls carved with a forest of spirals, plumes, fern trees, and other varieties, their branches reaching up to the domed ceiling, and their roots framing the round doorways that led off to other chambers. It wasn't as large as the greeting hall, but it was less drafty, and somehow more intimate, as if the tree carvings made you feel sheltered and protected. This was where both Arbora and Ariat tended to come in the evening, to share food and conversation and stories. Now it was crowded with disturbed Arbora and warriors, gathered around Jade and Pearl. The reigning queen, Pearl was the birth queen of both Jade and Balm, though Moon had never been able to see the physical resemblance that was obvious to other queens. She was a head taller than Moon, and her scales were brilliant gold, overlaid with a webbed pattern of deepest indigo blue. The frilled mane behind her head was a golden sunburst, and there were more frills on the tips of her folded wings and on the triangle shape at the end of her tail. Like all Raxaran queens, She wore only jewelry. Her relationship with Jade had become notably more tranquil since Jade had clutched, and she didn't hate Moon nearly as much as she had when Stone had first brought him to the court. Pearl flicked her spines, and several of the warriors turned to shift and leap up the stairs toward the greeting hall, probably going to join those who were guarding the entrance. Moon started through the crowd, and the Arbora made way for him until he stood beside Chime and Belle, Chime's other clutchmate, and chief of the teacher's caste. Belle leaned in to whisper to Moon. "They told you none of the clutches had the dream? It's strange." "It's not that strange," Chime countered, and several Arbora hissed at him to be quiet. Hart, the chief mentor, sat on the floor near the hearth bowl, staring at the warming stones, or staring at the way the heat rising from the stones bent the air. She was a small female Arbora, in her groundling form, her brow knit in concentration. The spell lights in the room shone on her dark amber skin and found highlights in her bronze-colored hair. She was using a quick and dirty method of scrying for danger or other momentous happenings that Moon had seen mentors use in emergencies. Jade and Pearl both watched her, their tails moving restlessly. Keeping his voice low, Moon asked Chime, "Where's Stone?" "He went outside to take a look around, see if there's anything out there." Chime was back in his groundling form and lifted his shoulders uneasily, unconsciously twitching the spines of his scaled form. "You don't think the Fel are really about to attack?" "No." Moon gave him a reassuring nudge to the shoulder. There hadn't been any Fel stench in the draft coming through the knothole entrance. The one thing the Fel could never disguise was their odor. He didn't think there was any reason to panic now. But what the vision might be telling them was that there was plenty of reason to panic later. The other two young mentors, Merritt and Thistle, watched Hart intently. Most of the other Arbora waiting worriedly were teachers. The soldiers and hunters having either gone up to guard the greeting hall or to search the colony on Jade's orders. Most were in their groundling forms, their skin various shades of bronze and copper, their hair dark or light or reddish brown. Arbora were shorter and often rounder, and heavyset compared to the taller, thinner Ariat. Seasons in the Reaches tended to be cool and more rainy, or warm and less rainy, and this night was warm and damp, so most of the Arbora were dressed in brief kilts. Bone, the chief of the hunter's caste, came in from one of the doorways on the far side of the room. The crowd parted to let him make his way toward Pearl and Jade. His groundling form showed the signs of age, with his hair turning white and an ashy cast to his dark bronze skin. He was stocky and heavily muscled, and he had a ring of scar tissue around his neck, where something had once tried to bite his head off. He reached Pearl and said quietly, "The doors in the lower part of the tree are still shut, and nothing's disturbed them." He meant the doors out to the root levels on the forest floor. Pearl flicked a spine in acknowledgement. Then Hart looked up. "I can't see anything. If it was happening somewhere now, or about to happen here, I'd know." Merritt's shoulders slumped in relief. Thistle said, "No one could fail to see it, let alone Hart." Pearl tilted her head and looked at Jade. Jade said, "Stone will be back soon. He can confirm it." Pearl turned to regard Hart again. Moon would have twitched uneasily under the fixed predatory intensity of her gaze. But as an Arbora, Hart didn't have the same reflexes. Pearl said, "So, what was it?" Hart rubbed the back of her neck and glanced at Merritt and Thistle. She said, "They think it was a shared dream." Merritt was close to Hart's age, but to Moon he had always seemed younger. In his groundling form, he had wide-set eyes, warm brown skin, and fluffy, light-colored hair. It was a little on the easily distracted side, but, like Hart, Moon had seen how powerful a mentor he was on a few memorable occasions. Thistle was young too, part of the copper-skinned and reddish-haired bloodline of Indigo Cloud, with a determined chin. Merritt said, "That's a dream that comes to one of us and is so powerful, it spreads through the rest of the court, everyone who's asleep." "That's what I said," Chime muttered under his breath. "Everyone, but not the clutches," Moon said. Everyone looked at him, then back to Merritt. Merritt lifted his hands. "Arbora babies don't show mentor potential until they're at least 10 turns old, sometimes older. Maybe fledglings and babies don't develop their connection to the rest of the court until they're older." "It must be rare," Jade said, watching them with the scales of her brow furrowed. "Considering we've never heard of it before." "It is rare," Thistle said. "We've seen mentions of it in the mentors' histories, but that's all." "If Flower hadn't made us read everything the court has, we wouldn't know about it," Merritt added. Not for the first time, Moon wished Flower were still here. She had been the court's oldest mentor, the one who helped guide them out of the East and to the Reaches. She had been dead for nearly 2 turns now. Pearl's expression suggested shared dreams weren't rare enough. "It has never happened to this court, not in our memories. Why now?" Merritt and Thistle turned to Hart, who said, "We just don't know." Then Jade cocked her head, and a moment later, Moon heard voices from the stairwell up to the greeting hall. Jade said, "Stone's back." Pearl turned and took the stairs in 2 bounds. Jade followed and Moon went after her, everyone else trailing behind him. He noticed he was getting better at this part, at realizing what his place was and taking it. 2 turns ago, he would have stood there a moment, waiting to go with the warriors and Arbora, while they stared at him awkwardly. Stone was in the greeting hall with Nell and some of the other soldiers and warriors. He was in his groundling form and a little damp from the light rain outside. Rexran queens and consorts grew larger and stronger as they grew older, and Stone was old enough to remember when the court had first left the Reaches, generations ago, so his winged form was too big to easily get through the part of the knothole entrance where it narrowed. Tip to tip, his wings were more than 3 times Moon's 20-pace span. In his groundling form, Stone was lean and tall, like all the groundling forms of Ariat. One of his eyes was partially blind, with a white haze across the pupil, and his skin and hair had faded to gray with age. He wore battered gray pants and an old shirt, with absolutely no concession to the idea that consorts were supposed to dress to do credit to the court. But one of the benefits of being a line grandfather was that you could do pretty much whatever you wanted. As Pearl came toward him, he said, "There's nothing out there." There were murmurs of relief from the Arbora and warriors, and Jade's and Pearl's spines flicked, shedding tension. Pearl said, "You're certain?" Stone said, "There's nothing in the air. It's not as damp as it was last night, and there's a breeze. I can scent the red flower that just opened on the next mountain tree, but no fell." The fell's distinctive stench permeated their surroundings and would be carried on the wind even over long distances. It was probably one of the reasons they relied on less scent-sensitive groundling species as their main prey. If they were anywhere nearby, their odor would be hard to disguise, and Stone's senses were far more acute than an ordinary Rexara's. "So," Pearl said. She looked around at all the anxious faces. Moon knew he didn't feel much relieved. "I'm not going to tell you to go back to sleep as if nothing happened, but there is no immediate threat, and there is no point to behaving as if there was." For Pearl, that was an inspirational speech. All the Arbora and warriors here had grown up with her, and they knew it was an attempt to reassure them, as well as a not-so-subtle hint that they should shut up and stop panicking. Pearl turned to go, collecting a few of her warriors with a dip of her spines. She exchanged an opaque look with Jade, who turned to follow. Yes, Moon figured they were probably going to talk over what had happened. As Jade passed him, Moon caught her wrist. "I'm going to spend the rest of the night in the nurseries." Jade didn't question it. She brushed the back of her hand against his cheek. "Just try to get some sleep." Moon didn't make any promises, as he was pretty certain that wasn't going to happen. Jade and Balm both leapt up the wall onto the first balcony level with Pearl to head up toward the Queen's Hall. Chime was climbing down the steps back to the Teacher's Hall with Hart and Merritt and the others, still arguing about the characteristics of shared dreams. Moon found himself standing next to Stone. Keeping his voice low, he asked, "Did you have it?" Stone eyed him. "Did you?" "Yes." Moon didn't ask Stone exactly what he had seen. Stone was the one responsible for Moon being the first consort of Indigo Cloud rather than a feral solitary, and also the closest thing Moon had ever had to the relationship many groundlings had with their male sire. Moon didn't want to know what form Stone's vision of the destruction of the court had taken, and he didn't want to talk about his own. The images were still too vivid. Stone jerked his head toward the stairwell down to the Teacher's Hall. "Do the mentors know what it was?" "They said it was a shared dream, not a vision. And no, they don't know why it happened." Moon still felt uneasy to the core. "You've never heard of anything like that?" "No." Stone looked away from the Arbora and the warriors who still gathered at the far end of the room, all restless and talking anxiously. "This isn't just chance. Things like this don't happen for no reason." Moon wished he could believe Stone was wrong. Chapter 2. One change of the month later. Hunting was normally the Arbora's job, though in the reaches it was necessary to have warriors present to keep watch and help transport them and their prey to and from the colony tree. Moon had wondered occasionally why they didn't just let the warriors do the hunting themselves, and attributed it to a combination of tradition and warriors being lazy. It had turned out the answer was that the warriors were terrible at hunting. Moon crouched on the branch, his foot claws caught in the rough bark. "If you let me go down there and be the bait, we could get this over with." The warriors were only doing the stalking today because their prey was a creature who had been pursuing the Arbora on their hunts and scaring away the usual game. It was just too big and too fast for the Arbora to deal with on their own, and it had already injured too many of them. The Arbora who had been attacked hadn't been able to describe their predator well, and the hunter who had seen it best was still in a healing sleep back in the colony tree. Chime, perched on the branch collar a little further down, said, The hunt would be over with, all right. We'd have to spend the rest of the day recovering your body." Annoyed, Moon settled his wings. It was raining lightly, which wasn't helping anyone's temper. The already muted light falling through the multiple layers of leaves in the mountain tree canopies was dim and more gray than green. The court had been tense since the shared dream, with everyone braced for it to be repeated, or for the event that it foretold to occur. Neither had happened. Nothing had turned up in the mentor's augury, despite their best efforts. Jade had sent messages to their two closest allies, Sunset Water and Emerald Twilight, to see if they had had any similar experiences. The answer had been no, and the messages, delivered by warriors, had been too polite to convey what the other courts were actually thinking, that Indigo Cloud had collectively lost its mind. Below, on a lower branch, one of the warriors startled a nest of flying lizards, sending them fleeing in a small explosion of multicolored squeaking, alerting half the reaches to his presence. Moon hissed in frustration. He had been hunting for survival since he was a fledgling, while most of these warriors had still been playing in the nurseries. It had taken them 3 days to follow the signs and traces from the platform where the Arbora hunters had been attacked to here, and now they weren't even sure where the thing had gone to ground. He told Chime, "I've been bait before." Chime nodded. "I know, and I find that terrifying." "And I wasn't talking to you." He looked up at the smaller branch arching above them. Jade perched up there, partially concealed from this angle by the drooping fronds of a fern tree that had taken root on the broad branch. She said, "Not every problem can be solved by you trying to get yourself killed." Not every problem, Moon agreed. He looked down toward the platforms nestled in the branches across from their vantage point. But this one could be. The suspended forest was made up of layers and layers of these platforms, formed when dirt built up in the entwined mountain tree branches until it had enough depth to grow grass, form ponds and swamps, and support entire forests of smaller trees. The platform their quarry might have gone to ground in was unusual in that another mountain tree had taken root in it. Usually when this happened, the sapling mountain tree died off or fell when its weight grew too heavy. This one was apparently intending to survive. It was already a few hundred paces tall, its smaller canopy mingling with that of the mountain tree that supported the platform, and its trunk was a good 100 paces around. Its roots had grown through the dirt of the platform and twined around the branches below it, and there was plenty of room to hide in that extensive and complex structure. Jade said definitively, "If anyone's going to be bait, it's me." Moon twitched his spines at her. "That's not fair." Jade snorted. "You sound like Frost." Moon had been teaching Frost and some of the older fledglings how to hunt, but there was no way he would have let any of them even come along to watch this. He had had to grow up the hard way, and while he was determined to teach all the fledglings how to take care of themselves in an emergency, he meant them to have a more normal Rexran upbringing, which included comfortable nurseries guarded by determined arbora, and no fights to the death with suspended forest denizens. He pointed out, "Frost hasn't done this before. I have." Jade's sigh was part hiss of irritation. It didn't sound like she would change her mind anytime soon. Chime said, "This thing is too smart to be lured out by a Raxra acting as bait. If it wasn't, we would have killed it already." He added, "Maybe we need a mentor." He had a point. Moon just wished they could get this over with. He had been restless enough lately, worrying about the dream. Ferns fluttered on the branch above, and Jade said, "I am not dragging a mentor all the way out here to tell us this damn thing is hiding under that sapling. We already know that." Moon had to say, "Probably hiding under the sapling." Jade swung down onto the lower branch to stand next to him. Exasperated, she said, "If we still can't find this thing by twilight, I'll—" Then Chime said, "Wait." Moon turned. Chime had kept his gaze on the arched roots winding through the platform. He continued, "There was movement. Wait, there it is again." Jade stepped to Chime's side and crouched to follow his sightline. She said, "At the base of the root that's almost at the edge of the platform." "Yes." Chime's spines flicked in excitement. "I thought I saw the ground ripple. Now there's a furrow." Moon saw it now, a too-perfect circle in the moss-covered dirt, next to one of the sapling's roots. It shaped the outline of something with a big, round body. Too big. But the arbora had all agreed that the creature had attacked from under the top dirt and moss layer of a platform. Maybe they only saw a small part of it, Moon thought. Maybe the rest of it had been hidden. It would explain the warrior's difficulty in following its trail. Jade dove off the branch collar and spread her wings to drop silently. Moon jumped after her and heard Chime's claws scrabble on the wood as he scrambled to stay with them. Jade landed on a branch 100 or so paces down. It was closer to eye level with the platform that had the sapling, though still far enough away to keep the predator there from sensing their presence. At least, Moon hoped so. As Moon landed beside Jade and furled his wings, Bomb climbed out of concealment behind a big knot of red tree fungus. She said, "You saw something?" Chime did. Jade pointed out the furrow for Bomb, then glanced around at the surrounding branches. Another dozen or so warriors were hidden in various spots around them, some well concealed, others peeking curiously out. "Now we just have to figure out how to do this." Bomb leaned back to pass the word along to Briar, who was still crouched behind the fungus. Chime said, "Can we just leap on it? All that dirt on top of it should keep it from reacting too quickly." Sometimes it was easy to tell that Chime had come late to being a warrior. His knowledge of how to attack things from the air was still sporadic. Keeping his voice low, Moon started to explain. Digging itself just under the surface like that is probably an attack position. The predator burst out of the ground, spraying dirt and moss clumps with so much force the mountain tree sapling shook. It leapt forward off the platform, the round, armored body blossoming with grasping limbs. Diagonal bands of flesh snapped out from under the upper shell. Moon snarled in astonishment. Chime said, a little unnecessarily, "Wait, it's got wings!" Jade launched herself into the air as the predator dove toward them. Moon knew she was going for the eyes or the head, and he leapt off the branch and aimed for the chest. Moon swept in as the limbs on this side flailed at him. He twisted under and in toward the predator's lower body, getting a brief glimpse of small mouths surrounded by tiny tentacles lining each jointed limb. It jerked at the last second, and he missed, hitting its side below the first row of limbs instead of the underbelly. Then its body snapped upright as something knocked the creature backward. That had to be Jade, landing on the head. Hopefully, an irritated Raxaran queen was more than this thing had counted on. Moon held on with all his claws, trying to see a vulnerable point. He had temporarily lost his bearings and wasn't sure which way was up and which down. The sinking feeling in his stomach told him they were free-falling. The thing must be a glider, and Jade had knocked it right out of the air. A limb groped for him, and he slashed it away, then managed to get a look up toward the head. Jade ripped at the predator's face, but she was far too close to that wide mouth. The limbs reached up to drag at her. The armor around the cheeks moved, and Moon's heart thumped in terror. The creature might be able to extend its jaw to close on her. Before he could yell a warning, Jade planted a powerful clawed foot in the creature's jaw hinge. Moon heard a gurgling noise go through its body. That would hold it for a moment, but they were still falling and running out of time. Moon couldn't see any vulnerable point nearby and scrambled down the armored body, headed for the back end. If there was any other opening, it might be down there. He reached the rear section and saw a thin spot in the armor around a puckered opening. He stabbed his claws into it. The predator jerked, its body contracted, and Moon looked back in time to see Jade swing out of range of its mouth. Then he heard Baum shouting, "Drop! Drop now!" Moon yelled, "Jade, drop!" and let go. The predator tumbled away, but a stray limb slapped Moon in the head. He rolled and managed to get his wings out, his eyes filling with pain tears. He squinted to see and made out Jade, just a blurry blue shape, cupping her wings to slow her fall. The predator fell toward the mist barrier hiding the lower levels of the forest. It rolled upright and shot its wings out, and then something large, dark, and fast knocked it out of the air. Moon let his breath out in relief, flapping to stay aloft. He had wondered where Stone was. There was a flurry of motion. Some of the predator's limbs went flying, and the two combatants fell below the mist. Moon landed on the nearest branch, a little winded. Another warrior dove down, aiming to land beside him. Moon saw the vivid green scales with the blue undersheen and growled. River landed anyway. One of his virtues was that he wasn't afraid of Moon, even though every time they had fought, Moon had won. River said in disgust. That was typical. Over the past couple of turns, River's position had moved from insisting that Moon was embarrassing the court by existing, to insisting that Moon was embarrassing the court by not behaving like a proper consort. Moon said, "You need to find another reason to hate me and we can just talk about that all the time. There's so many to choose from, I get confused." River flicked spines in derision. Moon sighed. He decided to try honesty. "You thought Jade and I were going to get killed, and it scared you, and this is the only way you know how to say it." That worked. River snarled and fled the branch. Stone reappeared, flapping up through the mist, carrying the creature clutched in his front claws. Its lower body hung open, guts dripping out. Stone circled around and dropped it on the platform. Moon jumped off the branch and banked down to land nearby. Jade beat him there. As Chime, Bomb, and the other warriors swept in, Stone shook his spines out and dragged his claws through the tufts of grass to get the foul-smelling ichor off them. Stone shifted down to Groundling to say, "Were you trying to kill it or just annoy it?" "I didn't have time to choose a better approach. I didn't want it to get away." Jade circled around toward the creature's head. Moon told Stone, "We were slowing it down for you, because you're old." Stone's expression was eloquent of the wish to slap Moon in the head. He said, "Slowing it down by throwing yourselves into its mouth? Did you think it was a picky eater?" Chime said helpfully, "I think it only looked like they were doing that from a higher angle." Jade prodded a broken gliding wing with her foot claws. "Why didn't we know this thing could fly?" Baum looked pointedly at Briar, whose spines drooped in dismay. Briar had been in charge of the group of warriors who had tracked the creature here. Briar said, "We thought it was climbing between platforms on branches. I guess this explains why we kept losing its trail." It did explain that. Moon was inclined to be sympathetic, especially now that they knew the warriors hadn't actually lost their quarry, and they hadn't been stalking an unoccupied platform all this time. Jade seemed to agree. She let her breath out and looked around at the gathered warriors. There were 20 of them here, female and male, older and more experienced, like Vine and Sage, and younger and possibly even more experienced, like Song and Root. After 3 days taking turns hunting and tracking, they all looked tired and bedraggled. Jade said, "No one's dead, and we got the stupid thing. That's all that matters." The warriors all flicked spines in relieved agreement. Stone didn't look impressed, but then he usually didn't. Sand, who had been watching the surrounding branches, said, "Jade, Aura's coming back." Moon turned to look. The 4 warriors who had been scouting the surrounding clearings were circling down toward the platform. Jade stepped forward as they landed. Their spines all twitched anxiously, but none of them seemed to be hurt. Aura said, "Jade, we found something you need to see. There's a groundling flying boat." Everyone stared. The dead predator, temporarily forgotten. "Serene found it," Aura continued. Behind her, Serene nodded, her spines signaling excited confirmation. She heard something and went to check it out, and there it was. As Aura paused for breath, Moon asked, "Golden Islanders?" The Indigo Cloud Court had had to borrow wind ships from a Golden Islander family of scholars and traders for the long journey from the old colony in the east to the Reaches. Moon had friends among them that it would be good to see again. From the way Chime's spines had just lifted with excitement, he felt the same way. "No, not them." Aura still looked worried. "It's not a wind ship, not anything like one." That wasn't such good news. Jade frowned. "What was it doing? Did you see what sort of groundlings were aboard?" "It's just floating there," Serene said. "We couldn't see anyone aboard," Aura added. "We didn't get too close. We didn't want them to see us, and we were afraid they might be looking out through the window openings." This could be a problem, Moon thought. He found himself meeting Stone's sour gaze. Yes, the Golden Islanders were the only groundlings who would be visiting the Reaches for a good reason. And if this flying boat wasn't just hopelessly lost, it might be looking specifically for the Indigo Cloud Colony tree. "It's not a leaf boat?" Chime asked. There were groundlings who lived in the lower, swampy parts of the Reaches on the forest floor, who could build some forms of flying transports. But they never came up as far as the top of the mist, let alone the suspended forest. "Does it look like it's from the swamps?" "It could be from the swamps, but it doesn't look anything like a leaf boat." Aura's expression showed she knew that that was not a good sign. "I don't think it's from the Reaches at all." Jade hissed through her fangs. "Bomb, you and Chime, and Vine, Aura and Serene, come with me and Moon. The rest of you, get back to the colony." "You don't think—" Chime began, and then settled his spines. No, of course not. He answered his own question. Moon was certain he had been about to say, "You don't think this has anything to do with the fell?" This was the first unusual thing to happen since the night of the shared dream, and it was hard not to wonder. Though it was also hard to imagine what a strange groundling boat would have to do with the fell. It couldn't be a request for help. Strange groundlings usually thought Raxora were fell. Stone said, "I think I'll come along too." Jade flicked her spines at him. "I was counting on you." They flew through the green caverns of the suspended forest, following as Aura and Serene led them toward the flying boat. A queen wouldn't have expected an ordinary consort to come with her to investigate a possible incursion by strange groundlings. But if Moon had been an ordinary consort, he would never have been out here in the first place. In the past couple of turns, he hadn't really gotten the court away from the idea of young consorts don't risk themselves, don't do anything except sit around the colony and look pretty, but had got most of them to come around to, but Moon is not a normal young consort and never will be. Since Pearl had taken Ember, and Moon and Jade had had their first clutch, the court's future was far more secure. There was less pressure on Moon to be well-behaved, and less on Jade to make him act the way other courts thought he ought to. Though for most of the past turn, there hadn't been much for Moon to do, except take care of fledglings. The flying boat wasn't far away. If they hadn't been so focused on the hunt, they might have sensed its presence sooner. But then, that was why Jade had sent Aura and the others to scout the area, to make sure nothing else dangerous had been attracted by the presence of the warriors. As they drew closer, Moon saw the boat had stopped in a sunshaft. These were places where a mountain tree had collapsed from old age and had left a large open spot in the canopy where the sun had penetrated all the way to the ground, burning away the mist layers. They weren't common and could harbor unknown and therefore even more dangerous fauna than usual. They also caused a whole host of different sun-loving flora to flourish, including plants and small trees that rarely grew in the reaches at all. Moon had never had a chance to explore one, and didn't expect to have the opportunity now. The strange flying boat was excitement enough for the moment. They landed and took cover on an upper branch of one of the mountain trees surrounding the sunshaft. From this vantage point, they could look down on the flying boat, but were screened from view by the hanging curtains of leaves. Moon crouched between Jade and Chime, with Balm on Jade's other side. Vine, Aura, and Serene hung back a little, and Stone landed on the branch above them, settling down into a crouch. His tail hung down behind Moon and the others, moving in slow, thoughtful circles. Low-voiced, Chime said, "Aura's right. That's nothing like a Golden Islander boat." The craft was big, and not made out of wood or plant fiber like the other groundling trading and exploring boats they had encountered. It looked like it was made of moss, or some sort of dense, wiry plant material very like it. It had a pointed bow with a triangular spine sweeping up to form the main hull and the square stern. It had multiple decks on either side of the spine, balconies in the lower hull, and clear coverings for the window openings like an Aventeran flying boat. But the shapes and angles and materials were completely different, and Aventeran boats always had air bladders, and this one clearly didn't. There was no one out on the deck, but there was no scent of death in the air either. Vine said, "At least it's not fell." Aura and Serene murmured agreement. Chime said to Jade, "It could just be lost." "It could be, but it wouldn't have come into the reaches accidentally." Jade twitched her spines uneasily. "If they wanted to trade with one of the amphibian races, it's in completely the wrong place." "Maybe it's completely lost." Moon edged along the branch, trying to get a better view through the screen of leaves. It was a possibility, but he didn't think any species capable of building, or growing, and piloting a craft like this would be inept enough to lose their way this drastically. Whoever this was, they were probably looking for a Rexarin court. We need to get a better look. Jade hesitated, but Moon could tell how much she wanted to figure this out before they had to return to the colony. He said, "It looks pretty stable. They wouldn't notice if we landed on the side." Jade glanced at him, brows lifted ironically. "And you're sure of this?" Moon snorted. "No." She smiled and unfurled her wings. "It's worth a try." Above them, stones stirred but didn't shift to argue with their decision. There was no way he could land on the boat without the groundling crew being aware of it. Jade said, "Moon, you take that lower set of windows and I'll take the upper. I'll go first. The rest of you stay here," she added, as Balm, who probably wanted to go too, drew breath to protest. Jade crouched and leapt, and landed on the side of the flying boat. She clung to the hull, and Moon let out a hiss of relief. The boat hadn't moved as far as he could tell. Whatever was keeping it in the air held it remarkably still. It might be held aloft by a tiny fragment of flying island, like a Golden Isles windship. Jade waited a few moments, her head held to the hull, to listen for anyone calling the alarm. Then she signaled to Moon. Chime whispered, "Careful." Moon crouched and made his own leap. His claws caught on the rough hull. It was like moss to the touch, but it wasn't damp and felt too dense for vibrations to travel through. Above him, Jade climbed toward the nearest window. The clear crystal insets were probably another reason why the inhabitants hadn't heard anything. Moon swung down to the one below him and peered through. The crystal distorted the view a little, but he could see it was an empty room. There were shelves built into the far wall with cushions for padding and blankets, and a few odd belongings strewn around, including a colorful wrap or shawl and a stacked collection of crockery. This was someone's, or multiple someone's, living quarters. He climbed along to another set of windows and found another empty sleeping room, and then the next few rooms stacked with bundles and casks. But then, the next held something more interesting. Moon gripped the edge of the window with one hand and leaned back, waved until Jade glanced down and started toward him. Moon pulled himself back to the window. Inside, a groundling sat on the floor, half turned away from the window, hunched over and writing in a book. There was something familiar about his shape. He was small, with long white hair tied back, gold skin, a beard long enough that he had flung the end back over his shoulder to get it out of his way. He turned a little so his profile was visible, and Moon felt his spines twitch in startled reaction. It was Dylan Everin Lindell. Moon leaned back from the window. Jade crouched on the hull just above him, holding on with all her claws. He whispered, "It's Dylan." She frowned. "What is he doing in this thing?" Dylan was a Golden Islander, and they had never seen him use a flying boat like this. Moon could think of at least one bad reason. If someone had wanted to find a Rexarin colony tree, they might have decided to steal Dylan and force him to show them the way. "Let's ask him." Jade nodded for him to go ahead, and Moon tapped a claw on the crystal. Dylan looked up, startled, then waved enthusiastically. He scrambled to his feet and hurried to the window, turned the catch on the inside, and swung it open. Voice low, he said,
"I was hoping you would find me. I have much to tell you."
Jade drew back and motioned for Moon to go ahead. "I'll stay out here." Moon climbed in through the window and dropped to the floor. He shifted to groundling. Though Dylan had never been afraid of Rexarin's scales and claws, it seemed more polite in this confined space. In soft-skinned groundling form, Moon was tall and slender, with bronze skin, dark hair, and green eyes. His clothes were simple brown pants and shirt, dirty now that the mud and moss that had been on his scales had transferred to the cloth, and the only jewelry he wore was his red gold consort's bracelet. The ability to make the shift and take objects with you from one form to the other was something fledglings learned very young. Moon had been lucky his foster mother, Sorrow, had taught him before she died. The other reason for shifting was the number of groundling species who resembled some version of this form, though with varying colors, shapes, and textures. If someone else stepped into the cabin unexpectedly, Moon would pass for an ordinary groundling and cause a moment of confusion that might buy him time to escape, rather than immediate terror and screams for help. Moon said, "Deelin, did these people steal you?"
Not exactly,
Deelin patted his arm.
but I am happy to see a friendly face.
The cabin was small but high-ceilinged, and the heavy rafters that supported the deck above crossed it lengthwise. They looked like the stems or stalks of a large plant. There was a bed space built into one wall, and a basin for water, and various shelves for belongings, though Deelin didn't seem to have brought many. There was only a small pack and a basket, and not much in the way of paper and writing materials. Knowing how many books Deelin normally traveled with on his own windship, that in itself was suspicious. The door was fan-folded, light enough that Deelin could probably have battered through it. But this was a flying boat, and there was nowhere for a groundling to escape to. "How do you mean, not exactly?" Moon asked. Deelin looked the same, though it had been more than 2 turns since Moon had seen him. He was elderly for a Yellow Sea groundling, and his gold skin was weathered by turns of windship travel, but he smelled like he was in good health. He wore the kind of clothes Golden Islanders usually wore on their ships or for outdoor work, a loose shirt and pants cut off at the knee of a light fabric.
The story is long and somewhat fraught.
Deelin sat down on the bed, and Moon crouched on the floor.
The thing you must know immediately is that these people are of Kish Gendera, one of the coastal territories of the Imperial Kish. They wish to find the Indigo Cloud Court. I have said I would tell them the way, but after we entered the Reaches, I have willfully misremembered the route for these past few days in the hope that I could warn you first.
All right. If this was anybody but Deelin, it would have been alarming and suspicious. It still was, but Moon had seen Deelin navigate his way through some tricky situations. Why do they want to talk to Raxora?
Not just Raxora, but you in particular.
Deelin leaned forward, his expression intent.
Moon, they have found an ancient city. I fear it may have been built by the Forerunners, like the city you discovered on the northwestern coast.
Moon stared and felt his back teeth start to itch from pure nervous reaction. Where? A faint sound outside the door warned him. A footstep on the cork floor. Moon shifted and leapt for the ceiling, sinking his claws into the moss, curling his body up along one of the big stems that supported the structure. The door rattled, and a voice said, "Deelin?" Deelin stood and faced the door.
Yes?
The folding door was pushed open, and a groundling stepped through, passed under Moon as it crossed the cabin toward Deelin. The groundling was about Moon's height, with a dark cap of short, tightly curled hair and reddish-brown skin that was rough and almost pebbly. It wasn't scaled, but it looked thick and tough. He was probably male. He wore a loose jacket of red-brown with figured designs in dull gold, open at the chest, and tight pants that went to the knees, with knee-high sandals with elaborately wrapped straps. The materials looked rich and carefully worked. Moon dropped lightly to the deck and shifted back to his groundling form by the time his bare feet touched the floorboards. He pushed the door shut. The figure turned and fell back a startled step. His dark eyes opened wide, revealing a second, lower eyelid. Behind him, Dealin said,
He is Moon of Indigo Cloud, a consort of the Raxura. So, be very careful what you say and do.
He added to Moon.
This is Callum Cal, Master Scholar of the Conclave of the Gendaran.
Callum Cal eyed Moon. Moon knew he didn't look terribly impressive at the moment, standing barefoot on the deck in mud and moss-stained work clothes. Callum Cal glanced back at Dealin and said, I thought you might be delaying intentionally. He spoke Altanic, one of the more common Eastern trade languages. He didn't sound angry, but it was always hard to read emotions accurately off strange groundlings. He was wearing a leather harness under his open jacket, the straps hanging down below it. The dark leather was almost the same color as Callum Cal's skin, and Moon hadn't noticed it at first, and had thought the buckles were jewelry. It looked utilitarian, and was worn in spots, as if it had been used for hard work. Moon just couldn't figure out what sort of work. For riding some kind of grass-eater, maybe. Except these groundlings had a flying boat. Why would they need to bring riding grass-eaters?
It is better to speak here, away from the colony.
Dealin was undisturbed at being caught with Araxora in his room.
Everyone will be more comfortable.
Callum Cal inclined his head. You could have explained that.
Could I?
Dealin shrugged.
Probably.
That Dealin, one of the most straightforward groundlings of any race that Moon had ever met, felt the need to dissemble, didn't bode well. Moon said in Raxoran, and you said these people didn't steal you.
They did not.
Dealin answered, in the same language. He must have been practicing since the last time they met, though his accent was still terrible.
But they were determined on this course. It was better to let them think they were in command while I navigated from the stern.
Callum Cal waited patiently for Dealin to finish speaking. Then he looked at Moon. You understand Altanic? Yes. Moon stepped away from the door. If there was going to be a fight, he didn't want to start it. And moving put him closer to the window, where he knew Jade must be listening. Dealin told us about your experience in the ancient underwater city. We only wish to speak to you about it. Callum Cal glanced at Dealin again, and his voice was tinged with what might be irony. I'm sure he has told you by now that we have located a place we believe to be similar, perhaps constructed by the same species, perhaps not. We intend to try to enter it and wish to be as forearmed as possible. It might not matter how forearmed you are, Moon said. There are some things you can't prepare for. When some groundlings spoke with Araxora for the first time, they seemed surprised. Moon could usually tell if it was surprise that Raxora could speak a civilized language, or surprise that they could talk at all. It was ironic that the fell rulers, the most dangerous and deadly predators of groundlings, were fluent in any number of languages, and that friendly races like the Kek had difficulty with everything but their own speech because of the structure of their vocal apparatus. Callum Cal was the kind of groundling who was surprised that Araxora could sound so civilized. He got over it quickly, though, saying, Dealin has told us about what happened in the underwater city. I was hoping for a first-person account. Why? Moon tilted his head. You already know from Dealin what we found. Would hearing it from me make you change your mind about what you plan to do? Probably not, Callum Cal admitted. But if my party doesn't enter the city, I fear who else will. Moon looked at Dealin. Dealin told him.
That was one of the things I wished to speak to you about.
He added to Callum Cal.
It is better if my friends and I speak in private. There are others I wish to consult.
He started briskly toward the window. In Raxoran, Moon said, Jade, Dealin's about to jump out. Be sure to catch him. As Callum Cal stared, uncomprehending, Dealin boosted himself into the open window. Callum Cal began, You can't mean to. Dealin heaved himself out head first. Moon heard the whish of Jade's wings an instant later. This let him approach the window at a leisurely pace. He was curious to see whether Callum Cow would try to stop him. Callum Cow seemed too nonplussed to react. Moon said, "He'll send word to you in the morning." He caught hold of the sill and slipped out. He dropped and shifted and snapped his wings out. He heard someone cry out in alarm from above. He flapped into the cover of the tree canopy and landed on the branch where Jade stood with Dealin and the warriors. Dealin was looking up at Stone's large form and smiling. He said,
"Friend Stone, it's good to see you again. It's good to see all of you."
"We like you too," Chime told him, bewildered. "But what are you doing here?"
"First, a warning."
Dealin turned to Moon.
"You saw the harness Callum Cow wore?"
Moon nodded, remembering that Dealin wouldn't be able to read the flash of spines that meant ascent. "I was wondering about that."
"It attaches to a device that holds a plant material, the same as in the construction of their sky ship, that allows the wearer a simple, limited form of flight."
"Oh, that's great." Moon looked at the flying boat again. Figures moved on the deck, but none of the groundlings leapt into the air. Just the idea that they might was nerve-wracking. Above them, Stone rumbled in severe annoyance. Balm hissed and said, "As if we don't have enough to worry about." Jade watched Dealin intently. "That groundling said that he was afraid of who else would enter the city. Did he mean what I think he meant?"
"I fear so,"
Dealin said.
"It is the Fell, I am sorry to say. There are signs the Fell have found this strange ancient city. That is what we have to discuss."
Chapter 3. Moon and the others flew back to the colony, while Jade left Aura, Serene, and Vine to watch the flying boat from a careful distance. Moon carried Dealin, and so was able to plan his route to make the most of the moment when he flew out away from the overgrown platforms and concealing branches of the untamed mountain trees. Dealin had visited before, but still murmured in appreciation. The colony tree filled the huge clearing, the multiple branches that reached up to form the green canopy stretching out high overhead. The platforms extended out on the lower branches, many levels of them, some more than 500 paces across. A waterfall fell out of the knothole entrance, which from outside was nearly big enough to sail a windship through. The water plunged down to collect in a pool on one of the platforms, then fell to the next and the next, until it disappeared into the shadows and mist far below. When the court had first returned to take possession of the old colony tree, the platforms had held only overgrown gardens and the skeletons of irrigation systems and ornamental ponds. Now they were neatly planted with fruit orchards, root crops, tea plants and herbs, and the various fiber plants the arbora used for making cloth and paper. It was obvious the colony was occupied now, with arbora working or lounging out in the gardens, and warriors circling the clearing on patrol. Moon landed in the knothole and set Dealin on his feet, while the others went ahead into the passage that led inside. The channel that fed the waterfall ran nearby, and decorative pieces of snail shell had been set into the smoothly polished wood. Moon lifted a wing to shield Dealin from the whoosh of displaced air as Stone landed at the edge of the knothole. Stone shifted down to his groundling form, and Moon furled his wings and shifted too. To Dealin, Moon said, "You never really said whether those other groundlings stole you or not."
"It's a hard question."
Dealin looked around, taking a deep breath. It was cool and damp in the cave-like knothole, and the water mist concentrated the sweet scent of the colony tree.
"Your home is so beautiful."
"It's not a hard question," Stone countered. "Did they steal you, or did you make them take you along? I know what you're like."
"You compliment me."
Dealin's tone was not ironic. Moon supposed that was answer enough. More seriously, Dealin said,
I admit I want to see this city they have discovered and study it, but I know enough to fear what might be there. I wanted to discuss this with others who also know that the answers the city might provide may not be worth the risk.
How do you know they aren't lying to you about it? Moon asked. It could be a trick to get you to take them here, to us. If so, it was an elaborate trick. But to some species, it would make sense. Dealin cocked his head up at Moon.
They have an artifact. I have seen it. When I show you the drawing of it, it will become clear.
Moon exchanged a look with Stone. Stone sighed and said, There's something we need to tell you, too. They started down the entrance passage, which was too narrow for Stone's winged form, and full of twists and turns meant to slow and trap attackers. As they walked, Moon told Dealin about the shared dream. In the glow of the spell lights, the furrows in Dealin's face grew deeper as he listened. He said finally,
A strange omen. I see why you are so disturbed.
They came out of the passage and into the cavernous greeting hall. It was more occupied than usual, with the warriors who had arrived back from the hunt still here, and the Arbora and warriors who had stayed behind, gathering to hear about everything that had happened. Dealin's arrival caused a minor sensation, and he flung his arms wide and headed for the Arbora.
Blossom! Rill, my friends! Niran sends you greetings.
Stone glanced at the nearest warrior, who happened to be Band. Go make sure Pearl knows Dealin is here. Moon didn't think Jade would have forgotten to send someone to tell the reigning queen what had happened, but with Pearl, it was always best to err on the safe side. Band stared. Me? Stone didn't have time to do more than tilt his head threateningly before Band realized his mistake and leapt for the nearest balcony. She's not going to like this, Moon said. Stone gave him an ironic grimace. That's putting it mildly. Then Pearl dropped out of the upper levels and landed lightly on the hall floor. It took a while to get Dealin through the gauntlet of warriors and Arbora who wanted to greet him before they could hear the whole story. Finally, Dealin was settled in one of the small rooms behind the greeting hall, with water heating on the stones in the hearth bowl for tea. Moon took his usual place next to Jade, across from Pearl. Other places were taken by Stone, Balm, Chime, and Heart, as well as Pearl's warrior Floret. For the past turn, Pearl had been giving Floret increasing responsibility among the warriors, which was a good thing as far as Moon was concerned. Though she was one of Pearl's favorites, Floret had always been able to get along with Jade's faction. Her increasing authority in the court seemed to be a sign from Pearl that there would be no more toleration of fighting between the two warrior factions. Pearl had thrown out everyone else who had tried to subtly slide in. Dealin sat on a cushion with a cup of tea, looking around in appreciation at the carved ariat stretching up the walls. Pearl made a gesture with her claws. So, tell us what this unwelcome visitation is all about. Fortunately, Dealin had met Pearl before, and was also fairly impervious to attempts to insult him when he was focused on a goal. He leaned forward.
I was visiting in the city of Kedmar in Kish Jandera when I was sent a message that a group of scholars wished to speak of long-dead cities. Naturally, I was intrigued.
Stone said. How did they know you knew anything about dead cities? Moon was wondering that as well. As far as he knew, Dealin's scholarship involved mostly other races of the three worlds. Yes, Jade added more pointedly. Who have you been talking to? Dealin said,
I took what you all had told me of the Forerunner City on the northwest coast and the imprisoned being you found there and put it into a monograph which had been copied and sent to the scholars' colloquium in Kish Jandera, among other places.
There was a moment of startled and probably appalled silence. Moon knew he felt pretty appalled. He said, just to clarify, including the part that the species we call the Forerunners is where the Raxura and the Fel came from. Dealin nodded.
That was one of the truly interesting parts. Scholars know of many vanished species, but there are many more, of much greater age, we know little to nothing of.
Moon exchanged a look with Jade. He had known Dealin was a scholar, but somehow hadn't imagined him as being in contact with other scholars who weren't from the Golden Isles. Now that he thought about it, it had been a naive assumption. Pearl's tail lashed slowly. Stone rubbed his eyes and said, "Was that really a good idea?" Dealin spread his hands.
It is what I do. What I did not do was speak of the young Raxura called Shade, of either his ancestry or how he was needed to open the creature's prison. That knowledge was far too dangerous to share.
That was a relief. Moon could almost hear tense muscles relax all around him. Only the right combination of Fel and Raxura could recreate a being close enough to a Forerunner to easily open a passage into the hidden, abandoned city. Shade, Moon's half-clutch brother, rescued from the Fel as a fledgling, had been that right combination. Pearl and Jade settled their spines. Good, Stone muttered. That's something anyway.
My monograph did not include any illustrations.
Dealin reached into his shirt and retrieved a pouch that hung on a string around his neck. He opened it and drew out a folded square of thick paper.
Which was why this captured my attention.
He spread it on the floor, and everyone leaned forward to look. It was a drawing of a block or a tile, with a figure carved into it. It looked like an Ariat Raxura, but there were too many spines, and instead of a mane of spines and frills, there was a solid crest atop its head. A Fel ruler's crest. Floret, startled, said, "But that's Shade."
No, this object was carved ages before that young consort was born. It came from a wall decoration below the city the Kishin have found. They cut it from the wall and took it away, and I have seen it and examined it myself.
Dealin watched them carefully, studying their reactions.
I am correct? This is a Forerunner.
Pearl tilted her head at Jade, who sat back, her brow furrowed in worry. Jade said, "That's a Forerunner." Dealin continued.
In the monograph, I explained that the account had been told to me by Raxura, but did not include anything such as specific locations of courts.
He admitted.
That's probably why the Kishin scholars came to me first.
Jade flicked her claws, betraying a trace of impatience. Then what happened?
We spoke of my monograph, and after some dissembling, they finally told me what they really wanted. Some months ago, they had formed an expedition to follow an ancient map that had recently been uncovered, and had found the ruined city.
He looked around.
You have no maps of the western coasts handy? I should have brought my own. I have not seen their map. They guard it jealously. But I think I have estimated its location.
You can show us later, Moon said. Just describe it. Dealin leaned forward.
The city was past the Sel Salatra, the seas off the far northwest coast of the Kishlands, that are separated by multiple archipelagos. If one goes far enough north, there are solitary seamounts. Then the deeps of the open ocean. Those areas are not well explored, at least as far as the Kish are aware. There are some sea kingdoms that were mapped at some point in the past, and there has been no word from them or anyone who has seen them for many turns. The map led the Kish to a city past the seamounts at the edge of the great deeps.
He shook his head in annoyance.
They gave me some descriptions, but they have been withholding information. From what I can tell, The city is inside a formation akin to a seamount, but which is possibly not natural but a construction, and the top is protected by high walls. The Kishan party had with them a seagoing vessel and a flying ship, the one they travel in now. The flying ship could not rise high enough to cross over the escarpment protecting the city, and neither could the lifting packs they use, and they could not locate an opening in the foot of the seamount itself. They were able to explore a small structure in the water near the base of the mount, and that is where they found this.
He tapped the drawing.
But with no knowledge of how to enter the city, they had to look for alternate means. They left most of their party with the seagoing vessel and took the flying craft back to Kedmar to seek assistance.
But they aren't sure it's a Forerunner city, are they? Hart said. She leaned forward to touch the drawing. All they have is this. Why would the city have that if they weren't Forerunners? Floret wondered. She had been with them when they found the Forerunner city, but had been left on guard at the top of the shaft that had led to the entrance. Moon knew she must be thinking of the Raxaran penchant for carving pictures of themselves into almost every available surface of the colony. But the Forerunner city we saw wasn't like that. There weren't any carved pictures, just flower and sea plant designs. A city nearly inaccessibly high in the air did make more sense for Forerunners than the underwater city they had found. But they had thought at the time that it might have been constructed as a specific defense against, or prison for, the creature they had found trapped inside.
This is a topic for much debate among the Kishan as well,
Dealin said.
When they first began to look for this city, they believed it to be constructed by the Foundation builders, another people of ancient times, perhaps far older than the Flying Island people. The Foundation builders left many cities and roads in the lands of northern Kish, but only the barest bones and a few carved writings remain. Some races of the Kishan believe they must be descended from them. To discover if the Foundation builders constructed this seamount city, they must get inside it.
He added,
They came to me, hoping not only that I could provide them with more information on how to accomplish this, but also hoping to commission my wind ship to reach the top of the escarpment.
Will that even work? Chime asked. How high is it? Golden Isle's wind ships traveled on invisible lines of force that crossed the three worlds, and their ability to move up and down depended a lot on the strength of those currents, which varied depending on the location. At least that was how Moon understood it. And the wind ships weren't immune to storms and the vagaries of the wind either. He started to ask, and what about... Pearl interposed. Both of you quiet. Let him finish so we can get this over with. Dealin nodded to Pearl and continued.
From what they described, I told them I did not think it was possible. The other problem, one of the other problems I should say, came when they described certain deserted island settlements they had observed along the way.
The Fel, Jade said, her voice grim.
Yes, the remnants bore the characteristics of a Fel attack.
Dealin let his breath out in frustration.
You must understand first, the Fel are not as feared in the lands of the Kish as they are in the Abyssine Peninsula and the other eastern expanses. The Kish possess certain weapons and a command of magic that is effective against the Fel, and they share this knowledge with those under their imperial trade agreements. It has made them poor targets for attack. I suspect, somewhere in the deep past, this was the reason for the formation of their trading empire. I know there are several Kish lands settled by refugees who were driven there by Fel attacks. These scholars and explorers know of the Fel, but not the way we in the East, who are their prey, do. I fear they don't understand how much they should be afraid.
Stone sat back and growled under his breath. Moon felt it vibrate in his bones, and Chime stirred uneasily. Moon said, And you think you know why the Fel are there? That they've been called by something?
That is what I fear. What else would draw the Fell so far out to sea with such distances between the islands and no large settlements of sentient races to prey on?
Dealin scratched under his beard thoughtfully.
Stone and Moon have told me of the strange portent you received, the dream all of you were drawn into. It seems an odd coincidence.
More than a coincidence, Chime murmured. Pearl and Jade turned to regard him, and he said hastily, I mean, it can't be a coincidence. Can it? But if the Fel found the city, they must have someone like Shade, Baum said, with a glance at Jade. Or there's no way they could get whatever was trapped inside out. Chime frowned, absently running his fingers over a worn spot in the wood of the floor. Maybe they don't have anyone like Shade. Maybe that's why they're hanging around out there, preying on the groundling settlements nearby. Why would they even go there then? Florid asked. Hart's brow was furrowed as she considered the problem. She said, These Fel could have missed part of the instructions somehow. They know to go to the city, but they don't know how to get in or what to do once they're inside. Maybe they haven't spent turns and turns preparing like the other Fel flight did. Jay didn't seem happy with either of those explanations, and Moon had to admit he wasn't either. Jade said, Is there any other reason the Fel might be there, besides being drawn there by something inside the city? Chime lifted his shoulders uneasily. It's possible the flight that captured us in the West was able to share the knowledge of what they found in the underwater Forerunner City. This was all too possible. Individual Fel flights didn't seem to join together or cooperate with each other much, but Fel rulers could share information within their flight and between flights without physically contacting each other, sometimes over great distances. The Fel might realize now that there could be other ancient cities that have something valuable, and they've started to look for them. This might even be a foundation builder city like the Kish think, and the Fel just mistook it for Forerunner. Jade shook her head. I wouldn't like to count on that. Stone looked like he clearly thought everything they had discussed was just making the situation worse. And these scholars don't think the Fel are a problem. Dealin gestured in frustration.
They have read my monograph, and I have told them as plainly as possible about the danger and what the Fel sought in the Forerunner City under the coastal island. They say their city may have been built by foundation builders, which is true. They say my tale is a second-hand account and may be false. I don't know whose integrity they are impugning. If you are supposed to be liars, or I just a fool for believing you.
He sat back.
I admit my own desires are conflicted. I believe the city is more dangerous than the Kish think, but I also believe it could hold a great deal of knowledge about the past of at least this small part of the three worlds, whether it is Forerunner or Foundation Builder. These coasts and islands of the Sel Salatra and beyond are very interesting places.
He slumped a little, and for the first time seemed tired.
I wish to have access to this knowledge, but I do not wish to die myself or for others to die, or to set loose a powerful, monstrous creature upon populated lands.
Moon didn't wish for those things either, and he didn't think the Kish scholars did. But not everyone was going to have Dealin's perspective on the situation. But the Fel might already be trying to do that. His voice dry, Stone said, And it's obvious these Kish want us to come help them get inside. Everyone stared at him. Dealin nodded grimly.
They have not spoken of it to me, but I think they do.
Pearl bared her teeth, possibly in pure irritation at the whole idea of helping meddlesome scholars she wanted nothing to do with in the first place. And why was that so obvious? She asked Stone. Stone said, They wanted Dealin's flying boat, but then they realized they probably can't do what they need, any more than their own can. He met Dealin's worried gaze. But then they remembered Dealin's descriptions of Raxura. Dealin spread his hands.
Just so. They have pretended they are following my advice, coming here to speak about your experience in the coastal Forerunner city and ask for counsel, but it is more likely that they came all this way to ask for more than counsel."
Pearl snarled under her breath. Idiot groundlings. Chime gave Dealin an apologetic wince. Moon stared at the carved ariat entwined overhead and set his jaw. It wasn't just fear of shapeshifters or the strong resemblance to Fel that caused groundlings to fear and hate Raxura. It's also that Raxura can be such assheads, he thought. Jade forged on, saying, "So the question is, what do we do now, today? These groundlings want to talk? Do we speak to them?" "We could kill them," Stone suggested, not helpfully. It would have been a tense moment, except Hart sighed impatiently and said, "Lying grandfather, not in front of company." Dealin lifted a hand.
"I know Stone is merely stimulating discussion."
Pearl eyed Stone and lifted her spines. Perhaps Stone could stop doing that. Stone held Pearl's gaze. "Some of you were thinking it." With the practiced ease of someone used to intervening when things got too tense between Pearl and Jade, Baum pointed out, "It wouldn't do any good, even if it was something we were willing to do. There's at least one other ship full of groundlings who know about this, and surely their people back at their home know where they've gone." Everyone else was just clearly impatient to get past this and onto the real discussion, which was exactly what Stone had wanted, Moon knew, even if he had had to take a swipe at Pearl to do it. "So let's stop talking about it," Jade said, with a brief glare at Stone. "I think I should meet with these groundlings. I was at the Forerunner City, and I can tell them what I saw with my own eyes. Maybe that will convince them to be cautious at least." She rolled her spines to ease the tension in them. "And if you're right and they do want to ask us to come with them, we'll worry about it when it happens." Pearl's spines were beginning to ease back down, mostly because she didn't like groundlings. So anything that kept her from having to talk to more of them was a relief for her. She said grudgingly, "That's a possibility." Moon hesitated, but they had to talk about this, and he might as well get it started now. He said, "What about the Fel? The shared dream?" The room went silent. Pearl said, "The dream can't mean these Fel. If they encounter a creature like the one in the other Forerunner city, it will destroy them like it did the others." Moon wasn't willing to bet anyone's life on that. If this is a Forerunner city, and there is something waiting in it, it might give these Fel what it promised the others. Weapons to let them destroy groundling cities and eat wherever they want. Moon was talking to Pearl, but all his attention was on Jade. He couldn't tell what her reaction was. She had her opaque diplomatic face on, which was almost as hard to read as Stone's normal expression. That may be what causes them to come here. Hart stirred uneasily. Floret said, "We don't know that they'll come here. There's been nothing in the augury. The dream, it might have been a warning for the courts still in the east." "Some of them were our allies," Chime put in. "We have to warn them." "But we don't like them anymore." Stone's ironic tone was like acid. "And the Fel would never come here," Moon said, "because there's nothing they've ever wanted from us." Everyone heard the sarcasm in that. Pearl's expression was withering. "I know what the risk is as well as you." Moon just met her gaze. He knew she did. He just wanted her to say it aloud. Breaking the tension, Jade said, "Let me speak to the groundlings. Maybe they can tell us more about what they saw." Balm added, "We don't even know that this is a Forerunner city yet. Maybe the Fel are mistaken, or it's only a coincidence that they're nearby." Chime made a dubious noise, and Balm elbowed him. Everyone else had recognized Jade and Balm's joint effort to stop the discussion before it got into an area which would end with a lot of yelling and hissing and growling. Pearl stood and settled her wings. "Arrange the meeting with the groundlings for tomorrow. It's too late to do it tonight. And do not let them know where the court is. Have it somewhere else. Jade flicked her spines in agreement. I will. Pearl stood, and in one bound reached the passage back to the greeting hall, the displaced air from her wing flick almost overturning the teacups. Florid nodded to Jade and shifted to hurry after her. Everyone except Stone let out a breath of relief. Dealin said,
I am sorry to cause this dissension among you.
Moon told him it was going to happen sooner or later. As Jade turned to Balm, Stone said, I need to talk to you, grabbed Moon's arm, and dragged him upright. Moon followed him down a stairwell and through a twisting passage into someone's bower. No one was there at the moment, but Raxra didn't have strong feelings about privacy, and Arbora and warriors slept in each other's bowers all the time. Whoever it belonged to probably wouldn't mind the line grandfather and the first consort having a fight in it, as long as nobody broke anything. As Stone turned to face him, Moon said, If you hit me, I'll bite your face off. Stone ignored the threat, probably because he didn't feel very threatened by it. What do you think we're going to do? Follow the groundlings to this city and drive off the fell? Moon hadn't been expecting Stone to cut through to the heart of the situation that way, and it silenced any retorts he had ready. He didn't want to go to some far-off place to fight Fell. He didn't want to leave his clutch, but that didn't change the situation. We can't just ignore this. He didn't know what Jade would want, or how she felt about this, or how angry she would be at the idea. What if there is something in there that gives the Fell what the other one promised them? Stone groaned and rubbed his face tiredly. Good question. That was the point when Moon understood that Stone had dragged him down here not to yell at him, but so they could decide what to do. That wasn't reassuring, since he had been hoping Stone already knew what they should do. One thing Moon had figured out since joining the court was that being the one who pointed out what things were wrong was relatively easy compared to being the one who had to decide what to do about them. Moon turned away, pacing absently until he reached the bowl hearth. The stones in it were only giving off a faint warmth and needed to be renewed. If this isn't a Forerunner city, and the Fell just think it is for some reason, then... But how else would they know about it? The being in the other city had drawn the Fell to itself through turns of effort, with a mental call that Raxara couldn't hear. The Fell could have heard about the city in Kish, Stone said. Moon turned to frown at him. You mean Fell rulers in Kish? I thought they couldn't get into the cities because of the Kish shaman. Like Dealin had mentioned, Kish shaman had special magic that allowed them to spot Fell rulers, and it also made the shaman immune to the Fell's ability to confuse and deceive. Moon had always believed it was the main reason why the Fell avoided Kish territory, not fear of the Kishan weapons. Not rulers. Stone lifted his brows at Moon's expression. What? You know they can make groundlings do whatever they want. You think they've never caught some groundlings and sent them into Kish to spy? That was a thought. Fell could plant suggestions in groundling minds, make them forget they had ever encountered Fell in the first place, make them remember events that had never happened. If they could send a groundling into a place to see and hear things, and come back to the Fell to report, it would avoid the shaman altogether. The groundlings wouldn't even know they were spies, and the Fell would probably eat them when they were done with them, destroying any evidence. So if one of the scholars involved talked about this map where others could hear, and the Fell found out about it, they could find a groundling who could get close to the explorers, who could still be with them. Jade leaned in the bower's doorway. Moon twitched in automatic guilt. He supposed it was unlikely that his and Stone's sudden exit had gone unnoticed. Jade spotted the guilt and demanded, What? What are you planning? Nothing, Moon said. He added honestly, Yet. She sighed and stepped into the bower. I suppose you both realize we have to send someone to that city to see what's really going on. It was a relief that Jade was willing to admit it too. Moon felt some of the tension drain out of his chest. He didn't want to go against Jade on this. Stone said pointedly, We realize it, and you realize it. Will Pearl realize it? Jade didn't answer that. She eyed Moon critically. You shouldn't have confronted her in front of Dylan. You know how she is about groundlings. She was probably right about that, but it had felt like everyone was ignoring the important point. And if you were going to challenge Pearl on something like this, it was better to get it over with as quickly as possible. He said earnestly, I thought she liked it when I confront her. Very funny. Jade's spines twitched in a combination of annoyance and amusement. Bomb stepped into the doorway, and Chime cautiously leaned in after her. We have to send somebody. Chime grimaced in dismay. I don't want to see one of those things again, but I'd rather see it still trapped in a Forerunner city than see it in the Reaches. There was a quiet moment where everyone was clearly thinking that over. You can't wish Dylan hadn't come to us, Moon thought, because if one of those things got loose and came looking for Raxura, he said, we could send to Opal Knight for help. Malachite would realize how bad this could be. I'm not asking your mother for help, Jade cut him off. Not until we know what we're dealing with. Moon had no problem admitting that Malachite was a nerve-wracking companion. He said, but you think if we told her about this, she would believe it was serious enough to investigate. Jade's mouth twisted as she thought it over. Yes, I do. Balm put in, maybe we should send her a message. Jade gave her a look, and Balm held up her hands. If worst comes to worst, we might need help, and you wouldn't have to convince her how dangerous this could be. She already knows. She's right, Stone said. Jade shook her head in resignation. I know. Moon, Balm, and Stone all drew breath to speak, and Jade held up her hands to stop them. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Let me talk to these groundlings of Dylan's first, and just see what they say. Moon subsided, a little unwillingly. Then, a female Arbora ducked under Chime's arm and stepped into the bower, looking around at them all in confusion. Jade asked, What's wrong, Weave?
This is my bower?
Weave said uncertainly.
Do you need it? I don't mind.
No, sorry. Jade sighed and squeezed Weave's shoulder. We're just leaving. Moon followed her and the others out, back to the meeting room. Dylan was still sitting with Hart, having tea. Vine was there now too in his groundling form, waiting impatiently. Before the meeting, Jade had sent 5 warriors back to the flying boat to take over for Aura, Vine, and Serene. Vine stood up. Jade, we saw those pack things. Like Dylan said, the groundlings are using them to fly around. Jade's fangs showed briefly, a sign of strong annoyance. Wonderful. She turned to Dylan. We're going to have to approach them and arrange a meeting. Dylan set his teacup aside.
If you could return me to their ship, I can do this. You do not wish them to come here, but to meet at some neutral location?
You don't want to spend the night here? Hart asked him.
It would be better not to give them time to plan.
Dylan's tone was wry.
Or to argue amongst themselves.
Moon almost made a sarcastic comment about nobody here knowing what that was like, but managed to restrain himself. Jade considered it. We'll take you back. Balm will show you where we can have the meeting on the way, so you can guide the groundlings tomorrow. So, it was all settled, at least for tonight. Chapter 4. It was nearing twilight, and a light rain mist was in the air when Moon went with Balm, Chime, and Floret to take Dylan back to the groundling's boat. They landed with him on a mountain tree branch, heavily screened by leaves, but with a view of the flying boat in its clearing. The warriors who were keeping an eye on it waited there. As Moon helped Dylan find a secure seat on a knob of wood, Balm told the warriors, Jade wants you to come back to the court with us. She doesn't want anyone out here through the night.
Are you sure?
Coyle asked. He was a male warrior of pearls, though he had never been much involved in the infighting between the two factions. We're not worried. She doesn't think it's worth the risk, Balm said. It was quiet at the moment, with treelings calling and night birds and flying lizards coming out to hunt the clouds of evening insects. But a night without shelter in the suspended forest was always dangerous. and more so, near a shaft clearing. Moon agreed with Jade that there wouldn't be much point in watching the boat when the warriors couldn't see it. Baum added, "And Dealin says they won't move the boat tonight."
There are lights, as with our windships,
Dealin explained, wriggling to make sure he had a secure seat.
but they are not much use in deep forests like this.
Baum sent Coyle and the others off toward the colony tree, and Moon told Dealin, "We won't be far away. We'll make sure they've got you before we leave."
I thank you for this,
Dealin said.
and I will see you tomorrow at the place you showed me.
"Just be careful," Moon said, before they had left the colony. They had talked with Dealin about the idea that the Fell might have an unwilling, or even willing, spy among the groundlings. Dealin had just said,
That is one of the many things in this situation to be worried about.
With Baum and Chime, Moon retired to a sheltered spot higher up in another mountain tree, where they had a better view of the flying boat. Groundlings were moving around on the open deck now, the one divided by the wedge-shaped spine. Dealin waited to give the Raxra enough time to get into concealment, then began to shout. The groundlings heard him immediately, and some ran through a doorway in the upper part of the boat. Worried, Chime said, "I hope they won't do anything to him because he's been with us." He didn't think they would. Moon didn't feel easy about it himself, but Dealin had seemed confident. But then, Dealin always seemed confident. He was as bad as Stone that way. A groundling came out onto the deck wearing a heavy backpack. He made some adjustment, tugged on something, then lifted smoothly off the deck into the air, with nothing to show how he had done it. "Some sort of spell?" Baum asked Chime. He shrugged his spines. "Maybe. It's hard to tell. If it's the same thing that keeps the boat aloft, I wonder how they control it." Moon watched until the flying groundling disappeared into the canopy, then several moments later, reappeared carrying Dealin. They were too far away to see exactly how the groundling was doing it, but it made Moon uneasy to watch. He just didn't trust groundlings to know how to carry someone while flying. But the pair landed safely on the flying boat's deck. Baum said, "We should go." Moon flicked his spines in reluctant agreement. They turned away and dropped off the branch to fly back to the colony. It had been a long day, and Baum and Chime were just as tired as Moon, so they all avoided the teacher's hall where the Arbora and the warriors gathered, and headed for their various bowers. Moon climbed straight up the central well and over the ledge into the big Queen's Hall. It was all quiet now, except for the fall of water into the fountain. Pearl and Ember were probably in her bower, and Stone might be up in his bower or down with the Arbora or anywhere else in the colony. Moon went through the passage into the Sister Queen's bower. At first he didn't think Jade was here, until he saw the pile of jewelry near the steaming bathing pool, the ready access to running water, and pools warmed by the Mentor's heating stones was one of the things Moon liked best about the colony tree. The system that took the excess water the tree drew up through its roots and channeled it for fountains, irrigation, bathing, and sluicing the latrines was complex and hadn't fared well during the long turns the colony had been empty. It had taken most of their time here to find all the blockages and get it working right again. Having lived most of his former life in places without that luxury, Moon never took it for granted. He sat down on the cushions by the hearth. There was already a kettle on the warming stones, and he found a cake of tea in the bowl and crumbled a few pieces off into the pot. Jade rose up out of the pool, water dripping from her frills. "Everything all right?" She was in her softer, wingless Arbora form, and it was good to see her relaxed. "Yes, the groundlings took Dealin and all the warriors are back." Jade stepped out of the pool, took a cloth from the pile, and started to dry her scales. She said, "Well, This turned into another interesting day. That was all too true. Moon turned back to the hearth. I can't believe we might have to fight for this place again. Jade sat on the fur blanket across from him, her expression ironic. She said, "You mean it's not fair that we have to fight for this place again?" Ha! Fairness was a concept taught to fledglings and babies so they would share their toys and food and not shred each other over trifles. It wasn't something that applied to real life, at least in Moon's experience. Watching him, Jade said, "If I follow the groundlings to the city, will you go with me?" Moon took the pot and swirled it absently, just to have something to do with his hands. He knew what a compliment it was that Jade trusted him enough, and trusted his abilities, to ask him to do something like this, so outside a normal consort's experience. Being physically born a consort didn't convey any instinctive knowledge of how to be one, and Moon had struggled with it since coming to the court. This past turn, raising the Skycopper fledglings and his own first clutch, it had seemed like he might have finally gotten past pretending to be a consort and started to edge into actually being one. Nobody had called him a feral solitary to his face in months. Now, he didn't want to leave his clutch while they were still so young, but he didn't want Jade to go off without him either. And Chime would have to go too, as the only other one who had seen the inside of the Forerunner City. He said, "I don't know yet. I know what I want to do. I want to stay here." Jade's expression was hard to read. "I sometimes wonder if you've been bored. You're the one who's traveled all your life." "Traveling's overrated," Moon said. Being hungry, cold, wet, lonely, stalked by predators and hunted by groundlings hadn't exactly been a good time, though he had seen a lot of interesting things. Jade said, "Sometimes I'm a little bored." She settled her spines and looked away. Moon wasn't surprised, but he hadn't expected her to admit it. Jade had had more than a taste of travel herself, before the court had finally started to settle down. Because it was easier to make a joke, he said, "Queens aren't supposed to get bored." Jade tilted her head. "Consorts aren't supposed to accidentally drown in bathing pools, but I'm told it happens." Moon tugged on one of her frills. If she wanted to drown him, he had given her much worse provocation than that. "Everyone's always telling me what I'm supposed to feel." "Yes, and we both agreed how annoying that was." Jade absently turned her empty teacup upside down. She said, "I can't make the decision whether to go or not until after I speak to the groundlings." She smiled a little dryly. "Or, that's when I'll tell everyone I've made the decision." At least the court wouldn't just sit here and do nothing. That was worse than the alternatives. "Do you think Pearl will let you go?" Jade let her breath out, considering. "I don't know. She didn't see that thing in the underwater Forerunner City. I'm not sure she understands how bad this could be. But she had the dream too, and since we got here, she's always been willing to do what was needed to protect the court." She flicked her claws through the fur mat. "I mean, she always was before, at the old colony. Now she's just willing to include the rest of us in her decisions. And listen to us." Her mouth twisted. "I don't want to ruin that." If someone had told Moon, back when he had first arrived at Indigo Cloud, that Pearl would become someone whose good opinion he was actually concerned about keeping, he would have thought they were out of their minds. Now, he didn't want to ruin the tentative progress he had made either. He said, "You can talk to Pearl after we see what the groundlings have to say. There's no point in worrying about it now." Jade made a derisive noise. "Just because there's no point in worrying has never stopped you from it before." That was true. Moon leaned into her side, and she wrapped an arm around his waist and tugged him closer. He said, "I thought of something we can do besides worrying." Jade nipped his ear. "I thought of that too." Afterward, Moon lay on the furs with Jade's warm weight curled around him, her breathing deepening as she slid into sleep. It had been a long, anxious day, and the sex should have left him relaxed. But he couldn't stop thinking, going over it all again, until his head was about to split. Jade grumbled, but didn't wake as he eased out from under her. He pulled on his clothes again and left the bower. He walked out to the edge of the Queen's Hall to look down the central well. From what he could hear, the court was showing no signs of settling down the way it normally did at the end of the day. Every word that had been said during the conversation with Dealin would have been repeated to everyone and would now be dissected by the Arbora, who would engage in increasingly fantastic speculation as the night wore on. He turned back, shifted, and leapt up to the consort's level. Moon scented an outdoor draft, cool and damp, and knew Stone was up here. There was no central consort's hall, but there were junctions between the bowers with hearth bowls set into the floor, meant as communal seating areas. The bowers in this section were just as finely decorated as the ones in the Queen's level below, but mostly untenanted. Eventually, Thorn and Bitter, the consorts of the Skycopper clutch, would leave the nurseries and move up here, and later, Cloud and Rain, the consorts of Moon's clutch. That would make the place livelier. He found his way through the empty passages to where a doorway in the outer trunk looked down on the garden platforms below. The door was open now, and Stone leaned in the opening, looking down. Stone didn't acknowledge Moon's appearance, but Moon knew it hadn't gone unnoticed. He wasn't sure why he had sought Stone out, but found himself asking, "Would you go, if Pearl decides to let Jade follow the groundlings?" Stone stepped away from the door, turning to face him. "I thought Jade already decided to go, whether Pearl likes it or not." Moon bared his teeth briefly. No, she didn't decide that. Maybe he had come up here to have an argument. Answer the question. Stone's brow furrowed, just a little, but with dangerous intent. Moon said, "Or we could have a fight, but I'll still want you to answer the question." Stone eyed him, and then turned to the doorway and looked out again. The night insects were singing, in chorus and singly. They would reach a crescendo as the night wore on and then gradually subside. Moon was so used to it now, he had to make himself notice it, though to a newcomer to the Reaches, it would probably be a terrible din. Stone said, "You think I'd stay here and let Jade and a few warriors go to this place?" It was a good way to make Moon feel bad for asking, which he was sure was intentional. He said, "I wouldn't if this was last turn, but you've been gone so much." Stone turned with a grimace of exasperation. "I was bored." Bored? Moon stared. As a reason for Stone leaving the court, it seemed deeply inadequate. "I'm bored, Jade's bored, and we stuck it out and stayed here doing what we're supposed to do." "I'm not supposed to be doing anything," Stone retorted. "I don't know if you noticed, but I'm old." "That's never stopped you before," Moon countered. "We'd all be dead without you." Stone snapped. "And now you don't need me." Moon pounced on that. "Ha, that's it. You're not bored. You're just mad because you think we don't appreciate you." Stone snarled. "That's the most idiotic thing you've ever said, and we both know how tough the competition is." Moon snarled back. It might have escalated even further, but from the passage, Ember said, "What are you arguing about?" Moon glanced back. Pearl's young consort stood in the doorway, wrapped in a blanket, disheveled and beautiful, and blinking like he had just woken up. Like Moon, Ember didn't often spend the night in his own bower, but he might just have been napping. Moon snapped. "We're arguing about—" He wasn't sure anymore. The point of the argument had evolved dramatically. Ember scratched a hand through his hair. "You're arguing about whether Stone is bored or not?" When you put it that way, it did sound stupid. He said, "Ember, why don't you just go see what Pearl is doing?" "Just don't hurt each other," Ember grumbled, proving he did know exactly what the argument was about after all, and retreated back down the passage. As Ember left, they stood there in silence. Moon said finally, "You know how the court feels about you. You're—" These things were still horribly hard for him to say. He had spent most of his life watching every abortive attempt at a relationship fail. He knew how to start them and how to escape them, but he didn't know anything about maintaining them. It was easier when the other person did all the work. And maybe he had taken Stone for granted. I don't want you to leave, unless you're leaving with Jade. Stone rubbed his face. I am not leaving the court because I'm sulking over feeling unappreciated. That's something one of our many idiot warriors would do, not something I would do. Moon shrugged. Sure. Stone glared at him. The court is settling down. I'm not ready to settle down yet. He added, and neither are you. I'm not going, I've already decided. Moon said it just to provoke Stone. But as soon as the words were out, he regretted it. He knew what a consort's duty was in this situation, to stay with the court and his clutch. But that had never been his duty, and it had never been what was best for the court. Stone stared at him, as if trying to see inside Moon's skull. Stone finally said, because of the clutch? You think Blossom and the teachers won't take care of them if you're not here? Moon grimaced. Before he had become Jade's consort, he remembered thinking that he would never want to father children in the court and then leave them, that they might suffer without him to protect them. Now, he knew that wouldn't happen. That wasn't how Raxora treated any offspring, especially Royal Ariat offspring. But in his head, leaving the clutch felt like abandoning them. As if leaving them in the protection of all of Indigo Cloud for a few months, in the safety of the colony tree, was the same as leaving them to fend for themselves in a forest forever. Of course not. He still didn't want to die somewhere in the wilds of the three worlds and miss the important moments, like teaching the new clutch how to fly and hunt and fight, and the all-important task of making sure they ended up with the right mates, or at least the mates they actually wanted, whether they were right or not. Then Stone said, you think you can protect them if the Fel come here, if they've got help from some monstrosity imprisoned in a Forerunner city, and this time it fulfills its part of the bargain? Moon snarled. I know that. I know it's better to stop the Fel before they get anywhere near the Reaches. If you know that, then why are you staying here? Stone said. Then he turned and stepped out the doorway. Moon let his breath out in a hiss. Now he knew why Stone was mad at him, at least. He went to the opening. He heard one whoosh of big wings and saw Stone's shadow cut down toward the knothole and the court's main entrance. He watched to make certain Stone was going in through the greeting hall entrance, then shoved the door shut and barred it. The spot they had chosen for a meeting point was on the platform of a mountain tree not far from where the flying ship was moored. It was a fairly large platform, with a pond and low mossy grass filled with the bright flicker of tiny flying lizards and the insects they fed on, and no heavy undergrowth or parasite trees that might provide cover for predators. The hunters used it occasionally as a resting spot during long trips. The dawn rain had ended, and the green light filtering through the canopy was relatively bright. Somewhere above the tree canopy, it was a clear day. Moon and Stone accompanied Jade, who had also brought chime, balm, and heart, as well as root, song, floret, and vine. Sage, with 4 other warriors, was positioned on an upper branch above them, in case anything went terribly wrong. They picked a patch of relatively clear ground near the pond, and the warriors took up positions around it. Root said, Should we make a fire pit? We didn't bring any tea, I guess. No. Jade paced, flicking her spines in a preoccupied way. This isn't that kind of meeting. Song, who had taken a seat between Moon and Stone, leaned close to Moon and whispered, We give Dealin and the Golden Islanders tea when they visit. They're different, Moon told her. We know them. Stone was doing the annoying thing where he was pretending they hadn't had that conversation last night. So Moon was pretending too. He had the bad feeling he wasn't as good at it as Stone. Jade paced to where Hart sat near Balm. She asked, Anything? Not yet, Hart told her. Sometimes mentors had visions at significant events, but it was rare. The mentors had augured last night. But from what Moon had heard, nothing much had come of it. They usually had to be closer to the situation before they started to get genuinely useful visions. Merritt was going to try while they were having this meeting, just to see if that influenced any answers. Hopefully the answers wouldn't involve the fell swarming the reaches. Jade nodded and paced away. Moon didn't like to see her this edgy. But they were about to hear something that might make a huge difference to the fate of the court. And their own fate. Moon shrugged uneasily, unconsciously settling his groundling form's non-existent spines. Floret, standing near the edge of the platform, reported, "They're coming!" The pointed bow of the flying boat came into view through the mountain trees, moving with slow caution. The colors of it blended in well with the suspended forest. It made Moon wonder what it looked like in its native environment. If the groundlings who had constructed it used the moss for their homes and other buildings as well. As the ship drew closer, Floret asked Jade, do you want us to do anything or sit anywhere in particular?" She glanced at Moon. When formally greeting another Raxtran court, consorts sat behind queens, and everyone was introduced in a specific order. Violations of this etiquette, when not forced by circumstance, generally opened one up to mockery and disdain by other courts. Jade tilted her spines in a negative. "Just stay where you are." The warriors looked at each other uncertainly, and Song crept back a discreet distance from Moon and Stone. Jade had told all the warriors except Chime to stay in their winged forms, though Moon, Heart, and Stone were in their groundling forms. Except for Stone, who didn't make an effort for anybody, they had dressed like they would to greet another court, in their better clothes and jewelry. Moon was wearing pants and a shirt of a dark silky material, with a red patterned sash Rill had made for him, and his consort's bracelet and the anklet that Jade had given him when the clutch was born. He should be wearing a lot more jewelry, but the groundlings wouldn't know that. Well, Dealin would, but he didn't care. Stone sighed. Jade glanced at him, brows lifted. "What?" Stone said, "Nothing. That was me breathing. Why don't you sit down?" Jade bared her teeth at him, but at least moved to stand near Moon. The ship drifted to a halt about 100 paces away from the platform. Groundlings of different sizes moved on the deck, then 4 lifted off into the air. Moon could see one was Kalamkal, and that another groundling carried Dealin. Again, it made his skin itch watching it. He had carried plenty of Arbora and groundlings, but seeing someone who was not a natural flyer do it was nerve-wracking. He said, "That one drops Dealin. I'll catch him," Vine said, reassuringly confident. Spine signaling alert attention, he watched Dealin and the groundling who carried him. "I'm sure I can get him before he hits the mist." The packs that held the spell or device that allowed the groundlings to fly were bulky affairs, constructed of a rough brown material and attached to their wearers with harnesses. It explained the harness that Kalamkal had worn under his clothing. The groundlings must rely on the packs a great deal if they wore the harnesses all the time. Moon didn't know why that bothered him. Did they lack confidence in their flying boat? The groundlings reached the platform without anybody plunging to their death and landed at the edge. Moon saw Dealin had actually been in a harness too, an extra one that attached to the side of the flying pack wearer. That was something of a relief, but it still looked like a risky method. One of the groundlings stayed near the edge of the platform, while Dealin and the other 3 came forward. Kalamkal was in the lead, and the groundling beside him was shorter and slighter, but otherwise looked almost identical to him, with the same tightly curled hair and pebbly dark skin. His open jacket and pants were of the same rich materials in browns and golds. The third groundling was a different species, wide and muscular, and had silvery gray skin that was studded with round and oblong patches of a rougher hide that looked almost like craggy rock. These patches stretched up its long legs and arms, up to its neck and face. Its skull was covered with one large patch like a helmet. Moon couldn't tell if the patches were part of the groundling's body or were an armor that had somehow been attached directly to its skin. Though if it was, it seemed inefficient to leave bare patches in between. The groundling's eyes were wide and silver gray, and its nose was just a faint indentation above its mouth. It wore a light tunic and kilt of a soft material that seemed very at odds with the partially armored hide, and had a bag slung over its shoulder. Before anyone else could speak, Dealin stepped forward and said,
"This is Jade, Sister Queen of the Indigo Cloud Court."
He performed all the introductions, naming Moon, Stone, Heart, and all the warriors. He finished.
"And this is Callum Cal, Master Scholar of the Conclave of the Gendaran."
He gestured toward the smaller version of Callum Cal.
"His offspring, Callum."
He nodded to the silver, armored person.
"And Vendoyne. She is scholar of the Hia Izuri."
Jade jerked her chin toward the groundling who had hung back on the edge of the platform. Dealin had been speaking Altanic, and Jade used the same language as she said, "Tell your companion she won't need that weapon." Ah, Dealin turned to look, smiling a little.
"That is Captain Rora."
Captain Rora was female, very slender, with pale green skin and thick gray hair braided tightly back from her face. There was something about her tall body and the proportions of her arms and legs that made her look a little like the groundlings of Aventera. Her clothes were practical. Pants and a shirt of some tough dark brown fabric, with belts and a strap across one shoulder to hold various items, and she wore heavy boots instead of sandals like the others. An oblong canister with a tube running along the top was cradled in her arms. It had a trigger, and the tube looked not unlike the Aventeran projectile weapons Moon had seen, and Dealin's device that was used to fire signal lights. He knew such weapons were more common in Kish. They shot a tiny projectile, coated with a substance that caused a stream of fire to shoot out of the weapon to strike whatever the projectile landed on. They were one of the reasons the Fel tended to avoid Kishan territories. Dealin added pointedly to Callum Cal,
"Captain Rora should come and sit with us. She may have insights."
"Captain Rora prefers to keep her distance," Callum Cal said, with some irony in his voice. Moon got the impression that it had been decided ahead of time that Rora would stay back and watch them with her weapon, and Dealin clearly knew that and wanted to get it out in the open. "Is she so afraid of us?" Jade asked. Next to Moon, Stone breathed out, a near silent hiss of annoyance. Moon didn't know why Jade was pushing this, but he thought it had the potential to disrupt everything before the meeting even got started. If Rora fired her weapon, she could only get one of them, and the warriors waiting above would reach her before she could fire again. That was why the weapons were best used in groups, all firing at once. Rora had to know that, and Moon didn't think Callum Cal was a fool. Callum Cal hesitated. Callum looked up at him, waiting, and Vendoyne made a gesture with one hand, possibly signaling that it was Callum Cal's decision. Callum Cal said, "Very well." He turned. "Rora, please join us." It was Rora's turn to hesitate, but then she walked forward, picking her way through the low grass. There was something tentative about the way she walked, as if her boots were awkward on the uneven ground. As she reached Callum Cal, she said nothing, and just gave Dealin a grimace. This close, Moon could see her pale green skin was lightly scaled. Her long-fingered hands had claws, though the tips had been filed down, and there were patches of loose skin on either side of her throat. She's a sealing, Moon thought. Or at least, she had been at one time. Groundlings who had sealing in their ancestry didn't tend to have the gills. Full-blooded sealings didn't stay out of the water for long periods or come this far inland. He glanced down at her feet, noticing now how her boots were oddly bulky at the bottom, and might be built up to account for fins. She caught him looking and frowned. Dealin said,
Now, show them the artifact.
Callum Cal gave Dealin a look that suggested he didn't appreciate being given instructions, but gestured to Vendoyne. She pulled the bag off her shoulder and carefully drew out something wrapped in coarse cloth. She knelt and unwrapped it, then tilted it up to show them. It was a cracked stone tile, stained and weathered, with a forerunner carved on it, clearly the original of Dealin's drawing. Jade's spines moved in reaction, and she nodded grimly to Dealin. I see. Vendoyne glanced around, making sure everyone had gotten a look, then began to wrap it up again. Callum Cal said, As Dealin must have told you, some of us believe that the city this came from belonged to the species we call foundation builders, who lived in the Kishlands in the distant past. But some believe this object means it was a city of the people Dealin calls Forerunners. He told us you had discovered an ancient Forerunner city, and that you had some words of caution. Rora interposed. I wondered if you had any proof of this experience. Dealin gave Moon an ironic eyebrow lift and said in Raxaran,
Captain Rora is very mistrustful. Apparently there are scholars who would have made the whole incident up, possibly with your help, for amusement or to gain attention.
Moon hissed under his breath. This meeting was already going badly, and he had no idea why. At least nobody's actually dead yet. Chime made a derisive noise and said in Raxaran, The incident wasn't what I would call amusing. Annoyed, Hart added, They don't want anything to come between them and their goal. They have their ideas. They don't want facts to bother them. Rora said, Speak in Altanic, please. Jade tilted her head and said in Altanic, We'll speak how we like. Callum Cal frowned and said in Kedaic, Captain, if this goes badly, you may need to return to the ship. No one said anything, and Dealin's expression remained pleasantly bland. The Kish obviously didn't realize that the Raxura could speak Kedaic. It was a common trade language throughout Kish, made up of words from all the various languages of the species who lived there. But Moon had heard it used in the east and the west, far past the reaches. Rora's jaw went tight, and she said nothing. Jade said, We don't have any evidence because the city flooded and was destroyed when we escaped it. It was designed to flood, to kill the creature inside if it managed to get free of its prison. Vendoyne had tucked the tile away into the bag and stood, and now spoke for the first time. Her voice was light and high, and it made the Altanic words sound almost melodic. Was there some outward sign that the city held this creature? Some warning? She gestured with an open hand. I'm thinking of trading flags and other such devices used by long-distance travelers. That was a good question. Jade glanced at Moon to show she wanted him to answer. Jade apparently wanted to maintain an aggressive pose and leave the actual discussion to others. He wished he knew what had made her so angry all of a sudden. From Baum's worried expression, he knew he wasn't the only one wondering. He said, If there was, we didn't recognize it as a warning. There were symbols we thought were just decoration, but nothing that stood out. Vendoyne and Callum Cal seemed to absorb this information thoughtfully, while Callum and Rora both looked shocked that Moon could talk. Why do groundlings do that? Moon wondered, irritated. Vendoyne said, You would think they would make it obvious that danger lay within, but there is no accounting for a strange species' reasoning. Her large eyes blinked as she appeared to recall that the strange species was probably a Raxaran ancestor. She added, No offense. Moon shared a look with Chime and decided the best course was just not to respond to that. Stone, clearly fed up with how everyone else was wasting time, said, The Fel were the only ones who knew that thing was there, because it told them. Rora said, And they told you? Oh, here we go. Chime hissed under his breath in Raxaran. This is like the Aventarans all over again. It's not an uncommon reaction, Moon said. Stone gave him a nudge with his shoulder. It was meant to be comforting, but Moon was still too irritated with Stone to receive it in the spirit it was meant. His expression perplexed, Dealin added, also in Raxaran.
I noticed this too, with the Aventarans. Are people simply that blind to detail? I look much like Vendoin, in that we both have 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head, and so on, but all else is different. It does not seem a survival trait to ignore these facts.
What are you saying? Rora demanded. Dealin let a little impatience show and answered in Cadaic,
We're speaking of your willful ignorance in confusing Raxara with Vel.
Also obviously nearing the end of her patience. Jade said, This is entertaining, but you didn't come here for words of caution. Dealin's given you those, and you've ignored them. And he's already asked, and knows the answers to, all these questions. What do you really want from us? Chapter 5. Callum Cal glanced at Vendoin and read something off the mask of her face that Moon couldn't see. Callum Cal said, Very well. Dealin told us of your abilities. I think he must have told you that we want your help. Vendoin turned to Dealin.
Did you know we meant to ask this?
Dealin said,
It was a possibility that occurred to me as a potential method of entering the city, but as I told you, I am undecided about the wisdom of attempting it in the first place.
He eyed Callum Cal.
I did wonder if your expedition would be too wary of the Raxara to make the suggestion once you met them.
Callum Cal inclined his head to Dealin with an air of irony. I'm glad I could surpass your low expectation. Chime flicked a glance at Hart and said, Where is this city? Can you show us a map? Vendoin turned to Callum Cal.
I think we must show them before we continue.
Callum Cal didn't answer immediately, clearly reluctant to take that step. Jade folded her arms, her spines taking on an irritated angle. You can't ask us to go somewhere with you if you aren't even willing to trust us with the location. True, Callum Cal conceded. Rora drew breath as if to protest, but didn't speak as Callum Cal reached into the flat pouch at his belt and drew out a square of waxed cloth. He stepped forward and knelt on the mossy ground. As he unfolded it, Rora moved around him and stood close by. Callum sat beside his father. Callum Cal said, This is a copy, of course. The original is carved into a stone that forms part of the support beneath the Archive Kedmar. We know nearly nothing of the species we call the Foundation Builders, who constructed it and carved the image. They left behind little else but some writings which are mostly poetry, the meanings of which are greatly disputed by various scholars, and the stone beneath the ruins of their cities.
There should be more. I still believe something tried to destroy everything they left behind,
Vendoin added, not reassuringly. Callum Cal made what Moon interpreted as an I'm not going to argue with you in front of strangers gesture. Callum Cal added, The annotations were made by the mapmakers who copied it. The map was drawn on the cloth with a dark ink, the place names and directions neatly written out in Cadaic. Hart and Chime both leaned forward to look, Chime from one side and Hart from the other. One of the skills Chime had used as a mentor, which he still had as a warrior, was copying text and drawings, and Hart was expert at it as well. Arbra, who copied books in the court's library, tended to have excellent memories for writing and drawings, something that made the copying go much faster. Moon suspected this one long look would be enough for them to memorize the map and recreate it later. Moon sat up on his knees to move closer. He reached for the edge of the map, meaning to tug out the wrinkles in it, and Rora grabbed his shoulder. Jade was suddenly between them. She slapped Rora's hand away before Moon had a chance to draw breath. Rora stepped back and instinctively jerked her weapon up. Dealin stepped in front of her. He said,
It is always good to get permission before touching any stranger, but in a Raxurin court, one especially does not touch the consort.
Moon hissed in frustration. He knew he could have handled an aggressive, arrogant, maybe ceiling without resorting to violence. He couldn't tell Jade in front of groundlings that she was overreacting, but he badly wanted to. Rora's gaze went to Jade. She said, "I don't like being threatened." "I'm not threatening you." Jade bared her teeth. "But if you want to fight, say so." Vendoyne said hastily, "No one wants a fight." Callum Cal shoved to his feet. "It was a misunderstanding." Sounding bored, Stone added in Raxurin, "I came for the Forerunners and the Foundation Builders and the groundling-eating monsters. If there's going to be a fight, I'm leaving." In the same language, Jade hissed at him, "Promises, promises." Speaking Raxurin too, Moon said, "She's not a queen, Jade. She doesn't even realize she's acting like one. You would have to save asking, 'What is wrong with you?' for later." "Moon's right, Jade," Baum added, watching with concern. Jade's spines quivered in irritation. "I know that." Pointedly, Vendoyne plopped down on the ground. "I'm showing everyone where the city is now. Those interested, please look." She turned to Chime and Hart. "You see, these figures indicate seamounts. You are familiar with those formations?" Chime and Hart leaned closer, and Hart said, "They're mountains? Possibly natural formations, possibly constructed by former inhabitants of the region," Vendoyne told her. Rora took a step back, still watching Jade warily. Callum Cal looked from Rora to Jade and sat down again next to Vendoyne. Moon found himself meeting Callum's gaze. The boy was wide-eyed. Moon thought about trying to smile reassuringly, decided it was more likely to look like a threat, and eased back to sit beside Stone. Stone stared up at the tree canopy and shook his head in resignation at how stupid they all were. Moon muttered to him, "You're not helping." Low-voiced, Stone replied, "If we can't get through looking at the map without a fight, how are we supposed to work with these people?" Moon grimaced. Stone had a point. No one else heard except Dealin, who rubbed his eyes wearily. Trying to pick up the fallen threads of the conversation, Callum Cal told Jade, "As Dealin suspected, we hoped to ask some of you to travel with us to the city, to help us enter it." He looked around at the others, his expression conveying exasperation. "I hoped to work my way up to this request more gracefully, but there you have it." Jade settled her spines deliberately. Sounding more reasonable, she said, "You haven't mentioned the signs of foul presence." At least none of the groundlings glared at Dealin this time. Callum Cal said, "There is no proof that the Fel were in the area because of the ancient city, or that they were still there by the time we arrived. The settlements that were destroyed were travelers' outposts as far as we could tell." "Travelers' outposts?" Moon asked. Vendoyne answered, "We couldn't identify them from the remains. It may have been a seagoing race who seeded the settlements as supply depots as they moved through the area. Some do this to extend their reach through the oceans or the empty seas, where there are no other ports or habitations, like stepping stones, you see?" Moon did. It meant these people would return at some point and find their friends dead and no fresh supplies. It was a grim picture to imagine. The scales of Jade's brow furrowed thoughtfully. Hart took up the questioning, asking, "Did you find the destroyed settlements on your way there, or the way back?" Chime added, "And could you tell how long ago they had been destroyed?" "The way back," Callum Cal said. Vendoyne answered Chime. "We couldn't tell how long. The remains had been exposed to weather and carrion feeders." Anticipating the next question, she said, "We knew it was Fel because there were dead Dacti, also partially eaten." Moon exchanged a look with Stone. So the Fel could have followed the Kishan ships out to sea and fed on the settlements while they waited for the groundlings to find the way into the city. Sounding frustrated, Rora said,
But if the fell are there and want the city, why haven't they entered it already? They're flyers like you. They could have made it through the winds at the top of the escarpment.
Jade managed not to sound too annoyed.
They might be in the city already. We don't know that any more than you do.
In Raxarin, Stone muttered, or they can't get in because they don't have a key. A key, a forerunner, or someone enough like one to open it for them. Also in Raxarin, Moon said, maybe they don't know what they need. Chime turned to them. In which case, if we go there and can't get through the entrance, we'll know there's something terrible inside and that we shouldn't keep trying. Following the conversation closely, Dealin waggled his hands.
That is a point, but I'm not sure the logic follows completely.
Jade flicked a warning spine at them. Callum Cal's expression was impatient. In Altanic, she told him,
They're discussing the idea that the Fel may not know how to enter, so are waiting for you to open it for them.
Callum Cal clearly didn't think it worth discussing. That's assuming the city is sealed in some way. The entrance may simply be hidden. Jade tilted her head.
We're all making a great many assumptions.
Callum Cal glanced at Vendoyne. Moon had the idea they hadn't expected a Raxarin queen to be quite so interested in debating their conclusions and theories. At least, during this discussion. Callum Cal said, I assume you will want some time to make a decision. I hope you will not refuse this outright, but will take some...
I'll return here to tell you our decision tomorrow morning.
Jade twitched her spines, a signal to the warriors, who all immediately moved to the edges of the platform and leapt into flight. Chime and Heart shifted, and Chime stood and picked her up. Jade nodded to Dealin.
Are you coming with us or staying?
For tonight, I will stay with them.
Dealin got to his feet.
I will see you in the morning.
Vendoyne hastily knelt down to pick up the map and fold it. Stone just got up and walked off the edge of the platform. Callum Cal stared after him, but Stone didn't reappear. Moon guessed he had shifted lower down and didn't want the groundlings to see his other form right now. Jade turned and strode for the edge of the platform. Moon followed with Chime and Heart, not wanting to spoil the abruptness of Jade's exit. So we're going? Chime said low-voiced. To the city, I mean. Heart, her claws hooked around Chime's collar flange, said,
We were always going. There wasn't really another choice.
Moon said, I hope Pearl knows that. He shifted, heard a startled gasp from someone behind him, and leapt into flight after Jade. They flew back to the colony tree and went on through to the greeting hall, where many curious warriors and arbora waited to hear what had happened at the meeting. Moon shifted back to his groundling form and stretched, trying to shed some of the tension, while Jade and Balm answered the anxious questions. Chime murmured to Moon, Well, that was interesting. Why did Jade get so angry? I don't know. Moon kept his voice low, watching Jade to make certain no spines pointed in his direction. She wasn't when we got there. Thinking about it in retrospect, Jade had contributed almost as much hostility to the situation as Rora had. Dealin hadn't exactly been his usual even-tempered self either. Jade left the warriors and turned to Chime, motioning Heart to draw near. She asked them, You can make a copy of that map? Heart nodded and glanced at Chime.
We should each do one separately and then compare them to make sure we're accurate.
We'll be accurate, Chime said, perfectly confident.
When you're certain, make 3 copies,
Jade told them. Then she turned to Moon.
Now, I'm going to talk to Pearl. After that, I want you to write a letter to your mother.
She didn't stay for an answer, immediately leaping straight up to catch the edge of a balcony. Moon let out a breath in annoyance, watching her start the climb up the well toward the Queen's level. Chime murmured, I don't know which of those things is more frightening. Heart, apparently meaning to demonstrate how unfunny she found that remark, gave him a little punch in the ribs. Chime shied away from her and said, Ow. Don't hit when I'm in groundling form. Moon was betting on the encounter with Pearl being worse. He said grimly, I'll tell you later. Chime and Hart started down to the lower-level workrooms to make the maps. Knowing the talk with Pearl was going to take a while, Moon followed, but turned off at the teacher's hall to visit the nurseries. Moon spent some time playing with his own fledglings, as well as all the others who were awake. He ended up stretched out on the floor watching Sapphire, Fern, Solace, Cloud, and Rain roll around trying to kill each other and their companions. Over by the nearest pool, the teachers Bark and Bead were discussing who they wanted to clutch with. This involved a detailed examination of the good and bad traits of various bloodlines, and who was related too closely to whom. Within the court, breeding was serious business, but sex was easy and friendly and casual, a welcome change from some of the places Moon had lived in the past. Warriors were all infertile, and queens and female arbora could control their fertility at will, so there was no possibility of unwanted babies. Royal Ariat took warrior lovers, and consorts were expected to have clutches with arbora to encourage mentor births. Moon hadn't done that so far, mostly because Jade's clutching had been so nerve-wracking that he couldn't bring himself to do another one yet. Bitter and Thorn plopped down next to him, both in groundling form. The two consorts were a little too old now to play with quite such reckless abandon as the younger kids. Over the past season, Moon had started to teach them and Frost the basics of fighting and how to handle their claws, which was easier now that Bitter had actually admitted that he could fly. Moon said, "Where's Frost?" Bitter made an elaborate shrug, as if indifferent to Frost's location. Thorn said, "The hunters are working on hides today and she wanted to watch." Moon frowned. She wants to learn how to tan hides? He approved, but found it a little odd that Frost was interested. Bitter gave him a wry look, clearly sad at how naive Moon was. Thorn said patiently, "No, she wants to hear all about everything that's going on with the groundlings in the flying boat, and she knows that the hunters will be talking about it." That made a lot more sense. Oh, you know about that? Bitter sighed and rolled his eyes, and Thorn said, "Everyone knows. Part of it, anyway. Frost will come and tell us the rest when she finds out." Regarding Moon seriously, he said, "You're going off to fight some Fel, before they get into an old groundling city and then come here to attack us like in the dream everyone had." Moon shook his head. "I don't know yet if I'm going." Thorn and Bitter stared. Then Bitter reached over and poked Moon in the head. Thorn said, "You have to go. What if something happens to Jade? Is Chime going?" Bitter leaned over and whispered in Thorn's ear. Thorn translated. "Bitter says the last time you let them go somewhere without you, something terrible happened." Moon winced. Thorn was gentle and perceptive and relentless. All good qualities for a consort, unless you didn't want to talk about something he wanted you to talk about. "Are you worried about leaving us in your other clutch?" Thorn continued. "They're really too young to understand things like that yet. They'll miss you, but when you come back, they won't be mad, and they won't really remember how long you were gone. That's how it was for us at that age." "That's good to know," Moon said. "So if I get killed, it won't bother them too much." That wasn't exactly an encouraging thought. Bitter leaned in to whisper a remark, and Thorn said, "Bitter thinks you're worried about leaving us. We don't like it when you go away. But it's been a long time since you've had to go, so I think it's all right with us." Then Sapphire galloped over, flung a ragged doll at Bitter's chest, and galloped off again. Cloud slammed in to retrieve the doll, and then Bitter and Thorn were enveloped in a mass of fledglings and arbora babies. After a while, Moon reluctantly decided enough time had passed that Jade would have finished talking to Pearl, and started up to the Queen's level. He found Jade in her bower with the writing materials out, impatiently waiting for him. "How is Pearl?" he asked her, taking a seat by the hearth. "Angry?" Jade's expression indicated that she realized that was nothing new. "She didn't give me an answer yet. Ember is in there with her to nod and say reasonable things, so
That's the best we can hope for.
Ember was good at nodding and saying reasonable things to queens. It was a large part of a consort's duty, one Moon didn't feel he was particularly good at. But speaking of which, he asked Jade, "Why were you so angry with that Captain Rora? Do you hate ceilings for some reason?"
Of course not. I've never seen a live ceiling before.
Jade bared her fangs briefly in exasperation.
I don't know exactly. Something was just odd about her. I wanted to slam her off that platform before she even said anything.
Moon realized she was right. He had felt Rora was aggressive and threatening before she had spoken. If he took the emotion out of it, all she had done at first was be cautious and watchful, which was presumably part of the job she did for Callum Cal and the other scholars. Jade waved off the topic.
Now we need to write these letters. I'm going to write to Emerald Twilight and Sunset Water, but you should write to Malachite.
After a lot of practice, Moon could read Raxarin fairly well, but his handwriting was still terrible. So what Jade actually meant was that he would talk and she would write it down. This was how Moon answered letters from Shade and his clutchmate Celadon, usually getting Chime to do the writing part. The letters were carried from court to court along the trade network, so it sometimes took them months to arrive. This letter would be taken directly to Opal Knight by Indigo Cloud warriors, and for something this serious, Moon didn't think he should be involved. This seemed more like a Queen thing. He said, "She's going to know you're the one writing it. You should just write it and tell her it's from you." Jade put the pen down in exasperation. She had the pressed paper spread out on the floor and a cake of ink in a small bowl, all ready.
How would Malachite know that?
Moon lifted a brow. It was always best to assume that Malachite knew everything. It was the only way to cope with her. Jade growled under her breath and picked up the pen.
You're right. You're right.
He watched her write for a moment. "Are you telling her you're going?" She stopped and scratched the pen through the ink again.
Yes.
Without getting Pearl's permission. Jade's expression was dry.
I won't be able to send this for another day or so. By that time, I'll have her permission, or not.
It would take that long for the warrior messengers to get together supplies for their long trip. Are you sending her one of the map copies?
Yes. Someone else needs to know where we're going and what we think we'll find. Someone all the other courts will listen to. Someone with the resources to do something about it if it turns out we're right.
Moon drew breath, and Jade said,
Do not ask me how long you think it will take Pearl to decide.
Moon let the breath out. Stone wandered in and sat down beside the hearth. He asked, "Any word yet?"
No.
Jade kept writing.
You weren't very much help.
"This is between you and her, and you know it." Stone picked up the teapot and studied the contents critically. "Me trying to put a claw in would have just turned her against you. She would have gotten over it, but we don't have the time to waste." He set the pot aside and scrubbed both hands through his gray hair. "I'm too old for this." Moon managed not to hiss in exasperation. If Stone wasn't too old to go wandering off alone, he wasn't too old for this. And it was even more irritating that Moon couldn't tell if these complaints were based in reality or just more sulking because Stone was bored or whatever it was that was wrong with him. Moon found himself torn. He wanted Stone to go to protect the others on the trip, but he didn't want Stone to get hurt either. What came out when he tried to articulate this was a pointed, "Do you even want to go?" Stone's expression showed he did not take the question well. "What does that mean?" "You don't have to go. What if something happens at the court while you're gone? Pearl could use your help." Still writing, Jade said,
You're going to get hurt.
She wasn't talking to Stone. Moon tried again. "I'm just saying, you're not obligated to do this." Exasperated, he added, "I can't tell if you want to go or not." The court had depended on Stone's stamina and speed over and over again. The line grandfathers they had encountered at other courts weren't like him. Many of them traveled, and some had simply left and never come back. Others stayed at their courts but didn't participate actively in court life. But then, Stone was old enough to remember when this colony tree had been abandoned. The long journey out of the reaches, and all the hardships the court must have endured before they settled in the eastern colony. That had given him a different outlook on Raxaran life and the duties of consorts than most courts, including Indigo Cloud, were used to. Also, at the point in his life where Stone's winged form had grown large enough to do whatever he wanted, he hadn't exactly been reluctant to take advantage of it. He probably hadn't been the best choice to teach Moon how to be a Raxura. But then, there hadn't been any other option. And Moon was fairly pleased with how things had turned out, most of the time. Jade put the pen down and told Stone,
"He doesn't want you to die, you big old idiot."
Stone snorted derisively. "We're all probably going to die because of these stupid groundlings." Moon threw his hands in the air and gave up. "Fine. Fly yourself to death. See if I care. As long as you're doing exactly what you want." "What is wrong with you?" Stone asked him. "Do you want to go? You said you didn't." "Nothing is wrong with me," Moon snarled.
"I'm writing to Malachite,"
Jade told Stone. She wiped the ink off the pen.
"It's making him uneasy."
Moon was pretty certain they were both attributing their own feelings to him, or something like that. He pushed to his feet. "I'm going to talk to Chime. Tell my mother I said hello." Moon found Chime down in the Mentor's libraries. It was a long, high-ceilinged chamber, winding some distance into the depths of the colony tree, and the walls were lined with shelves. They were made of a green and white polished agate, and stretched all the way up the high walls. Some were filled with folded and rolled books, their leather covers brightly decorated. But there weren't nearly enough to fill the space. After generations of travel, Indigo Cloud had lost large portions of its library. Since they had arrived back in the Reaches, the mentors had been trading for copies of books from other courts with some success. Chime sat on the floor in groundling form, under the biggest cluster of shell lights. Various bowls with ink cakes and charcoal drawing sticks set around him. The big square of cloth that would be used to make the map was stretched tight on a board. It was covered with charcoal lines and writing, and Chime seemed to be just sitting there, contemplating it. Moon asked, "Are you finished already?" Chime glanced up.
"I've got all the rough outlines in. I want to wait for Hart before I start inking them."
Moon sat on his heels for a closer look. From his own memory of the original map, it looked accurate. "So you were just sitting here, thinking." Chime pointed upward. "Listening." It probably didn't fall under the helpful category so much as the odd but harmless category. But one thing Chime's new senses had given him was the ability to sometimes hear a strange, deep rumble, which the other mentors thought might be the voices of the mountain trees. Listening harder, he had been able to hear the colony tree, something he had described as a noise like a great storm wind, filled with little murmurs like leaves brushing against each other. "You're not upset about going on the trip, are you?" Moon asked. The danger aside, Chime had never liked traveling outside the court, the way Moon and Jade and many of the other area did.
"No,"
Chime assured him.
"This is exactly the kind of situation where I might be helpful."
That was certainly true. Moon watched him, trying to gauge whether Chime was just being brave or if he really wanted to go. "What happened with the last Forerunner city was pretty bad," he said, aware this was a big understatement. Chime snorted.
"No kidding."
He twitched his shoulders uneasily.
"But it was much worse for poor Shade. He was lucky to survive."
It had been worse than Chime or any of the others knew. Moon hadn't told anyone else what he had seen the Fel do to Shade. The fact that Shade had come through it at all just showed how strong he was. Chime continued.
"But we don't know we'll find the same thing in this city. If it even is a Forerunner city, and not these Kish Foundation builders. And really, It just seems unlikely that every one of these Forerunner cities are prisons for terrible monsters, even if the Fel are hanging around this one. It seems unlikely, Moon agreed. But I'm terrified that it's true. Chime finished. And I don't know what we're going to do about it. He turned to Moon. You know I don't mind if you don't go. I mean, I wish you would. I don't want to be away from you that long. But I understand. Is that what you're worried about? I'm not worried, Moon said. That wasn't the right way to say it. No, I am worried, but he didn't want to tell Chime to stay, or say anything that might be construed that way. He barely felt able to make his own decisions at the moment, let alone decisions for anyone else. And it was becoming increasingly obvious that he needed to make a decision. Chime eyed him closely. You're doing that thing where you're really worried and you don't want to show anyone. Moon buried his face in his hands. I have a clutch now. 2 clutches with the Skycopper clutch. My place is here. That's what consorts are supposed to do. Chime was silent for a long moment. I know, but you're not a normal consort. I've never thought you should pretend you are, or make decisions based on that pretense. Moon looked up at him, and Chime waved his hands and said hastily, But I don't mean to tell you what to do. They stared at each other for a long moment. Then Moon leaned forward and nipped Chime on the ear. He didn't want to leave the clutch, but maybe what he really wanted was for this nightmare not to have happened, and for everything to go on as it had before, and that just wasn't possible. Chime nipped Moon on the neck in return. Still an intense sensation on Groundling's skin, no matter how many times Moon had felt it. Moon pulled him close, and Chime slid a hand around his hip. At that point, a breathless song whipped in through the library door. She saw them wound together and skidded to a halt, her claws scraping the floor. Sorry. What? Chime demanded. Can it wait? No, there's been an augury, she gasped. You two need to come hear it. Chapter 6. Moon and Chime followed Song to one of the workrooms in the lower levels, which the mentors used for making simples and storing materials. The scents of various herbs grew more intense the closer they got to the room, so it was almost overwhelming when Moon stepped inside. It was a big, round chamber, and the bent sapling wood rack arching overhead held herbs stored in bundles and bags. Pots and jars holding more ingredients sat on the floor. The combination of scents was fascinating, but Moon didn't know how the mentors could stand working in here for long periods without going scent blind. There was a large, sap-sealed jar in the corner that Moon knew contained the eastern plant called three-leafed purple bow. It was used for Fel poison, which was prepared by boiling down the plant over and over again into an odorless simple that tasted of nothing but grass or water weeds and could be easily concealed in food or water. It affected both Fel and Raxera, preventing you from shifting and making you unconscious or too sick to move. Some Fel it killed outright. Moon had discovered it the hard way, by having some groundlings use it on him when they thought he was a Fel ruler. Since encountering a Fel flight moving through the west on the far side of the reaches, the mentors had taken the precaution of trying to grow the plant here. They hadn't been successful until 2 rain seasons ago. Moon had thought it was a good idea at the time. Considering the shared dream, he thought it was an even better one. Jade was already there, with Stone and Balm. They were sitting on the floor with Heart, Merit, and Thistle. Heart's version of the map lay nearby, with ink cakes and pens beside it. Jade looked up as Moon and Chime came in and said, "We're waiting for Pearl." Moon nodded and sat on his heels to look at the map. He couldn't see any difference from Chime's version, except in the handwriting. Chime knelt to examine it more closely and asked, Who's going to make the copies? Rill and Mary said they'd do it, Hart said.
Moon glanced up at something in her tone and saw her expression was set, her jaw a hard line. Merritt seemed edgy, and Thistle bristled with fury. Jade and Baum watched them worriedly. Moon found himself meeting Stone's gaze, which was ironic and exasperated. Right, Moon thought. He was getting the impression that this augury had not gone well. Pearl swept in with Floret behind her. She settled on the floor, curling her tail around her feet, and gestured impatiently to Hart. Tell us. It was a very strong vision, Hart said. She glanced at Merritt and Thistle. All three of us shared it, and we agree it was clearly an augury and not a dream, like the way it happened before. We've asked the other mentors and they all shared it to a certain extent. Even Copper, who is too young to have gotten any serious training in augury yet. She turned to Chime. Did you feel anything odd, or see or hear anything? Chime's expression was frustrated. No, and I was down in the library, concentrating on the map before Moon came in. There was no way I could have missed it. Pearl's tail twitched in impatience. Well, what was it? Hart spread her hands. It doesn't make any sense. Neither did the shared nightmare. Jade encouraged her. Go on. Hart's expression was tight and tense. We saw white water. Solid white water. Chunks of it floating in a cold sea. A city of stone, floating almost in the clouds, surrounded by mist, but we couldn't tell if it was groundling or skyling or something else. We saw something waiting there, something powerful. Then the cold sea again, and another city of metal, moving with the waves. She hesitated, biting her lip, and Thistle stirred uneasily. Merritt now had his gaze locked on the floor. Hart said slowly, Merritt didn't think I should tell you the rest. Merritt winced. Pearl's irritated attention was transferred to him, and she said, Why not? Hart watched Merritt, brows lifted. After a moment, Merritt looked up and said, I don't think that part of it was a real vision. Thistle pressed her lips together. He thinks I imposed it on the augury, and that it means I caused the shared dream. Merritt glanced at her, exasperated. Not intentionally. Why me? Thistle demanded, obviously angry and offended. Moon didn't get it either. He had mostly seen Thistle's skills demonstrated more in healing than visions, but he couldn't see why Merritt suddenly thought she was bad at augury. As if it was obvious, Merritt said, Because it didn't come from Hart and it wasn't me. Chime's expression said he was not particularly thrilled with any of them. You should have figured this out before you called the queens in here, and not interrupted the interpretation with it. And you should be able to tell if anyone imposed it on an augury. It would be markedly different from a shared dream. Hart bared her teeth at him. I know that, Chime, and I'm saying we couldn't tell. Then it must have been part of the vision. Stone cut through it all with the words, Argue about it later, spoken in a tone with an implied, or else. All the mentors and Chime subsided, glaring at each other. Pearl, whose spines had started to take on an alarming angle and tension, said grimly, You're going to have to explain what this means. Hart said, If mentors are sharing a vision, it's possible for one of them to accidentally add something to it. A fear, a hope, a memory. It's not like the shared dream, but it's not an entirely conscious act either. Merritt interposed. It's because you can tell your own thoughts when they mingle with a vision, but if someone else's are carried in the joint seeing, then you can't tell where they come from. I can tell, Thistle snarled, her voice roughening toward the deeper tone of her shifted form. I can tell my own thoughts, and that wasn't one of them. Merritt, why do you think this part of the vision isn't real? Jade asked. She was controlling her own impatience pretty well, but Moon could tell it was an effort. Merritt shook his head, but didn't seem to be able to answer. Thistle said grimly, "Because he doesn't want it to be true." That wasn't reassuring, but Moon would rather just hear it. "Just tell us what it is," he said. If he had been in scaled form, he would have been signaling just as much frustration as Pearl, but he tried to keep his voice even. "Just tell us and let us decide." Hart took a deep breath.
"We saw Fel in the reaches."
For an instant, no one breathed. Moon felt a cold trickle down his spine, the sensation of having to suppress his fight reflex. The sole comfort of the shared dream was that it hadn't been a vision, not a true augury, just a joint fear. Somebody made a faint noise of protest. Moon thought it was Florid. He thought it was a knee-jerk, "it can't happen here" reaction. Or maybe an "it can't happen again" reaction. And Merritt and Hart had been two of the Arbora carried away from the old colony by the retreating Fel. Maybe that explained Merritt's reluctance to believe in the vision. Pearl's spines snapped into a neutral position. Belatedly, Jade did the same. Her voice expressionless, Pearl said,
"Explain exactly what you saw."
Hart kept her voice calm and even too, despite the tension in her body.
"We saw Major Kethel flying in the suspended forest. We couldn't tell where they were. They carried sacks, and we knew they were full of dacty. We didn't see any rulers."
Sacs were tumor-like growths that the Kethel secreted to carry the dacty swarms over long distances. They could also make giant ones, carried by multiple Kethel, that the whole Fel flight could travel in. Thistle looked away, her throat moving as she swallowed.
"I don't think it was an intrusion. I think it was part of the vision. It doesn't mean it's true or that it's going to happen, but it was part of the vision."
Moon realized Chime was pressing against his shoulder. His breathing was shaky, as if he was trying not to tremble. Moon leaned into him. Chime took a deep breath and said, "Well, I'm glad I didn't see that after all. The nightmare was bad enough." Pearl's eyes were hooded.
"And Hart, what do you think?"
Hart lifted her chin.
"I agree with Thistle."
Merritt twitched in discomfort, but didn't object. Jade's brow was furrowed.
"The last part is a warning, obviously. If we do the wrong thing, the Fel will raise the strength to attack the reaches."
Baum lifted her shoulders, uncertain.
"But does it mean that this happens if we go to the city? Or if we don't go?"
Moon wanted to hiss in frustration. That was the key point. Both the nightmare and the vision were obviously warnings. The hard part was figuring out what they were warning them about. Jade rubbed her brow, trying to conceal either fear or exasperation, and added,
"Or does it happen if we don't stop the groundlings from getting inside?"
Stone said, "They can't get into the city without us. That means we have a chance to get in first and see what's there."
"I did realize that,"
Pearl said, her voice a half growl. "I'm just making sure we're clear on what we're talking about here." Stone asked Hart. "The vision didn't say we shouldn't go?" Hart touched her forehead, frowning in concentration, and Moon thought again what a lot of responsibility the mentors had. But their visions had kept the court alive, turned uncertain plans into triumphs, recovered the colony tree's stolen seed, and had once saved Jade and her warriors against impossible odds. That sometimes the visions were too obscure to understand until closer to the event, or didn't come to the mentors until it was too late, was frustrating. But you couldn't argue with the successes. Hart said finally,
"I felt that we should send someone with the groundlings. The source of the trouble, the power, is where the groundlings are going."
She looked up, her expression more certain.
"I think we should be there when they find it."
Pearl looked at Thistle.
"And you?"
Thistle nodded.
There are things about the vision that are confusing, but I didn't feel any benefit to staying here. I felt we had to take action.
Pearl flicked a spine.
Merritt,
Merritt grimaced and rubbed his face.
I agree. I just
Jade finished softly.
don't want it to be true.
Merritt nodded grudgingly.
Yes.
He added,
I'm sorry, Thistle.
Thistle's stony expression softened, and she nudged Merritt's shoulder in forgiveness. Pearl sat back, her spines still held rigidly neutral. Jade watched her, keeping her own face blank. Stone was wearing his opaque expression, and Moon stopped breathing. Pearl looked around at them all, as if this was their fault, and said,
Apparently, there is no decision to make after all.
She uncoiled her tail and stood, and told Jade,
Choose who you want to take with you.
As they left the chamber, Moon told Jade, I'm going. She glanced at him, her expression grim.
I thought you might.
The argument over who else was going raged for most of the night. Moon gave up after realizing it had been a few hours and went up to his bower to sort out what he needed to take. Besides the usual supplies for traveling, like flints, a blanket, a water skin, and a knife, he was debating whether to bring extra clothes. For trips with other Raxera, when they weren't going to another court, he usually didn't bother. But they were going to be traveling with the groundlings much of the time, and nudity taboos could make washing the ones he was wearing difficult. He opened a wicker chest and paused as he saw what lay on top, wrapped in a fragment of dark, silky cloth. It was the jewelry piece Malachite had given him that had belonged to his father. It was a small disc made of ivory, carved into waved lines, the pointed ends flowing to the left in a way that symbolized the west wind. The dark rim of jade that had once framed it had snapped off halfway around, and the yellow-white ivory was marred by a faint bloodstain. His father, Dusk, had been captured and eventually killed by the Fel, as part of an attempt to breed Fel and Raxera together to produce a being able to open the hidden Forerunner city. It was proof that being a good consort and sitting at home in your court was no guarantee of safety. Moon had always known it was better to die fighting. Ember came in and sat by the bull hearth to watch Moon sort through his belongings. He didn't say he didn't want Moon to go, but his dispirited body language suggested it. Ember and Moon got along well, but they weren't good friends, the way Moon was with Chime and Balm and Blossom and some of the others. They didn't have much experience in common, and didn't understand each other particularly well. But Ember had been raised with lots of other consorts, and he supported Moon whenever he could in the court, and obviously found Moon's presence comforting. Ember finally said, I hope nothing happens. He meant, I hope you don't all get killed. It'll be all right, Moon told him. As a good consort, Ember pretended to be reassured by that. After Ember left, Frost came in and plopped down on the fur beside the hearth. She was in her arbor form and poked a claw at the cold warming stones. Moon wasn't up here often enough to worry about getting a mentor to renew them. She announced, Merritt and Thistle are fighting. Moon rolled up a shirt and tucked it into the bag. Still or again? Again, Frost reported. Really fighting or just arguing? Thistle shoved him, but then she said she was sorry. She wants to go instead of him. Pearl is going to decide who goes. Yes, but Merritt's been out of the court more often, so everyone thinks he should go. Thistle says that means it's her turn. Moon considered going to Merritt's rescue, then decided to just let the Arbora sort it out. Moon disliked the idea of taking a mentor at all, but every past experience said it was too dangerous to go without one. All their other abilities aside, a mentor could scry for them and help guide their way. Then Frost said, I think I should go. Moon had been waiting for that. I don't think so. Frost showed just how far she had come in the past couple of turns. Instead of throwing a screaming tantrum, she lifted her spines and said, "I'm big enough to help. It's my duty as a queen." Moon dropped the bag and sat down at the hearth. "If you're big enough to go, you're big enough to stay here and do your duty to help take care of the court." He tried not to let her comment sting. He should be doing his duty, except he had two duties, one with the court and one with Jade and the others outside it, and choosing between them hadn't been easy. Frost countered, "The arborists say I have to stay in the nurseries. They won't let me help take care of anything." "That's your duty as a queen right now, to learn to listen to the arbora." Frost unconsciously bared her fangs. Her rationale for going along on the trip depended on doing her queenly duty, and this effectively stymied her. Mostly because she was old enough to know it was true. Her spine slumped. "I don't want you to go," she muttered. "Or Jade, or Balm, or Chime, or Stone, or—" That sounded more like the old Frost. "Unless you go with us?" She twitched unhappily, her tail flipping anxiously. "Well, yes." "I know it's hard," he told her, "but being a queen is hard." Frost met his gaze, and she seemed to realize he did know exactly how hard it was. She slumped further. Jade walked into the bower. Frost glared up at her and said, "If I was a warrior, I could do whatever I want." Jade lifted her brows. "Besides going on patrols and guarding arbora and doing what you're told?" Frost seemed to grudgingly give in on that point, but added, "That's not a hard job most of the time." "That's why no warriors with any sense want to be queens." Jade ruffled the frills on Frost's head. "I need to talk to Moon alone." Frost sighed and grumbled at this outrageous request, but got up and left the bower with some semblance of good manners. She had been better with Jade, too, which Moon found a huge relief. He could only do so much. Jade was the one who would have to teach Frost how to be a queen. Jade took a seat beside the hearth. "I've spoken to Song and Root and Balm. They've all agreed to go. I wanted Flora, too, since she was there on the island, even if she didn't go down into the city with us. But Pearl wants her and Vine here." Moon had thought that would happen. With Balm going with Jade, he could see why Pearl would want to keep Floret. "Chime says you'll go, too." Jade tapped her claws on the fur, considering that. "Are you sure Chime wants to go?" "I know we need him, but I've never had the impression he likes travel the way Balm and Root and Song do." "He says he wants to go." Moon had been thinking uneasily about Chime's reaction to hearing the vision of the fell. "I told him, after what happened the last time, if he didn't want to risk that again, I'd understand. But he knows we need him." Jade said, "What about you?" Moon stared at her, not understanding. "What about me?" "What happened last time happened to you, too. And the time before that. And the time before that." She pretended to count on her fingers. "I think that's it. Unless there are some times you haven't told me about, which I sometimes suspect there are." Moon considered a few different responses, and then said, "I'm fine. If I wasn't, I'd say so." Claws carefully sheathed, Jade touched his cheek. "That would be a first." Moon didn't pull back, but decided on a different defensive maneuver. "You don't want me with you?" "I didn't say that." Jade sighed a little. "Before the augury, the dream was bad enough. If Val are coming to the Reaches." Moon thought of the nurseries, an involuntary image he couldn't push away. "I'd rather stop them before they get here." They sat there in silence for a moment. Then Moon picked up his pack to look through it again, trying to distract himself. "Who's the fifth warrior?" Jade settled her spines and smiled. "River volunteered." It was Moon's turn to sigh. His relationship with River had been long and fraught, starting almost the instant he had first entered the Indigo Cloud Court. River had been sleeping with Pearl, and the long absence of any young consort in the court had almost let him take that place with the warriors, causing a lot of conflict between Pearl's and Jade's factions. Moon's appearance had disrupted that. And later, when Pearl had taken Ember, River had lost his status in the court completely. It had taken him some time to get the respect, or at least tolerance of the other warriors back since then. I thought he got over having something to prove.
He pointed out that he has almost as much experience outside the court as Root and Song, which is true.
Jade eyed Moon, obviously trying to tell if he had any real objection.
I'm inclined to agree.
It was true, and Moon couldn't argue with it. He said, "But no Drift." Drift was River's more obnoxious companion. He had experience outside the court too, but Moon had to draw the line somewhere, even though the two were sincerely attached to each other.
No Drift,
Jade agreed. She moved closer and tugged on his wrist.
Since we have time...
"Is Jade in here?" someone called out.
I'm here.
Jade let go of Moon, annoyed. Moon had the bad feeling they had just lost their last chance for private sex for quite a while. Sage ducked into the doorway. "The Arbor are up here to talk to Pearl. They wanted you to come hear them too." The 4 leaders of the Arbor castes, Bone for the hunters, Heart for the mentors, Nell for the soldiers, and Bell for the teachers, were in the Queen's Hall, sitting near the hearth. Pearl was already there, waiting impatiently. When Jade and Moon had taken seats, Bone said, "We've been speaking among ourselves." Pearl, without twitching a spine, said dryly,
You know I hate that.
Moon couldn't do anything but stare. Pearl had just made a joke. Bone, the only one who wasn't fazed, said wryly, "Yes, I know. But we think at least one other Arbora should go in the group, along with the mentor." Jade didn't react, but Pearl lifted a brow and said,
This is what comes of thinking.
Bell pointed out, "Arbora were helpful when Jade and the others went missing on the way to Ocean Winter. Moon knows that." Pearl turned her ironic gaze on Moon. He said, "They were." She tilted her head, and Moon shrugged. This one was not his fault. Bone said, "Bramble is the best tracker we have, and good at figuring things out." Bell added, "We discussed it with her. She's already agreed to go if you agree."
A hunter.
Pearl flexed her claws, a gesture of distraction.
You don't trust your sister queen?
Bone didn't fall for that one. He said, "I think she should have the help of Arbora if she needs it." Moon thought Bramble was a good choice. She was intelligent, clever, and level-headed. He just didn't want to see her hurt or killed. Pearl was thinking it over, her tail tip moving slowly. Finally, she said,
If Jade agrees, I'll make no objection.
Jade sighed, flicking her claws to show she was giving in reluctantly.
I agree. I'm not happy, but I'll agree.
Bone was too experienced at dealing with queens to show any satisfaction. "All we ask is that you consider our advice." Pearl wasn't fooled. "You're lucky you're old and can get away with this." She turned to Jade. "You'll need at least one more warrior if you have to leave the Groundling's boat and travel on your own." Jade flicked a spine in agreement.
Briar, if she agrees.
Briar was one of the younger female warriors who had managed to stay out of the faction infighting. Pearl stood, settling her spines.
Then go and tell everyone to make ready.
The night was spent in preparations and saying goodbye. Moon spent it in the nurseries, with his own clutch and the skycopper fledglings and all the others. Like Thorne had said, his own fledglings were a little too young to understand the idea that he would be gone for a long period. He hoped they didn't notice for a while. The next morning, Moon said goodbye to Blossom, Rill, Bark, and Bell, and the other teachers, and forced himself to leave the nurseries and gather with the others in the greeting hall. Moon took the back way, because this was hard enough and seemed to get harder every time he had to stop and say goodbye to someone. Everyone was all too aware of the danger. As he passed through the series of smaller chambers behind the far end of the greeting hall, he heard voices. It was River and Drift, a couple of chambers ahead. Moon stopped, and they were too intent on each other to notice him. It had been a long time since anyone in the court had plotted against him, but suspicious habit was hard to break. There was a sob in Drift's voice as he said, "Just promise me you'll be careful." "I will," River said. "I've always come back before." "This is different. You don't have to prove yourself. You have friends who love you. The past doesn't matter to the others the way you think it does." River was silent a long moment, then said, "It matters." Moon turned and silently slipped away. He took the other way around to the greeting hall and found the other warriors and the Arbora gathered there, ready to leave. Much of the court was on the hall floor and the balconies of the well to watch them go. The others were saying quiet or noisy goodbyes to their friends and clutchmates. Briar was clearly trying not to twitch with nerves. Baum had told Moon earlier that Briar was pleased to be asked to go, but also terribly nervous, and saw herself as inexperienced compared to the others. Moon would rather have a warrior nervous and inclined to be extra careful because of it than an overconfident one. Moon went to stand next to Jade, Stone, and Pearl. After a moment, River came in and joined the rest of the group. Bramble bounced around, saying her goodbyes, and seemed more excited than nervous, a personality trait that was probably one of the main reasons she had been chosen. Moon still wasn't sure about bringing her, but maybe Bone was right. She would help in ways no one could anticipate yet. Everyone carried a pack, with the supplies needed to survive on their own if necessary, and Merritt had an extra satchel slung over his shoulder, holding the materials he needed for making simples. The warriors who were to take the message and the third copy of the map to Malachite had already left, a group of 5, led by Aura. As the group gathered around, Jade said, "Remember, they don't know that most of us speak Kadaic. Speak to them in Altanic only." Everyone flicked spines in assent. Pearl told Jade, "I hope this trip is for nothing." She hadn't phrased it particularly well, but Moon had the feeling that everyone knew what she meant. With wry acknowledgement, Jade said, "So do I." Chime picked up Merritt, and Song lifted Bramble, and they took flight through the forest to where the groundling flying boat was waiting. Chapter 7. Moon already knew this was going to be an awkward trip. They flew through damp morning air of the suspended forest and found the flying boat still waiting near the meeting spot. As they drew near, Jade called back, "Land on the tree and wait there. I want to make certain it's safe first." Moon tilted his wings to change direction and dropped down to land on the platform near the pond. Chime, carrying Merritt, landed beside him. The others took positions on the branches above. Moon glanced around, making sure everyone was with them. For a moment, he couldn't spot Balm and Stone, but then saw them together on a branch further back in the tree. Stone had shifted to his groundling form, probably so they could talk. "How different do you think this is going to be from traveling with the Golden Islanders?" Chime asked, his attention on the flying boat. Jade circled above it once and landed on the deck. Several groundlings were visible, and she was speaking to Callum Cal. With relief, Moon saw Dealin step out of a doorway in the ridge that ran up the center of the deck. It wasn't that he thought this was all an elaborate trap. It was just that even after all this time, suspicion was still a way of life for him. It wasn't something that went away fast, or, as far as he could tell, ever. He said, "Very different." Bramble, hanging on to Song, reached over to thump Chime in the shoulder. "It's exciting." Neither of the Arbora had been on a flying boat since they had come to the Reaches. That's one word for it, Chime muttered. Jade lifted a hand, signaling them to come ahead. Moon launched himself off the platform. He flapped to get above the boat, then dropped down to the deck. As the warriors landed behind him, he saw Stone was still in his groundling form, being carried by Balm. What's that about? He wondered. But maybe Stone didn't trust the boat's deck to support his winged form. The warriors cast a few puzzled stares in Stone's direction as Balm set him on his feet, but no one commented. There were more crew members on the deck, and from their resemblance to Callum Cal and Callum, they were probably all Gendaran, though their skin varied a little in coloring, from a dark, almost pure black to a deep, warm brown. It had the same hard texture, and they all had the same rangy build. They also all radiated the same air of wary displeasure. Jade caught Moon's attention with a spine flick, and everyone shifted to groundling. Moon managed to do it in time with the others. It was a trick queens used when greeting other courts. Moon's ability to participate was an achievement he was sure was wasted on the groundlings. Callum Cal nodded to them all. "We welcome you aboard." He made a gesture. "Callum will show you to your quarters." Despite the welcome, the crew still seemed uneasy and watched them with an intensity that seemed both worried and unfriendly. Never a good combination, in Moon's experience. Considering how the meeting had gone yesterday, it wasn't a surprise. He didn't expect the Raxura would have come off very well when the story of it was repeated to the rest of the Kishin. Jade tilted her head to Callum Cal in acknowledgement, and told Moon in Raxuran, "You take the others. Balm and Briar, stay with me." "Right," Moon said, trying not to sound relieved. Standing out here under the weight of all this scrutiny made his nerves twitch and brought up uncomfortable memories. It had been a long time since he had been around any groundlings except the Kek and the other species who inhabited the floor of the reaches. He was out of practice at being stared at. As Callum led the way through a door in the ridge along the deck, Dealin fell in beside Moon and Chime. He said,
They asked if you and Jade should be put in a separate chamber, and I said that you would all prefer to be together. Was that right?
Moon glanced back to make sure everyone who was supposed to be with him was actually following. Stone was tagging along at the back. That's right. For safety while traveling, they always slept in groups. The hatch had thick doors made out of layers of the moss material, with bars meant to fasten them against heavy weather. Inside the ridge was a broad hallway lit by large globes, glowing with light. They were mounted in the ceiling ridges, but were clearly made of something gelatinous. Dealin saw Moon look up at them, and he explained,
They are a luminescent fluid, harvested from a type of squid.
The sense of strange groundlings and strange cooking smells almost overwhelmed the heady green odor of the ship. Callum led them down a spiral stair to 2 levels below, to a larger room that seemed to be a gathering area. There were padded benches along the walls and stools scattered around. Several groundlings sat there, all Gendaran. One said in Kadaic, "So that's them. I wonder why they brought the old man along." They were talking about Stone. Moon bit his lip to control his expression. Chime, walking between Moon and Dealin, made an involuntary noise in his throat. As they reached the doorway to another passage, Moon glanced casually back and saw everyone had very blank expressions, except for River, who looked sardonic. He could read faint amusement from Stone's normally opaque expression. This is going to be interesting, Moon thought. The passage curved and twisted down, then opened into a winding corridor lined with doors. Callum slid open the first. In carefully pronounced Altanic, he said, "These 2 are your rooms, next to Dealin's quarters. There is a bathing and elimination room at the end of the corridor." He hesitated. Feeling unhelpful, Moon just stared at him. Dealin told Callum,
I will explain how to use the equipment.
Moon stepped in and found a room much like the one Dealin had, with beds built into the walls. There was an opening in the wall to the next room, which doubled the available space. It looked as if it had been recently made. The edges were raw, and the scent of the moss was more intense. More importantly, there were windows along the outer wall set with crystal, but able to swing open and easily large enough to climb out of. Moon turned back to Merritt and Bramble, who were peering through the doorway. He nodded, and they pushed in, followed by the warriors. Stone strolled in last. Callum stood uncertainly in the doorway. "If there is anything else you require," Moon told him, "we'll ask." Callum hesitated again, then retreated away down the corridor. Moon waited until the sound of his footsteps had faded, then checked the door. It was a light sliding panel with no lock, with no way anyone could seal them in. Bramble looked at Stone and said, "Old man." Stone gave her a push to the head. "I am old." Except by old, the Gendaran had meant useless. Raxera just got stronger and usually larger as they grew older. Most groundling species didn't. Dealin said charitably,
Callum is a good young person. They are an interesting species and do not choose their gender until they near maturity. Callum has only recently chosen his and is perhaps too sheltered by his father.
It made sense, though Dealin's opinion was possibly colored by the fact that all his children and grandchildren were crewing or captaining wind ships. Merritt put his pack against the wall. He looked like he was finding the situation daunting. "Is that how groundlings act toward everyone? Besides Dealin and the other Golden Islanders. They know what we are," Moon said. He was used to this, but the others weren't. They're afraid. Annoyed, Song tossed a pack onto one of the beds. "They always think we're fell." "It's because we're shapeshifters," Chime added, poking at the padding on the lowest bed. "Groundlings are just afraid of shapeshifters." "Aren't there any good shapeshifters?" Bramble wondered. "Besides us?" "Not really." Moon felt the deck move gently underfoot and went to a window. The ship was turning and lifting, starting the tricky job of navigating up past the mountain tree branches and platforms. They must mean to travel above the tree canopy, which was somewhat safer. Hopefully, Callum Cal didn't mean to go high enough to get into Cloudwalker territory. Not that I've ever heard of.
"It is worth a monograph, perhaps."
Dealin came to the window too.
"This fear and distrust which persists in so many cultures that we know of, even those like Kish, where the Fel are not as great a threat now as they were in the past."
Chime came to stand next to Moon, craning his neck to see out the window. "You think there's a reason for it? Not just groundlings hearing stories of the Fel and passing them on?"
"It's intriguing to speculate,"
Dealin said.
"We will have plenty of time for it on the journey."
He combed fingers through his beard thoughtfully.
"You were able to duplicate the map from memory?"
Moon thought it was a good thing that it wasn't Dealin they were trying to fool. Chime told him, "We thought it was best." Dealin nodded agreement.
"It is a possibility that my grandchildren, Niran and Diar, have taken our wind ship and crew to follow me here from Kish Jandera. It would have taken them a little time to ascertain who I left with and where we were bound. Once they do, they will follow me to Indigo Cloud to discover what happened. They will not wish to return to my daughter, Elindanar, and inform her that they have lost me."
Moon turned to stare at him. "You just left them in Kish with no idea where you went?" Dealin shrugged.
"The situation was serious, and I did not want to delay the journey here with family arguments."
He admitted.
"I hope that they will follow us to the Sel Silatra. It would be well to have the extra support."
Stone gave Dealin a sideways glance. "You don't trust these people very much, do you?" Dealin watched the mountain tree platforms drop past,
I don't think they mean to betray us. But as you said, the Fel may have ways of finding out what the Kishan plan. I'm not willing to leave our fate to chance.
A faint vibration went through the deck, and a moment later, the flying boat brushed past the leaves of a tree canopy as it moved up into increasingly brighter sunlight. They were on their way. For a while, they just watched the reaches from above, enjoying the breeze and the warm sun. When Moon was flying, the ground went by far too fast for much observation, and his attention was on the wind and keeping to the right direction. On a flying boat, there was endless time to see everything below you in detail. Then Stone said, "We need to get the groundlings over the idea that we're going to stay shut up in this room the whole time." Moon leaned against the windowsill, reluctant. He wasn't happy about socializing with these particular groundlings, but Stone was right. It would be a good idea to get them used to the fact that the Raxara would be moving freely around the boat. "We need to be careful." The look Stone threw him was not approving. "I know that." Moon managed to keep his mutter of, "I know you know that," subvocal. Chime eyed Stone warily. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to get in a fight," Stone told him. Moon stared in exasperation at the ceiling. Stone's mood hadn't improved any. Root said, "Really?" River made a snort of derision that seemed to be aimed at all of them. Chime protested, "It's only the first day." Stone sighed, with that air that suggested he wished he had never made it in the first place. That was a joke. He went to where Dealin had retired to a cushion in a corner, making notes. He gave Dealin a nudge and said, "Come and give us a tour of the boat." Dealin began to put up his writing materials.
Excellent idea.
"I'll stay here," Moon said. He wanted a chance to look over the map again, and he wasn't as interested in being stared at by groundlings as Stone was. To the others, he said, "Just remember, speak Altanic. Don't let them know you understand Cadaic. And be careful what you say." He got dutiful murmurs of assent from the Arbora and Chime, Root and Song, and a glance of contempt from River. They followed Stone and Dealin out into the corridor, a bemused Merritt trailing along last. Moon rubbed his face and wondered if any of their efforts at subterfuge would last past the first day. For a race who had supposedly originally used their shape-shifting abilities to trap and prey on groundlings, Raxara were lousy liars. He got the map out of Chime's pack and spread it across the bed. It didn't show their entire route, just the coast and a portion of the Sel Salatra, then the trail of islands and seamounts leading toward the site of the city. It didn't tell him much he didn't already know, but at least he had the directions of their route in his head now. He was folding the cloth map when someone shook the sliding door. Moon stuffed the map into the pack, pulled out a packet of writing paper Chime had brought, and pretended to be reading the first sheet. "Come in." If the groundlings found out they had made one copy of the map, let alone 3, the whole situation would be even more difficult than it already was. The door slid open. Surprisingly, it was Captain Rora. She said, "Am I allowed to speak to you?" Moon kept his attention on the paper. "I don't know. Are you?" Rora stepped into the room. Stiff as one of the cork floorboards, she said, "It was my understanding that you are the property of the Queen." Moon let his breath out in irritation and looked up at her. "I understand the connotations of the word property in Altanic, and if you didn't mean it to be an insult, I don't think you would have used it." Her face worked, as if she was struggling with different emotions and didn't want to show any of them. None of them appeared to be chagrin. "Isn't that the case? An insult to you is an insult to her." It was hard to explain something that he didn't quite understand himself, at least not well enough to articulate it, especially when he was being provoked. "I belong to the court, just like everybody else in it." He groped for the right words. "She protects me to show she can protect the court.
So, you're helpless. To be protected.
Moon was on his feet in one smooth motion and looking down at her. I'm really not, he said. He didn't shift, though the surge of pure anger at her words made it difficult. A surge of anger? That's odd, Moon thought. He stepped back. Rora's expression went blank, and her eyes hooded, a defensive response. Her voice trembled just a little as she said,
That's good. We don't need any dead weight in this expedition.
Moon knew he had a temper, but she hadn't been pushing him that hard. He had taken worse insults than that without threatening anybody. Something else had to be going on. Hold it. Are you causing that? She took a step back. Now she was showing emotion. It was humiliation. Stiff, angry humiliation. But still humiliation.
I don't mean to.
Moon tasted the air and caught just the faintest, unfamiliar scent off her skin. Almost too ephemeral to detect. He couldn't place it. What is it? There's a scent. A pheromone? He used the Raxaran word for it because he had no idea what it was in Altanic, or even if the idea existed in Altanic. A scent that makes people react, that communicates. That she understood. Her expression was grim.
Yes, it isn't intentional.
I'm sorry I reacted like that. The fury had disappeared, overcome by a keen appreciation of just how awkward and embarrassing this was. At least, it had happened in private. Moon fumbled for something to say. That must be hard to deal with, or impossible to deal with. But it must not affect every species in the same way. He doubted she would have survived very long if it had. Not everyone consented?
No, some species can't. Not the Kish Gendera, like Callum Cal and the others of this crew. They have little sense of smell.
Rora swallowed hard, flustered.
I should go.
It explained why Jade was so agitated around Rora. As she turned to go, he said, Tell me what it is. That might make it easier to ignore. She hesitated, a little of her habitual glare returning. He said, Raxara know a lot about scents. This was true. There were scent markers that queens could produce and detect that no one else could, like the one that signaled to other queens that Moon was Jade's consort. As a consort, Moon experienced some sense more clearly than the warriors and Arbora did, and Arbora could follow scents that the warriors could barely detect. Stone hadn't seemed to react to her at all, but then Stone was odd. Sitting here with her for a few moments would give Moon a chance to learn the scent so he could hopefully filter out the effect. She grimaced, clearly reluctant, but she turned away from the door.
It's a characteristic of my species of sealing. In salt water, it's a request for distance, a neutral signal. In the air, it is not neutral. I can't control it. I can make other sense, but this one is not voluntary.
Moon tried to imagine how difficult that would be to cope with in a tense situation. Anticipating it probably brought it on even more quickly. No wonder she radiated tension. He couldn't think of anything to say. I'm sorry. She looked away.
You've already apologized. I'm used to it.
She made what was obviously a determined effort to change the subject.
I actually wanted to speak to you about the underwater city you found. The creature inside it. Dealin told us about it, but I wanted to hear it from one of you.
She hesitated.
I wasn't sure if I should speak to you without the Queen's permission, especially after what happened last time.
Moon sat down on the bed. What did you want to know? Since the first attempt at a conversation had gone astray rapidly, even from something as innocuous as, Can I talk to you? It would be best to keep this one as on target as possible. Rora seemed to be naturally reticent, and the scent that made everything she did seem like a deliberate affront had to make it worse. He wondered why she had left the sea at all, to put up with this. Plus, the fact that her feet didn't seem designed to walk on land, and she needed the boots to compensate. She must have a powerful motivation. He felt asking what it was would just make the whole situation worse. When Moon's survival had depended on pretending to be a groundling for turns at a time, he had avoided asking questions, since they usually opened him up to being asked questions in return, often very hard to answer questions. Old habits died hard, and now he tended to operate on the principle that if people wanted him to know things, they would tell him. Aurora seemed relieved to be talking about something, anything else.
Dylan said you first thought it was a shapeshifter?
It was pretending to be one, to keep the Fel there while its prison was opening. What it was really doing was making us see things. You've heard of how the Fel can do that?
Yes, I've never experienced it.
If she had, she would be dead. But there was no point in explaining that. This was similar, but it was happening to all of us. A Fel ruler can do it to multiple groundlings, but it has to work on one person at a time. It has to get close to them and tell them what it wants them to see, or think, or remember. This thing made itself look like a forerunner. It made us all see that the city was filling up with water. It happened instantly. We could feel the water, but one of us was in groundling form and his clothes were dry. We realized it wasn't real, but the thing was still able to hide from us under the water that wasn't really there. It was hard to get across in words just how terrifying the experience had been. Aurora frowned, but now he could tell she was worried and not angry. Maybe knowing about her odd scent did help.
That's disturbing.
That's one way to put it. They didn't know how many people the creature could fool at one time. It might be a handful of Raxura and Fel. It might be hundreds.
And did it attach the Fel to its own body?
Aurora appeared to fully realize just how horrible this was.
To consume it?
Maybe. Moon tried to think of a way to describe it. We saw a predator once that attached parts of its prey to its own body to be able to do things that they could do. Aurora's frown deepened in confusion.
How did the predator do that?
We don't know. We had to kill it before we had a chance to ask. At her expression, he added, I don't think it would have told us anyway. She hesitated.
I ask this because I want the expedition to be prepared.
That's good, Moon told her. He didn't think it was possible to be prepared for some things, but it was a good thought. Aurora said,
You're different than I thought you'd be,
and abruptly left the cabin. Moon decided that if he had almost gotten into a fight with someone who wasn't even trying to argue with him, he had better check on the others. He found his way to the common room without running into anyone. There were several Kishin inside, sitting on stools or benches. They had the same dark, roughly textured skin and curly dark hair as Callum Cal and Callum, but were all shorter and heavy set. They weren't talking or moving, and after a moment, he realized that was because Bramble was in the room. She was studying the maps mounted on the walls. The Kishin kept glancing at her, then down at the floor, then at each other, then at her again. In her groundling form, Bramble still didn't look harmless. She only came up to Moon's shoulder, but she was wearing her work clothes, a light sleeveless shirt and pants cut off at the knee, and her stocky build and the muscles in her shoulders and forearms were obvious. Despite the flowers someone had stuck into her hair before they left the colony, she looked like she could pick up one of the Kishin and easily toss them across the room. In her scaled and clawed form, she could easily rip them limb from limb, but nobody needed to mention that. Then Bramble turned to the Kishin, pointed at one of the maps, and, speaking Altanic, said, Is this where you're from? The Kishin hesitated, but a brave one stood and said, No, not exactly. The silver-trimmed, dark blue coat was open, and there were 4 protuberances on her chest that looked like breasts, so Moon assumed she was female. She went to the map and stood barely a pace away from Bramble, though Moon could tell she was nervous. She pointed to the map. Most of us are from Kedmar Jandera. That city is the nearest port and trade capital, Erev Jandera. Bramble bit her lip, studying the map. All the cities are connected. You're all called Kishin?
Yes. Well, there are a lot of different groups and species in all the different cities.
She indicated the others in the room.
Our species is called Genderi, and we're related to the Genderan. We're from the Gendera, which was where the Kish trade empire began. But in general, we're all called Kishin, or Kish Gendera, if you're just talking about us and the Genderan.
So, Bramble hesitated, then evidently decided to just ask. How do you decide what to do when you're all so spread out like that? Once it had turned into a general discussion and lecture about the history of the Kishan trade empire and how groundlings governed themselves without queens or courts, Moon slipped away down the corridor. It was interesting, but he should probably find Jade. He took the stairs up to the deck and came out into bright sunlight and a steady breeze to see Jade still with Balm and Briar, talking to Callum Cal and Vendoyne. The two warriors had shifted to groundling, the wind catching at their curling hair. Moon saw Stone, Chime, Merritt, and Dealin up in the bow, leaning on the rail and looking down. It was tempting to join them, but Moon decided it was probably his duty to stand next to Jade and look decorative. As he reached her, Callum Cal turned to lead the way through a doorway in the ridge. Balm murmured to Moon,
He's going to show us how the ship works.
with the warriors, Moon followed Jade and Callum Cal and Vendoyne down a corridor and into the steering cabin in the bow. The long windows all around had top and bottom shutters angled to give some protection from the outside and had reflective interior surfaces to allow a better view. The actual steering device was a long lever projecting out of the back wall, like the tiller of a small boat. A Genderi woman held it in position while Callum consulted a small glass and metal directional device. There were benches around the walls and a flat board that extended out from the wall for examining maps. The only thing Moon couldn't figure out were the pottery jars with clear crystal windows on a shelf along the back wall. They might have been decorative, but somehow he didn't think so. Callum Cal spread the map out on the extendable board for Jade and Vendoyne. Tactfully, no one mentioned the disagreement over it at their first meeting. Callum Cal said,
Dealin told us that the regions the Forerunners must have occupied have not been mapped.
Jade shrugged her spines.
Dealin knows more of the Forerunners than we do. There are no Raxaran stories about them.
That seems very odd,
Vendoyne said.
There are a great many stories throughout the Kish lands of the different species who lived there before us. Not so many of the Foundation builders, granted, for they seem to have come before all the others.
After the discovery of the underwater city, the mentors at Opal Knight had gone through their libraries looking for old, forgotten legends. There had been nothing. The fact that the Raxara and the Fel had once been one species was referenced in many of the older stories, but there was nothing about what that species might have been like. Chime and Dealin had wondered if Opal Knight was actually the first court, if the Forerunners had come to the Opal Knight mountain tree when it was young and had decided to camp there, if they had built the city that the roots of the tree had destroyed uncounted turns ago, if the fringe of the reaches was where they had met the Arbora. There were no answers, though there were lots of questions. And Moon might just be overly suspicious again, but he got the distinct feeling that Callum Cal and Vendoyne thought the Raxara were holding out on them. He noticed Callum was staring at him, which didn't help any. Callum seemed to notice he was staring and looked hurriedly away. That didn't help either. There wasn't much room left around the map, so Moon sat down to wait, knowing Jade would go over it all later for the others. Callum hesitated, then moved around the cabin to sit next to Moon.
What are those jars for?
Moon asked, since sitting in awkward silence was worse than awkward talking. Oh, Callum looked around as if he had forgotten their existence.
They hold samples of the different growth materials of the ship, the ones that suspend it off the ground, the ones that protect it. In the jars, you can see if the samples need to be sprayed with water or other fluids we can prepare. If they do, there's a good chance the materials of the ship need tending too.
It sounded like a wise precaution. So this ship was grown in Kish?
Yes, by the Kishlatra. That's what we call them. You can't say their name in Altanic or Kadaic or any of the other trade languages. They live under mounds of earth in the jungles, and they grow all sorts of plants and molds that can be used for a lot of different things.
Callum hesitated.
Will you tell me something about Raxura?
Moon saw they were almost done with the map, so an escape would be available soon. Vendoyne was explaining something to Jade about wind patterns affecting trade and habitation in the South Silatra Islands, and there was only so long Jade was going to listen to that. Maybe. Callum ducked his head, a gesture that Moon wanted to read as shy, though he wasn't sure if it meant the same thing for Callum's species.
Is it true you weren't always a consort? Scholar Dealin mentions it in his book.
I was always a consort, I just didn't know it, because I had never seen Araxora before. Moon read Callum's confused expression and explained, I was an orphan. It's a long story. Callum Cal gently interrupted the wind pattern lecture with, I know you will want to see the growth chambers for the materials that keep the ship in flight. As the others moved to the door, Moon stood to follow and said, You should ask Dealin. He knows all about it. He noticed Baum looking at him with an expression he would have described as wry amusement. Whatever that was, Moon thought, and followed Jade out. At sunset, when they had retired to their cabin with Dealin, Moon explained to the others about Rora's scent and what it meant. The breeze had died away, and the room was warm and softly lit by the light globes mounted on the walls. Root hung from the ceiling by his footclaws, but the other warriors were getting ready to bed down on the floor. Jade heard the story with a mix of relief and embarrassment and said, That explains a lot. I thought I was losing my mind, getting so angry because the ceiling looked at me the wrong way. She turned to Stone, where he was stretched out on one of the shelf beds. Didn't you scent it? Stone sat up on one elbow. I scented something, but I filtered it out. It wasn't Fel. That's all I cared about. Dealin, seated on one of the stools with Bramble and Merritt at his feet, admitted that he must have been affected too.
It's a very disturbing thought that I have misjudged her because of it.
Moon asked him, Do you know anything about her? Why is a ceiling living inland? Dealin said,
Callum told me that she comes from an isolated, deep-water sealing kingdom off the western coast of Vesely, near the sea trade route called the Aldenar. She lost her right set of fins, in the spot a foot would be on a groundling, to a predator, and she left the sea because of it. The sealing healer changed her body, so she may breathe air at all times, and she came inland and found work with Callum Cal.
That explained the clunky boots. They must be built up on the inside to compensate both for the missing fins and the ones that were left.
They could change the way she breathes, but not just fix her fin?
Briar said, helping Song pull blankets out of the packs.
That's not very good healing.
Merritt frowned and said mostly to himself, That's terrible healing. Dealin said,
She has never spoken much of it, but it was apparent that she faced great hardship at first.
Moon agreed. It sounded like an Ariat having their wings removed. He wondered if it had been voluntary after all. Disturbed, Bramble said,
Can we go talk to her about it?
No, because it's private. Don't bring it up unless she does first. Moon might not be an expert on groundling behavior, but some things were obvious even to him. Bramble still looked doubtful. In their defense, the Arbora's concept of privacy was vague at best. It was probably difficult for them to imagine not living in a way where everyone around you knew everything about you at all times. River was wrapped up in his blanket in the far corner, as if trying to stay as far removed from the rest of them as possible. He helpfully said, "Groundlings don't want to talk to us. Haven't you noticed?" "Talk to us, or talk to you?" Chime asked. Also, not helpfully. Because if it's the latter, Jade broke it up with, "This room is too small for an argument, unless someone wants to have an argument with me." That stopped the discussion, and as Dylan showed them how to dim the light globes with a little lever that caused the luminescent fluid to flow back into a pocket in the moss wall, everyone settled down to sleep, or try to sleep. Moon was in one of the beds with Jade wrapped around him, the others in the beds or the floor according to inclination. Bramble and Merritt had talked Dylan into staying with them, and had used some bed cushions to make a pallet for all three of them on the floor. Jade whispered in Moon's ear,
"I still don't know if this trip is a good idea or not."
It wasn't something she was willing to admit to the others. And truthfully, Moon didn't know either. He wondered if their clutch had noticed he was gone yet, and buried his face in the warm scales of her neck. The night was uneventful, and the next day even more so, as they passed over the nearly impenetrable mountain tree canopy of the reaches. The crew seemed more than content to ignore the Raxura, despite Bramble's determination to make friends, and Stone's determination not to acknowledge that most of the Kishin didn't want them here. Moon knew he needed to get a better idea of the whole situation. Vendoyne was more gregarious than the others, so that evening he wandered over to where she stood at the railing and took up a position nearby, not too close, but not so far away that it would make conversation difficult. The breeze had died, and the air was warm and damp, the sinking sun turning the limitless blue sky a gray violet. The warriors had spent most of the day napping. Below, the great green sea of the reaches was just starting to give way to sporadic pockets of smaller trees, or open meadow. One meadow contained giant lumpy gray things, at least 40 paces tall, and more than that wide, that might be sleeping grass-eaters with large armor-like scales, some other sort of animal, or a hive or habitation for groundlings. Whatever it was, didn't show any interest in the flying boat passing over it. The Kish weren't much worried about anything on the ground. Callum Cal had shown them the boat's weapons earlier in the day, two larger versions of the fire weapon that Rora had carried at their first meeting. One was concealed in a compartment up in the bow, the other in the stern. Moon thought they would be very helpful, as long as you had enough warning to use them. Vendoyne didn't speak immediately, and Moon was considering what to say for an opening remark, when he felt someone staring at him. He twisted around, scanned the windows in the ridge that ran down the center of the boat, then up to the upper cabin level. He saw Callum leaning in a window there, not looking out toward the view, but down at Moon. Their gazes met, and Callum withdrew in confusion. Moon snorted and turned back to the railing. Vendoyne had noticed. She said, "He's only curious. Please don't take offense." Moon lifted his shoulders, and then, not sure she would understand the gesture, said, "I'm used to being stared at." "Are you?" Vendoyne turned to regard him more seriously. "I thought Raxuran fertile males lived a secluded life." The other Kishin didn't seem to know much about Raxura, but it sounded like Vendoyne at least had bothered to question Dylan, even if she hadn't read his book, like Callum. "They do, but I wasn't with a court until a few turns ago." Vendoyne waited a moment, then said, "Now you've aroused my curiosity. Where were you, if not with a court?" "The court I was born into was destroyed by Fel when I was too young to remember." That wasn't quite true, but the bits and pieces of fragmented memories he had weren't worth mentioning. "We have that in common," Vendoyne said, looking out toward the distance again. "My people were driven out of their original home by the Fel 3 generations ago, and took refuge in the Kishlands." She turned to him again. "How did you escape?" At least Van Doyne might have a better grasp on how dangerous the Fel were than the other Kish. A warrior escaped with me and a few Arbora children. They were all killed later, and I was alone until Stone found me and brought me to Indigo Cloud. The rough patches on Van Doyne's face moved. It might be inquiry, puzzlement, or even concern. Moon couldn't tell. Van Doyne said,
"But that was the vital time of your development, was it not? From before adolescence to adulthood?"
Moon felt compelled to point out. It wasn't by choice.
"Of course. But did it not make everything very difficult?"
It did, Moon admitted. So Van Doyne didn't think he had spent the entire time huddled alone in a forest somewhere. He added, I traveled, lived in different groundling cities and settlements. Van Doyne cocked her head, maybe as a gesture of understanding, or maybe of curiosity. It was hard to tell.
"As a Raxora?"
As a groundling. It was in the east, where they're more afraid of Fel, so I couldn't show anyone what I was.
"I see."
Moon wasn't sure she did, but he wasn't going to argue, and he thought all her questions gave him an opening to ask some in return. Have you worked with Callum Cal for a long time?
"Oh, not so long."
Van Doyne didn't appear to mind the question.
"My people are called the Hians, and I am a visitor from the Hia Izuri, which is to the north along the imperial edge near the basin of Samonrel. I was with the archives there, and studied in particular the foundation builders. During the season of spring rain, Callum Cal invited me to come to Kedmar and work with him on the map."
So you don't know what the foundation builders looked like? Moon was wondering if their ruins were just less well-preserved Forerunner remains.
"We don't even know if they were one species or a collective,"
Van Doyne sighed.
"but they left very little behind, whoever they were. We have fragments of carvings and images, and one method of writing that seems to be mainly poetry, and which we are not sure we have deciphered correctly. We have a great deal of speculation, and legends that may be handed down from some dim past, or that may have been constructed by later generations to explain things they did not understand."
So do you think the Seamount City is foundation builder or Forerunner?
"There is great debate over that. Such great debate, one would call it arguing and shouting."
Van Doyne sounded weary.
"The map is on the stones of the foundation builders for a reason. That is all I will admit to."
She made a dismissive gesture.
"Others construct what I can only think are fanciful stories about it."
Moon said, Does Callum Cal think the city was made by the foundation builders?
"No, he inclines to the theory that it was the Forerunners, but I'm not sure he thought so before he encountered Deelan's work."
Van Doyne hesitated.
"The two others with you, the Arbora. Deelan says they are the same species as Raxora, as odd as it seems, and that you come from the same family groups."
That's right. The Arbora had been a different species once, but had joined with the Ariat at some point in a past so distant that no record of why it had happened had survived, and Moon didn't know how the family groups of Van Doyne's species worked. But Raxoran court bloodlines were a complicated tangle. Since Merritt was a mentor, he was probably closely related to a consort. Considering Merritt's age, it might have been Rain, Pearl's consort, or Dust or Burn, who had been sent away to other courts when Rain died. Moon didn't know about Bramble. The Arbora used to be a separate species a long time ago, then something happened and... Moon made a vague gesture he wasn't sure was very helpful. It's in Deelan's book. Van Doyne politely pretended that what Moon had said made sense.
"Is it true that the Fel and the Raxora come from the Forerunners? That is also in Deelan's book."
Moon felt himself go still. He found it very hard to read Van Doyne. Some groundlings were better at communicating with different species than others, and he wasn't sure if Van Doyne wasn't one of them, or if Moon just wasn't interpreting her body language correctly. He said, yes. Van Doyne's head tilted as she studied him.
"So, I think it may be inferred from the physical resemblance. Moon made himself shrug, though he wasn't sure how Vendoyne would interpret the gesture. It's not something we know anything about. There aren't any stories from that time. Vendoyne was quiet a long moment, then said, I see. Perhaps if this city is Forerunner, and we can discover its secrets, it will shed some light on this myth. Moon leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Light was the last thing the myth needed. Chapter 8. For the first handful of days on the flying boat, they were still traveling over the forests and meadows that bordered this fringe of the reaches, and there wasn't much new to see. Moon spent most of his time leaning over the railing, watching the ground, or watching the crew cut back the plants that occasionally sprouted in the boat's moss, or talking with Jade and Chime and the others, or watching Dylan sketch, or trying not to be irritated by bored warriors. Napping on the sun-warmed deck quickly became a favorite pastime. There was no good, safe place for basking anywhere on or near the colony tree, and Moon had missed it. The cabin roofs and the ridge up the flying boat center were particularly good spots, as the mossy material seemed even warmer up there. Callum Cal had explained that it was part of the process that kept the boat afloat on the lines of force that crossed the three worlds. It had to do with the moss and the way plants in general took in the sun to feed themselves and make themselves grow. And Moon hadn't understood the explanation past that point, but it amounted to the fact that the moss produced excess heat, which had to be released along the upper parts of the boat. It made the deck pleasant for sleeping, even in the evening, though Jade decided it was safer to keep to the cabin after full dark. Moon agreed, not liking the feeling of being exposed in the night, with the low deck lights to draw attention. The flying boat had what were called in Altanic distance lights. They were big, moss lights that used reflective surfaces to direct the light for long distances. Rora explained that they used them at night only to make sure they weren't about to hit something, it not being a good idea to direct them toward the ground and antagonize anything they might be passing over. Bramble kept trying to make friends with the Kishin, with little success. Merritt made an augury every day, but got nothing besides some visions of an empty, calm sea. He explained, I think we're just too far away from whatever it is yet. Maybe when we get closer. Finally, Jade decided they needed to hunt. The Kishin were sharing their own supplies, but they weren't big meat eaters. Raxura could last quite a while on fruit and grains and roots, but it was making the warriors cranky. Cranky warriors made queens and arbora annoyed and made consorts, especially line grandfathers, homicidal, at least in Moon's experience. Callum Cal told them they could bring their kills up onto the deck at the flying boat's stern, so Jade and Moon took the warriors hunting, and after a while managed to flush out a large variety of bando hoppers. Moon had been taking short flights with the others every day just for exercise, but it was a relief to really stretch his wings and hunt. It was twilight by the time they finished eating. Despite Callum Cal giving permission, the crew was clearly disturbed by it. They avoided the area, except to gather in small groups at the windows, peer out quickly, and withdraw in horror. It was getting on Moon's nerves, and everybody else's.
They could draw a picture if they're so interested, the normally good-natured and oblivious Root muttered.
Dylan had come out while they were eating and sat on the deck so he could continue a conversation with Chime, and had appeared completely undisturbed. That helped a little, but the warriors and Arbora were still self-conscious. Moon was used to being self-conscious, around both groundlings and Raxura, but he knew how unpleasant it was to feel as if your normal habits were somehow an affront. Now I know what you mean when you say you hate to be stared at, Balm told Moon quietly, rippling her spines to release tension. Do you feel like this all the time? Yes,
Moon told her. Briar, crouched on Balm's other side, looked horrified. Root and Song tossed the bones and guts and other leftovers over the railing, and Bramble glanced uneasily up at the windows.
Maybe I should go down with the warriors next time. I could clean the kills and dress them on the ground before we bring them up.
Moon wasn't sure that would help. Jade said,
It's dangerous and unnecessary. We don't know this area at all.
Stone ruffled Bramble's frills. He had been the only one who hadn't shifted to eat. But fortunately, he didn't really seem to need to. The groundlings will get used to it. He paused to give Dealin a hand up, and wandered down to the hatchway with him and Chime. Chime was saying,
That was just what Ocean Winter's library had about it.
he had been so involved in the conversation with Dealin that he hadn't much noticed all the scrutiny.
Yes, but it does align well with your findings at Opal Night,
Dealin replied, as they moved inside. The others were standing on the deck, looking at Jade, somewhat dispirited. Moon knew part of it was boredom. This terrain just hadn't been that interesting to look at, and the Kishin's nervousness of them was beginning to wear. Jade's expression was sympathetic.
Stone's right. They'll get used to it. In the meantime,
A thump from below shook the flying boat. Jade spun, scanning the sky, and Moon tasted the air. The offal that was still staining the deck was all he could detect. No, maybe that wasn't awful. Further down the deck, a heavy-set Jandari dropped the bucket he carried and stared around, startled. Briar and Song started toward the railing, and Jade snapped,
Stay where you are.
The Jandari took a step toward the railing to look down. Then, something loomed up beside the flying boat. It was big, with a green mottled hide, and it fastened tendrils around the railing. One tendril snatched up the Jandari and lifted him into the air. The hide split into a mouth a good 10 paces wide, lined with writhing feelers. Moon didn't have a chance to do more than hiss when Jade launched herself off the deck. She hit the base of the tendril and closed her foot claws around it. Green fluid spurted, and the creature flung the Jandari away. Balm bounced straight up in the air, caught him, and landed on the deck again. More tendrils shot up from all around to grab at the railing. Moon heard a terrified yell from the bow. He looked and saw more tendrils wrapped around the steering cabin. He bounded down the deck, leapt, and landed on the wall next to one of the windows. Inside, he saw the tendril had broken through the window on the opposite side and wrapped around a tall Jandarin. It tried to drag him out the narrow opening, a process that would surely tear him apart. Rora held on to him while frantically stabbing at the tendril with a pointed navigation instrument. Moon shoved the window open, slithered inside, and slammed past Rora. He jammed himself in between the desperate Jandarin and the broken window, and bit into the tendril. It tasted terrible, but he jerked and twisted, ripping into it. Rora wrapped her arms around the Jandarin and yanked backward. Moon braced his leg against the frame of the broken window and pushed. The tendril gave way, and they all fell away from the window to land on the cabin floor. Rora, still holding on to the gasping Jandarin, scrambled back, dragging him with her. More tendrils shoved into the room, waving angrily, blocking the way to the door. Moon pushed Rora and the Jandarin back into a corner and braced himself in front of them. Then the tendrils all flinched in unison, a sudden, sharp movement. They jerked backward out of the window and disappeared from view. Moon waited tensely, but they didn't reappear.
What happened?
Rora whispered hoarsely. Moon figured that stone had happened. He eased to his feet cautiously and looked out the window. Below, on the deck, a few confused Kishin ran around with their fire weapons, but no one was shooting at anything. The warriors and Jade perched up on the railing looking down. Moon spotted Stone, in his groundling form, casually sling himself back over the railing. Jade turned, saw Moon, and waved an all clear.
It's gone now.
Moon waved back and crouched down to help the Jandarin sit up.
It? Rora got her boots under her and rolled into a sitting position. There was only one? I think so. I think most of it was on the bottom of the boat, Moon told her. He was worried about the Jandarin. There were light gray circles under his eyes and around his mouth, standing out against the dark brown of his skin. It wasn't normal, and it couldn't mean anything good. Moon untangled the tendril fragment still around the man's waist and helped Rora hold him upright. He was gasping for air, and it was usually easier to breathe while sitting up. Rora asked him anxiously, "Magrim, are you hurt badly? Your ribs? Your chest?" Magrim moved his head uncertainly. Ribs feel broken." He grabbed Moon's arm and said in Altanic, "Thank you. Thank you." Rora said, "Yes, thank you." She added a little wryly, "Now I know why your queen brought you." Her communication scent was strong, but knowing what it was and that it was there made it much easier to ignore. And some groundlings would have found a way to interpret the whole thing as Moon helping the creature try to eat them. So, he appreciated Rora and Magrim's clear-headed view of the situation. He said, "You're welcome." Callum Cow burst through the door, exclaiming in alarm, and Moon moved away so he could get to Magrim. Callum stood in the doorway, asking breathlessly, "Is everyone all right in here?" "Magrim might need a healer," Moon told him. "I'll get help," Callum said, and ducked back out the doorway. Moon followed him down the interior passage and out to the deck. Toward the stern, the warriors gathered around Jade, and the Kishin were at the rail now, aiming their weapons toward the ground. The man that Jade and Balm had rescued was on his feet, being helped to a hatchway by a Jandari woman. Chime and Dealin had come out of the hatchway further down, and looked bewildered by the confusion. The wind held a fading trace of the creature's predator musk, the rotted flesh scent that had been masked by the offal of their kills. Moon asked, "Was anyone else hurt?" "Not badly," Callum said, waving to a woman midway down the deck. "We're doing a count now to make sure everyone's still here." The Jandarin woman strode toward them, a heavy bag over her shoulder that Moon assumed carried her healing symbols and supplies. Callum told her hurriedly, "Serlum, it's Magrim, in the steering cabin. He may be injured." "It squeezed him around here," Moon added, motioning to his ribcage. As Serlum headed inside, Vendoin reached them. She said, "We saw Stone. How did he do that? Can you all do that?" It sounded like the emergency had caused Stone to give up his effort to keep the size of his winged form a secret. "You mean," Moon prompted, just in case he was wrong. "With wings, he's almost as large as a small Major Kethel," Vendoin said. He couldn't read her expression, but she seemed more awed than agitated. "It was amazing," Callum said, turning to Moon. "The predator was all around us, reaching for us, and he leapt up and changed and tore it right from the ship." Vendoin persisted. "The rest of you, can you do that?" "No, it's because he's so old," Moon told her. "Our other forms get larger as we get older. No one else here is anywhere near as old as he is. Dealin knows all about it." "Ah." Vendoin seemed unsatisfied with the explanation. She hesitated, but someone shouted for Callum, and Moon took the opportunity to escape, following him down the deck and heading over to where Jade and Stone waited near the rail. Looking down, Moon spotted the remnants of the predator, scattered on the tall grasses of the wetlands they were passing over. There was a broad river visible through the trees some small distance away, and the flying boat's course paralleled it. He didn't see any groundling bodies, so hopefully Callum was right and no one had been flung overboard. "Do we know what that was?" he asked them. Stone shrugged. "There was a small shallow lake bed below us. A little too round, no streams feeding it. I think that was its burrow." "It must have felt the boat's shadow pass over it." Shade's spines and tail still moved restlessly. "Callum Cow said he'd tell them to fly higher until we get past this area." Her voice lower, she added, "And from now on, I'm going to have the warriors fly the offal away from the boat before they drop it."
Moon admitted it was probably a good idea. Chai moved to the railing beside Moon and peered down. I'm glad I missed that. Jade sent Song and River up to the top of the boat to keep watch, and Moon and the others stayed out on deck, waiting for the flying boat to clear this stretch of country and move over the sparse forests closer to the river. Soon, Callum Cal came out on deck to tell Jade, I wish to thank you. No one aboard was killed or badly injured, and this is solely due to your intervention. Jade clearly hadn't expected such fervent gratitude. Moon figured she was probably still thinking about the awful and the possibility that it had attracted the creature's attention. She managed, I'm glad none of you were badly hurt. Callum Cal turned to Moon. Aurora told me what you did for Magrim. He would have been torn to pieces without your help. It was Moon's turn to feel uncomfortable, but Callum Cal had already turned to stride off down the deck. Over the next few days, things grew steadily better between the Raxura and the crew. Moon and the others kept careful watch and spotted a couple more possible nesting sites for large ground predators, and directed the boat to steer wide of them. They were also able to help when it came time to refill the boat's large water tanks. Bramble and Stone managed to have conversations with various Kishin, and Rora and the recovering Magrim spoke easily to them. And, oddly, Callum, who seemed too shy to talk much himself, made sure to invite the Raxura to sit in the common room, or to share meals with them, or to see how various parts of the flying boat work. He even demonstrated the flying packs for them, which were powered by the same moss that provided the lift for the boat. There were no more horrified or fearful looks, and Moon noticed there was no more reluctance to get close when he passed crew members in a corridor. Moon felt the Kishin had at least gone from thinking of them as those Raxura to our Raxura. The fourth day after the attack, Moon was lying out on the stern deck with Stone. Song, Root, and Chime were back against the nearest cabin wall napping, and Jade and the others were inside. The terrain below was flattening out as they neared the coast, grassy plains with the occasional lake or stream or rocky outcrop, and a few stretches of low forest. Moon heard steps through the soft material of the deck and sat up and stretched, thinking it was Jade. But it was Bramble, with Callum, Magrim, and the other navigator, Eason Kell, who was one of the Gendari. Won't we be bothering them? Eason Kell was asking Bramble cautiously. Oh no, it's fine. Come and sit down. Bramble plopped down on the deck next to Moon. Callum hesitated a little, then leaned on the railing nearby. Magrim, who still had a wrap around his cracked ribs, settled down on the deck with Eason Kell's help, and she sat next to him. Are you going to be a scholar too? Bramble asked Callum, apparently continuing a conversation. Is that why you're here with your father? I don't know. Callum looked out into the distance. I've been studying the Foundation Builders and the Water Builders and some of the others since I was very young, and it's interesting. Moon thought that was the least enthusiastic response possible. That opinion seemed to be shared because Bramble asked, What about your mother? Gendera only have one primary parent, Callum explained. I have several secondary parents, and they're all scholars too. Eason Kell said, You could be a navigator. You're good with the maps. Or an explorer, like Scholar Dealin, Magrim added. I could, Callum agreed, clearly being polite. He asked Bramble, Was your job decided for you by your parent? His eyes still closed, Stone snorted. Bramble does what she wants. I do not. Bramble nudged his ankle. She told Callum, It's not really like that with us. When you have a clutch, you're very happy about it, and you're close to them, of course. But the teachers raise them, and you don't tell them what to do once they're out of the nurseries. The queens do that. Callum took all this in like it wasn't a way of living that he had ever considered. Eason Kell and Magrim were listening closely as well. Callum asked, Then how do you decide what role to play in your society?
If you're an Arbora, you just decide.
Bramble shrugged.
You can try being a teacher or a hunter or a soldier and change your mind if you don't like it. For Arbora, the only caste you have to be born into is mentor, like merit. And you don't have to be a mentor if you really don't want to, though I think it's pretty rare for someone to not want to be one.
Callum turned to Moon.
Is it like that with you?
No, not for consorts, or queens, or warriors, Moon told him.
If you could be anything you wanted, what would you be?
Callum asked. Moon thought it over for a moment, watching a flock of brightly colored birds swerve away from the flying boat. A hunter. All of the Arbora hunters but Bramble were home with their clutches, and not traveling on flying boats, having to make hard decisions. Bramble gave him a sympathetic nudge. Stone muttered, "Being great." Ignoring that, Moon asked Callum, "What do you want to be?" Callum hesitated again, then smiled down at Moon.
I would like to stay in Kedmar and build places for people to live. Finding new ways to use the shape moss and maybe ways to build out onto the old water platforms in Kedmar Bay.
That's a good job,
Magrum said, wincing a little as he stretched.
Surely your father would approve.
I'd have to ask him first,
Callum said, but it sounded non-committal, as if he was hoping everyone dropped the subject as fast as possible. Moon did, and was glad when the conversation wandered into a comparison of various Kishan family structures and Bramble trying to explain how she was related to Jade via a long list of clutchmates and half-clutchmates and cross-clutchmates. That night, Callum invited them to sit in the common room after the Kishan had eaten, and Moon ended up in a corner with a few of the others, listening to Vendoyne and Callum Cal argue politely about the city. Jade sat on the padded bench next to Stone, her tail curled up around her legs. Moon was on the floor, leaning against the bench, Chime next to him with Bramble sprawled on her stomach. Dealin, Callum, and Rora sat nearby, listening too, though most of Dealin's attention was on the sketch he was making. Rora's scent wasn't noticeable, and Moon suspected that the more relaxed she became around them, the less it would appear. They were all drinking the clear liquid the Kishan preferred in the evening. It was supposed to be an intoxicant, but the only groundling drug Moon had encountered that had any effect on Raxora was fell poison, and no one would ever consider drinking it for fun. But the Kishan liquor did have a pleasant taste, vaguely reminiscent of the big pomegranates that grew in the upper Abyssine.
I appreciate all your arguments, but I still think we will find it is the Foundation Builders,
Vendoyne was saying to Callum Cal.
If you would share your reasons for that, perhaps I would agree with you.
Callum Cal's tone was wry. Vendoyne made a throwaway gesture.
It is in the same style as the other ruins we have found. Even the tile with the image of the Forerunner is similar.
Why do you want it to be a Forerunner? Moon had to ask Callum Cal. What are you hoping to find?
Well, I hope not to find a tremendously dangerous trapped predator as you did.
Callum Cal paused to gather his thoughts.
There are many other species who have lived where we live now over thousands of turns. This is clear to anyone who steps outside their own doorway. Many of them surely earned their own destruction, like the Flying Island races who destroyed each other in their wars, the Tsargaran Tower people, and the Varirath to the west, or the Island Builders to the south. Many others have left behind little or nothing to tell us who they were or why they fought. Others are still here in some other guise, with their origins forgotten. There are others who should still be here. Why are they gone? How could they fade away and leave no sign of the cause? Will their fate befall us? Those questions occupy me.
Those questions are why I study the present,
Dealin said, not looking up from his drawing.
I hope to leave the knowledge to be passed down to others.
Callum Cal made a gesture of agreement.
This city may be a sign that the Forerunners and the Foundation Builders existed at the same time, that they knew of each other and interacted, which could provide clues to why each one disappeared. he said to Moon. If the Forerunners truly are your ancestors, then perhaps the Foundation Builders have descendants as well. There are many who believe the Gendaran and Gendari are descended from them.
Even with our flying ships, distances defeat us. Vendoin stared absently at the floor, lost in thought. There may be gatherings of scholars to the far west, or far around the ocean, who have these answers already.
Chime had been listening intently, leaning forward to follow the discussion. Or who have the missing pieces to answer your questions, and you have theirs, he said. Just so, Callum Cal agreed. Perhaps this city will provide some answers, perhaps it won't. But I also feel it is worth seeing the interior for its own sake. He eyed Vendoin. To settle our debate about its origins, for one thing.
Vendoin shook off her reverie and signaled agreement, her mouth folding up into an approximation of the Gendaran's smile. Her head propped on her hand, Bramble said thoughtfully, I think we need to carve our history into the colony tree to make sure it's still there even if something happens to the books. There are a lot of empty walls in the lower levels. I'll get started on that when I get back. And how long will the project take you?
Vendoin asked, intrigued. Bramble shrugged.
If the others help, maybe about a month.
She isn't joking,
Jade said,
probably to stave off any comments that they might have to take offense to.
The Arbora are very efficient.
She was right.
Moon thought the enthusiasm for a new major carving project would already be high. Once Bramble explained why she wanted to do it, it would probably take over all the casts. Stone, obviously thinking along the same lines as Moon, sighed. It'll be the damned rains all over again. Eyes narrowed as she planned the carving, Bramble said, I'll include a Raxaran Altanic translation. Callum Cal told Bramble seriously,
You should do this. Future generations of scholars will praise your name.
The Court of Opal Night in the Western Reaches. Lithe sat bolt upright, her heart ice inside her chest and a scream trapped in her throat. She knew she was in her bower, that her body lay in the comforting shell of the hanging bed, the chamber softly lit by the flowers she had spelled to glow. But her mind was trapped in a battle with a fell flight as it attacked the Reaches. It wasn't real, she told herself, her heart pounding. Curled next to her, eyes still closed, Reed's throat worked as if she struggled to speak. Lithe pressed her hand to Reed's forehead and concentrated briefly, the method used to rouse someone from a too deep healing sleep. Reed snapped awake and blurted, Fell! There were Fell! You saw it? Lithe demanded. It wasn't just me? Fell attacking the Reaches. Reed struggled to untangle herself from the blanket. Where? Not here. The east? I think so. Lithe slung herself over the side of the bed and landed on the floor as Reed flung cushions aside. She found her shirt by tripping on it in her lunge to the doorway, stopped to drag it on, and ran out into the passage. Sounds of disturbance echoed off the polished wood walls, worried voices and someone's startled outcry. Lithe's bower was deep in the old section of the colony tree, on a wide corridor with one end leading down into a spiral of teachers' bowers, and the other with an open balcony onto the central garden well. There was no fell stench in the cool night air. No screams, no sound of fighting. Lithe's heart unclenched a little. It wasn't an augury. It was a dream. The auguries within the past month had been frightening enough. All the portents hinted that Fell were moving somewhere, though nothing indicated that they were near the western reaches. The reigning Queen Malachite had sent messages to their nearest allied courts, but their mentors had seen nothing similar yet. But this had been more painfully real than any augury. But we both had it, Reed said, stepping out of the bower behind her. She tilted her head, listening to the voices echoing down the corridor, from the bowers above and below them. She met Lithe's gaze, startled. Everyone had it. Then Auburn ran past them down the passage, calling, Come on! They bolted after the older mentor, following him through the winding passages, past the teachers and hunters' bowers, and down toward the main greeting hall. The large domed chamber was carved with warriors in flight, swirling around the image of a queen in the center, her body curled to follow the curve of the dome. It was already crowded with anxious warriors and arbora, but one figure instantly commanded all the attention. Malachite stood in the center of the room under that image, her scales so dark they didn't show green until the light struck them, the gray tracery of her scars like silver gilt. She was a cold, still presence, as formidable as the mountain tree itself, and just seeing her calmed the frantic pounding of Lithe's heart. The sister queen Onyx stalked around Malachite as warriors and the Arborist soldiers came forward to report to them. Her dark copper scales flashed angrily as her tail lashed. Malachite's daughter queen Celadon stood beside her, while Onyx's daughter queens waited nearby, along with Umber, Onyx's consort. The only other consort here was Shade, sitting to one side with his warrior Flicker and a worried group of teachers. Lithe hoped he hadn't had the dream, too. She glanced at him, but he smiled reassuringly at her. She and Shade might have fell blood themselves, but they had never seen a real one until last turn. The thought of a fell attack on the colony made Lithe's skin turn to ice. Looking around the chamber, it struck her how many of the court were scarred by the fell, on their bodies or their minds. Even those who had been born later, or whose bloodlines had never left the reaches. It can't happen again, Lithe told herself. Not here. Please, not here. Tail lashing as she paced, Onyx spotted Lithe and said, "Perhaps Lithe has insights the other mentors lack." Lithe pressed her lips together. Most of the time, no one commented, or much thought about, the fact that she was half-fell. Lithe never thought much about it herself, and was fairly sure Shade and the others didn't either. When Malachite had brought them to the court, she had said they were a sign that the fell had taken nothing from them that couldn't be taken back, and everyone had accepted that. But Onyx had a sharp temper and liked to poke at Malachite through others, as poking directly at Malachite was a game too dangerous for even another queen to play. Still, when Lithe stepped forward to answer, she was relieved when Reed and Auburn stepped with her. She said, "We think it was a shared dream." There was a puzzled murmur from the watching arbora and warriors. "But what caused it?" Malachite asked. Her voice was neutral and colorless, as if they were discussing a minor crop blight. "The same cause as the auguries," Onyx said, with another tail lash. Celadon betrayed some impatience in the angle of her spines. "Probably, but we still don't know what caused the auguries." Moth, one of the warriors on guard patrol, burst in from the opposite passage and scrambled to a halt in front of Malachite. He said, "A group of warriors are at the entrance platform. They say they have an important message from Indigo Cloud." Indigo Cloud in the East Reaches. Lithe didn't realize she had said the words aloud until Reed turned to her and said, "Whatever sparked the dream, it's coming from the east." Onyx lashed her tail again and said to Malachite, "Of course, it would be something to do with your offspring." Malachite didn't flick a spine. She told Moth, "Tell the Indigo Cloud Party that I'll hear their message in the Queen's Hall. Now." A few days later, Moon woke during the night to the faint scent of smoke in the air. He nudged Jade gently until she rolled off him and sat up. The light and his internal sense of the sun's position said early pre-dawn. The window crystal was open, and the air was just barely tinted with wood smoke. They had seen some small settlements in the distance, mostly too far away to discern any detail, and once, a structure stretching between two low hills, a little like a dway hive. The skylings who lived in it had fled the flying boat and hid inside before they could get a close look at them. But now the complexity of the scent on the wind told Moon they were approaching a much larger habitation. He slid out of the narrow bed and picked his way over sleeping bodies to the nearest window. Briar, sitting by the door on watch, whispered,
What is it?
I think we're coming up on a groundling city, Moon whispered back. He paused and did a quick body count. We're Stone and Bramble.
They stayed with Dylan.
Stone had probably needed a break from the warriors. Moon reached the window and leaned out, but the sky was still dark enough to show stars, and he couldn't make out anything in the distance. He knew he wasn't going to be able to sleep anymore. He told Briar, I'm going up on deck. He shifted and climbed out the window. He scaled the hull easily, pausing to peer cautiously over the railing to make sure none of the crew were in eyeshot. They were more used to Raxura now, but still easily startled. The deck on this side of the ship's spine was empty, so he slung himself over the railing and shifted back to groundling. He stretched and rolled his neck. The air was cooler, the steady breeze tugged at his clothes. He went toward the bow, tasting the air. He could scent the salt of the sea now, part of the complicated blend of odors. He went forward, the deck still warm under his feet. 2 crew members spoke in Kadaic on the other side of the spine, an idle conversation about someone's relative's prospects. There was a lamp hanging outside the hatch in the spine, one of the bright fluid lights, and Moon circled around the pool of illumination. He reached the bow and leaned against the railing, trying not to think about the clutch, the court, and what might be going on at the colony was easier up here than while lying in bed staring sleeplessly at the ceiling. The sky was lightening, and soon he could see that they were traveling over coastal plain, with tall grass and stretches of marsh. The great dark expanse ahead started to show flickers of light. Trying to decide which sparks were in the port, which were on islands, and which were ships, occupied him until he heard a step on the deck behind him. He leaned back into the railing and watched Callum Cal approach. He didn't think Callum Cal realized there was a Raxura standing in the shadows. To test the theory, he said, We're nearly there. Callum Cal flinched and fell back a step. Then he made a rueful huffing noise. I hope you were concealing yourself with some power of invisibility. At least Callum Cal wasn't taking it badly. Rora would probably have never forgiven herself. No, I was just standing here. Well, it's early. Callum Cal leaned on the railing. You can see it from here? Just some of the lights. Callum Cal squinted into the darkness. Most groundlings couldn't see that well at extreme distances. We'll reach it by full dawn. It's Than Serest, the largest trading port along this stretch of the western coast. We didn't come this way before, of course. We went through the smaller port of Ukali on the Sel Salatra. We'll stop here briefly and purchase supplies. Have you ever been here before? Moon asked. No. Have you? No. Moon had never come this far north on his own. Stone might have, but he hasn't said anything. Callum Cal considered the view for a moment. We shouldn't be there long. You're not worried about taking a bunch of Raxura into a groundling city? Moon asked. Even if they all stayed on the boat, the idea made him uneasy. They had no idea if the people in Than Serest knew about Fel, and someone catching a glimpse of a shifted Raxura might prove awkward, or worse than awkward. Callum Cal gave him a sideways glance. Perhaps I wasn't until just now. He looked back toward the clusters of buildings along the coast, slowly forming out of the dark horizon that he probably couldn't see yet. We won't be staying long, and you don't have to leave the ship if you don't care to. Moon appreciated the fact that Callum Cal hadn't attempted to make that an order. Jade, who probably didn't want any of them, especially the Arbra and the more inexperienced warriors, leaving the boat anyway, would not have taken it well. What kind of people live there? Many kinds. It's a very active trading port. I can't pronounce the name of the main race, but they are from a group of species called coastals. They run most of the ports along here and populate the closer islands. They come from an older groundling species that interbred with the shallow and deep water sealings. He added, It is an interesting place.
The port is still closely allied with the shallow water sealing colonies just beyond the islands, and there is actually a great deal of interaction between them, with special trading areas in the docks.
It did sound interesting. Moon asked, "Are you going there?" Callum Cal lifted a hand, making a negative gesture.
I'll be occupied with obtaining supplies and local maps.
Moon thought that over thoughtfully. Sealings should have contacts all along the coast, and out into the archipelagos, and maybe beyond. It might be useful to see if they had heard anything about Fel. By dawn, the port city was fully visible. There were a great many spiral stone towers of different sizes, or at least Moon thought they were stone. The surfaces caught the light in a way that showed they were oddly smooth and polished, and might be treated with some other material. Between the towers were small dwellings and winding streets, leading up to the curve of the shoreline. Islands studded the harbor, and beyond them lay the limitless sea, the sun glinting off the white-capped waves, even as high clouds threw shadows across the gray-blue water. The shore toward the north end was open beach, dotted with small houses or buildings. The other end was all docks, extending out far into the harbor, some turning into bridges reaching to the nearest islands. And there were boats and ships of every size and shape imaginable. Moon spotted a couple of flying bladder boats tied up to a smaller tower, but didn't see any Golden Islander craft or anything else similar. He wondered where Niran and Diar were, if they had been able to follow, as Dealin hoped. Earlier, Callum Cal had gone into the steering cabin, and Jade had come up to the bow to watch the city appear on the horizon, trailed later by a still sleep-bleary Chime. The others had followed them, Merritt and Bramble lining up along the railing with Dealin and Stone, and the other warriors perched up on the center ridge. Jade stirred now and said,
"Did Callum Cal say where he was planning to put this thing?"
"He said we're going to dock on one of those, with the bladder boats." Moon jerked his chin to indicate the smaller towers that seemed to work as air docks.
We're leaving by dark, right?
Chime asked. He watched the approach of Than Surest uneasily.
The last time we went to a groundling city like this, they tried to give us to the Fel. And Dealin was with us then, too,
Moon pointed out. Chime glared at him, not appreciating the humor. Moon nudged his shoulder in apology.
You don't have to get off the boat if you don't want to.
None of us have to get off the boat.
Jade eyed him.
Do we?
Moon hesitated, considering his half-formed plan. I'd like to hear if there's any news, especially any news of Fel, or things happening that might mean Fel or somewhere around. And I'm not sure if the Kishin know how to ask for it. Jade made an annoyed noise in her throat.
Where would this news be?
Callum Cal said there were trading places where you can talk to the sealings that live in the shallows. They may have heard something from the sealings further out in the Sel Salatra.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Jade's brow furrowed thoughtfully.
Would they have contact with sealings so far away?
Chime asked.
I don't know, but we can ask.
Moon didn't know much about the Sea Kingdoms, but a city where groundlings and sealings were allies seemed like a good way to find out. And it wouldn't seem odd for a flying boat heading toward the Sal Salatra to ask if anyone had heard about any trouble out there. Or at least, it wouldn't have seemed odd back in the Abyssine, where Moon had done most of his traveling. Chime nodded slowly.
I suppose asking Rora for help would be out of the question.
Moon winced at the thought. Right, no. They had been getting along with Rora fairly well, getting used to her scent and learning to treat it as just part of the sense associated with the flying boat. But Rora was still a difficult person in her own right, and it was obvious her past as a sealing was a subject to be avoided. Jade was still doubtful.
Have you ever talked to sealings before?
No. But someone you're related to has. Moon turned to look back along the deck where Stone leaned against the railing with Dealin. Stone saw them all staring and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 9. Despite the strong wind from the sea, the flying boat managed to lower itself down enough to tie off at the upper level of the smaller docking tower. Like all the towers, it formed an open spiral, stretching up from a broad base and narrowing at the top. The flying craft were docked by securing their ropes around the outer rim of the spiral, and then a plank bridge was connected to the ship so the crew could disembark. Watching this process with Jade, Stone, Chime, and Dealin, Moon asked, "Is that going to hold?" The bladder boats docked here seemed to be secure, but the Kishin flying boat was considerably larger and probably stronger. Dealin told him,
The material is not stone, not metal. No one knows what it is. Van Doyne says these towers were all here long before the port was built or the coastals settled here.
He made an impatient gesture.
Another mystery.
The breeze was fresh and strong, scented of salt and the sea and groundling city. The warriors and the Arbora were on the far side of the boat, staring at this closer view, with Balm to keep an eye on them and make sure none of them shifted. The groundlings who helped with the docking must be coastals. They were tall and slender, their skin covered with pale gray scales that seemed flexible and soft in texture, almost like feathers. Their heads were a long, narrow shape, eyes oblong slits, noses long and pointed, jaws long, and mouths small, as if originally meant for eating small shellfish. They wore loose-fitting clothing, mostly brief wraps around the waist, and their hair looked a little like watergrass, curving back from the crests of their heads. There was variation in colors and shapes between some of them, which might indicate different races. The differences were probably terribly important to them, though like Moon, most other species probably found them barely noticeable. Like the way most other species confused Raxura, especially Raxuran consorts, and fell rulers. They watched Callum Cal, Vendoyne, Callum, and 2 crew members go down the plank onto the tower. Callum Cal stopped to speak to the coastals who had helped with the docking. Then he and the others started down the ramp. Moon looked down the deck for Rora and saw her just vanishing into the passage to the steering cabin. She clearly had no intention of visiting even the groundling portion of the city. As Callum Cal's group took the first turn down and disappeared from view, Jade said,
"Are you sure you want to do this?"
Moon faced her. She was serious, and, from the furrow of her brow and the angle of her spines, very worried. He said, "It's how I lived most of my life."
"I know, but..."
Jade sighed.
"You weren't very good at it sometimes."
Moon decided to let that go. Besides, she wasn't entirely wrong. I was good at this part. Jade seemed to find this less than reassuring. Stone said, "Hey, I'll be there." Jade's expression made it clear that she didn't see this as a benefit.
"Just be careful."
Callum Cal had told his own crew that if they left the boat, they must stay in the vicinity of the market around the base of the tower. Moon had heard a few complaints about this, but the fact that the boat was meant to leave by late afternoon had reconciled most of them. Several Kishin left after Callum Cal's group, and Moon and Stone gave them a chance to get a little way ahead, and then followed. Walking down the tower's ramp, they had a good view of the city. Moon had spotted grass-eater-drawn carts from the air, but at this distance, he could see that the grass-eaters weren't the big, furred or armored mammals he was used to seeing used as draft animals, but big, flightless birds. They towered over the groundlings, easily 20 to 30 paces high, and their feathers looked more like shells or plates. Tall crests of that hard metallic plumage obscured the shape of their heads, but their beaks looked long and sharp. "Are the groundlings here out of their minds?" Moon muttered. Stone said, "They might not be meat-eaters." Moon snorted. Flightless birds that size were usually meat-eaters. The buildings between the towers were constructed of combinations of stone blocks and sun-bleached wood, with shells embedded as decorations. They had large windows and doorways, slatted shutters open to catch the breeze, and most of them seemed to be part of a market complex that stretched between the docking towers and this end of the harbor. The roads were white, and from the other port cities along the crescent sea that Moon had been to, he knew they would be shells crushed into fine powder and packed down so tightly that they didn't move much underfoot. It would be smooth enough for easy walking and for the wagons and hideous bird things. The groundlings, at least the ones Moon could spot from here, were enough of a mix of different species so that Moon and Stone, and the Kish Gendera for that matter, shouldn't draw much attention. Near the base of the tower, Moon spotted short, green-skinned groundlings with round bodies and lumps for heads. Tall, skinny, dark-skinned ones with long manes of white hair extending down their backs, and gray-skinned ones with long heads and weirdly jointed limbs. As they came around the last curve, it was obvious that the nearest buildings all seemed to be selling food, and the smell of frying oil and grilled fish and sugar hung in the air. Moon's stomach grumbled, even though he wasn't hungry. Groundling food tended to affect him that way. Callum Cal and the others went past the food stalls, and Moon stopped by a pillar at the base of the ramp to watch them. The tower was on higher ground, and the slight elevation let him see that the Kishin were taking a turn off the main road into a compound of larger, more substantial buildings. From the wrapped bundles, bags, and crates piled up in the yard, it was a trading factor, and was probably where Callum Cal meant to buy supplies. Moon turned to say that to Stone, and found Stone had disappeared. Moon gritted his teeth to suppress an annoyed hiss. This went wrong fast. But a moment later, Stone stepped out of a food stall across from the end of the ramp. Relieved, Moon went to meet him. Stone had a paper wrap filled with fried lumps of something that smelled so good it made Moon's prey reflex twitch. Stone said, "Want some?" No. Moon was still mad about that moment of worry Stone had given him. "How did you buy it?" "Traded an opal." At Moon's incredulous expression, he said, exasperated, "They change currency for trade, too. They gave me a sack of metal bits that are good in most of the trading ports around here." Moon grimaced in annoyance. "You don't go to the first place. They'll charge more than the others further away." Stone sighed with weary patience. None of the Raxura understood trading or barter the way groundlings did it, and none of them understood why Moon cared. None of them had ever been stuck in a groundling city where they had to trade for food or not eat. Stone said, "So, we need more metal bits, we'll get more." He held out the paper again, and this time, Moon gave in and took one. They were fried lumps of sweet dough, crunchy on the outside and soft on the inside. Chewing, Moon said, "Callum Cal and the others went to a trading factor over there." He turned in time to see Callum walk out of the compound's entrance and head down the road toward the docks. "Now where's he going?" Stone said, eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Moon took another piece of fried dough. They had speculated that one of the Kishin close to the expedition might have been infected by the Fel, might be spying for a ruler without knowing it. Let's see. They set off at an easy pace, following Callum at a distance. Fortunately, there were just enough groundlings out on the street to blend in with, but not so many that it was hard to keep track of Callum. Most of the groundlings were going in and out of the market stalls, or occupied with moving cargo toward the port on the giant bird thing carts. The gray people with the weirdly jointed limbs were even stranger close up, with bulging eyes that were set wide apart. No one seemed unduly interested in Moon and Stone, or Callum for that matter, beyond the occasional curious glance. Moon had always preferred this type of groundling city, where everyone was occupied with their own business and expected to see different species. He hated any place where he was stared at, hated to be singled out for scrutiny that might lead to suspicion, that might lead to fleeing for his life. The ground sloped slightly as it curved down toward the harbor. Over the low rooftops, Moon spotted the masts of the larger ships and the jungle-covered peaks of the closer islands. They circled a group of groundlings unloading a wagon, the bird thing turning its head to glare as they passed. The road curved around another large cargo yard and opened out into the harbor front, a maze of walkways built atop the piled-up rocks covering the beach. The wind was stronger here, and heavier with the scents of salt and dead fish and sea wrack. At a set of docks a little way down, groundlings loaded or unloaded big sailing vessels, and several shallow draft barges floated further out. Down toward the other end of the harbor, the walkways curved back from the beach, and naked groundlings were playing in the waves. It was too bad they couldn't bring the Arbor and the warriors down here. But there was no time, and they would want to shift and swim in their scaled forms. Even in a place like this, shifting would cause a riot. One of the broader walkways led out to several interlinked docks built of the same material as the towers. They extended out away from the shallow area into the deeper water, and Moon thought at first that they led to low-flying barges. But a closer look showed that they were structures sitting in the water. And Callum was heading for the walkway. Moon said, "I think he's going where we were going." To see the ceilings? Stone leaned on a piling. If he was meaning to follow us, he did a bad job of it. Callum went along the walkway, pausing to watch a large vessel lowering its butterfly-shaped sails as it angled in toward the next set of docks. The boy didn't look like he was doing anything surreptitious, and he didn't look like he was being compelled to go to a fell ruler either. "I don't think so. Cal told me about the sealing traders. I bet he told Callum too. Maybe he just came down here to see them." Stone made an annoyed noise. Callum was moving again, out onto the docks with the trading station. Stone said, "Come on, if he's sightseeing, we're sightseeing too." Moon followed, only a little reluctantly. If Callum saw them, he was sure to tell Cal, and Moon didn't want the whole crew to know their business. Because Callum wasn't speaking to Fell, didn't mean no one else was. They went down the walkway and out onto the first dock. Moon saw he was right. This was the same metallic stone as the towers, and the structures, standing only a few paces above the waves, were built of the same material. So whoever had built the towers had built the trading station for the ceilings, or for whatever had lived in the water back then. Moon was prepared to wave and look innocent if Callum glanced back and saw them, but Callum headed for the outer dock, slipping past the other parties of groundlings. There were 5 structures partially above the water, and at least 2 further out that sat lower, their roofs just below the waves. The largest had heavy clear crystals set into windows along the sides, and 2 entrances, where stone steps led down into wells in the sides of the building. It also looked the most crowded, as both entrances were temporarily blocked, one by groundlings trying to carry large pottery jars down into the structure, the other by a coastal who had a twisted leg joint and was being helped up the stairs by a companion. The other groundlings on that part of the dock just milled around, waiting for the entrances to clear. But Callum hesitated, then started for the smaller structures further down. "No," Moon muttered. "He's going to the wrong one." "What?" Stone squinted against the salt spray in the air. "That's the trading station." Moon jerked his chin toward the large structure. "The one those groundlings are waiting to get into. I don't know what those are." Those blocky structures were smaller, further underwater, and didn't have any skylights. A few groundlings were going down into their stairwells, or making their way toward them along the dock. Moon's instincts for navigating groundling cities had all been gained the hard way, and they told him that while the trading station looked like a relatively safe prospect, those places didn't. "Huh," Stone commented, and strolled after Callum. Callum picked the first structure he came to and started down the steps into the entrance well, which again didn't bode well for the theory that he had been unconsciously compelled to meet a fell ruler and wasn't just exploring a strange city. Moon was half inclined to give up on Callum and just go to the trading station where they were more likely to hear news of the Cell Salatra. But Stone was already following Callum down the stairs, so Moon suppressed an annoyed hiss and went after him. It was dark inside after the bright morning sun, but Moon's eyes adjusted quickly. It was a big, oblong room, the walls light-colored, and there were long crystal windows, all below the surface, so the light was dim and constantly changing as the waves crashed over the roof above. The artificial light came from glass lamps, placed on small shelves randomly studding the walls. Moon couldn't tell what was inside the lamps, if it was magical illumination or just a glowing mineral or plant material. But the light was white and not strong. The air was intensely damp, and the place was also bigger than it looked on the outside. This was only the first level, and Moon spotted Callum's head going down the circular stairwell in the middle of the floor. There were only a few groundlings here, standing in groups and talking, and no one who looked like a ceiling of any kind. A coastal with patchy scales was selling cups of various caustic-scented liquids from a set of pottery urns in the far corner of the room, and that was the only activity taking place. Stone barely bothered to glance around and followed Callum. The stairs curved down into a bigger, lower level, where the dim white light was even more murky, and the view through the windows was darker, except for the occasional silver flicker of a fish or little blue shellfish clinging to the crystal. There were more groundlings here, standing and talking or sitting on cushions on the floor. And finally, there were ceilings. There were a dozen round pools cut into the floor that must have some passage outside, because the water scent was fresh and salty. The ceilings swam or lounged on the edges of the pools, speaking to the groundlings gathered around. These were shallow water ceilings, able to breathe both above and below the surface. They had green scaled skin and long, dark green hair that looked like heavy lengths of waterweed. Their hands and feet were heavily webbed, and they had long, prominent claws and filmy fins along their arms and legs. Most were wearing jewelry, unpolished lumps of pearl and jasper in nets of braided cord. Finally, Stone muttered and wandered into the crowd, headed for the pools. There were coastals selling various things, mostly more caustic drinks and little glass cups that emitted vapor and were meant to be held under the nose. It competed with the more attractive scents of the water and the ceilings themselves. Moon looked for Callum and spotted him partway across the room. Most of the crowd was dressed in lighter fabrics, and Callum's reddish-brown skin and dark hair stood out among all the grays and greens. He was trying to circle around a group to get closer to the pools, but suddenly, the group circled him. It had occurred to Moon that if Callum had been compelled by the fell, the rulers might have sent another infected groundling into the port to talk to him. He moved closer, trying to see what was happening. One of the groundlings, a tall gray male with a long head and limbs that made him look as if he might be related to the Aventarans, stooped over Callum. But as Moon stepped closer, Callum tried to back away. Callum, clearly uncomfortable, said in careful Altanic, "I'm just here to look around. I'm not interested in company." Moon hissed under his breath, annoyed. Callum had picked the wrong place, all right. This structure must be mainly for getting intoxicated and meeting people to have sex with. Moon pushed forward and elbowed aside the groundling blocking Callum's retreat. He said he's not interested. The group edged back a little. The one Moon had elbowed fell back against the wall, clutching his middle. Moon had gotten used to elbowing warriors and had lost the habit for being more careful with groundlings. The maybe Avantaran jerked back a little, startled. In badly slurred Altanic, he demanded, "Who are you?" Moon showed his teeth in an expression that was not a smile. "I'm a friend of his father's." The maybe Avantaran's companions and the other groundlings who had been gathering to see the fight immediately started to back away.
"How should I know that?"
The maybe Avantaran demanded again, hesitated in confusion as his support retreated, then hurriedly followed them across the room. "Thank you." Callum turned to Moon, a little breathlessly. "I didn't know what to do." "Why are you here?" Moon hoped Callum wouldn't ask why Moon was here. Callum, being young and flustered, didn't think to question Moon's sudden appearance. "I wanted to see the trading station. My father gave me permission. The people at the supply factor said it was safe." Moon drew on the ability he had cultivated while raising fledglings to be patient in the face of the most willfully ignorant behavior. "Yes, but this isn't the trading station." "I know, but it was crowded and I thought this would be quicker. I'm not supposed to be gone too long." Kids, Moon thought, exasperated. Callum was probably old enough to be let out alone in a Kishan academic enclave, but maybe not old enough to wander a busy port city. The next time you tell your father you're going to the trading station, you go to the trading station. You have to be careful in strange places. "I know." Callum's expression was a convincing combination of embarrassed and miserable. "I will." Moon said, "Just stay with us." He looked for Stone and saw him sitting by a pool toward the center of the room, with a couple of other groundlings and a coastal. A ceiling floated in the pool, speaking to the coastal. Moon made his way through the sparse crowd, aware Callum was sticking obediently close. He sat next to Stone as the coastal and the other groundlings left. Callum took a seat on the opposite side of the pool. The ceiling, a young female, stared at Moon in what was probably supposed to be a provocative way. Moon was still irritated from the encounter with the maybe Avantaran, and it just made him want to bite through someone's neck artery. Apparently, this was obvious. The ceiling turned to Stone and said in Altanic,
What's wrong with him?
"He's in a bad mood," Stone explained. "He was born that way. Does the one who's down there with you want to talk too?" The ceiling sank into the water a little, swishing her fins in exasperation.
I take it you're not here for the usual.
Stone said, "I don't know what that is. I want to know if you've had any news from the waters in the direction of the place the groundlings call Sal Salatra." Scaled brows drew down in thought.
Toward the Wind Passage? The land of the seamounts?
"That's it."
There was some...
The ceiling's whole body jerked, as if something had grabbed her from below and tugged. Moon's instinct said predator, and he almost shifted, catching himself just in time. The ceiling said,
Someone else wants to talk to you.
And sank below the surface and out of sight. Stone gritted his teeth and gazed up at the damp ceiling. He said in Raxaran, "I hate talking to ceilings. Everything's a damn bargain." "You hate talking to everybody," Moon said in the same language. It didn't help, but Moon felt he had to point it out. "Shut up. Why is he here?" Stone jerked his head toward Callum. Moon said, through gritted teeth, "So I don't have to shift and kill everybody in this stupid stinking place." Stone sighed. Another ceiling broke the surface, and water lapped up over the edge of the pool. This was an older female, or at least the faint dull sheen at the edge of her scales made her look older. She studied them both thoughtfully, with an edge of contempt in her expression, then said in Altanic,
"We sell Istine. If you want to buy that, stay. If you don't, get out before you regret it."
She bared fangs.
"We don't sell information."
Moon didn't know what Istine was, and he didn't care. Considering the other groundlings in here, It was probably as simple that made you stupid. Stone just said, "That's good, because I wasn't planning to pay you." She swayed in the water, as if considering.
By Istine, and perhaps I'll give you the information you want.
Stone said, "I don't want Istine, and I'm not giving you anything."
If I give you information, I need to be paid.
She nodded toward Moon.
I'll take that one.
After having to rescue Callum from drunken groundlings who couldn't control their own genitals, this was too much. Moon said, "Try." The ceiling focused on him, really looking at him for the first time. Whatever she saw made her scales ripple. Whether it was aggressive or defensive, Moon didn't know, but it nearly set off his prey reflex. Stone tilted a sideways look at him and made a noise in his throat, just a faint growl, not enough to vibrate through the floor. "Moon? No." The message was clear. Moon hissed at him and laid down on the damp floor, head propped on his hand, as if prepared to wait as long as it took. The ceiling relaxed a little, the water splashing toward Callum's side of the pool as she flexed her fins. She said,
I had to ask. What else have you got to pay me with?
Stone smiled. Most groundlings wouldn't have recognized what was behind that expression, but it would have made the warriors scatter like startled lizards. "You want me to come down there and ask?" he said. The ceiling stared hard at him, eyes narrowed, as if trying to see past his skin.
What are you?
Moon swallowed an annoyed snarl and said, "She wants to scare us. Why don't you just act scared?" Callum kept looking from Moon to Stone to the ceiling, wide-eyed and deeply fascinated. At least somebody was having fun. Still smiling easily, not betraying any impatience, Stone said, "I'm terrified. Want me to come down there and be terrified?" The ceiling looked from Stone to Moon to Callum. Then she kicked once to glide to the far side of the pool. She leaned back against the edge and stretched her arms along it, claws displayed, but relaxed.
Most of the groundling traders who come here defer to us. They're afraid of ceiling females.
No one said, "We're not groundlings," though Moon felt it hang in the air. He said, "Our females would have pulled you out of there and ripped your skin off by now. And that's why we can't be friends." Stone said, "Now, do you know anything about the waters in the Salsalatra? Or do I need to go to the next pool and start over?" She exhaled, a salty breath that made Moon wince.
We speak to the VR, who live mostly on the surface in floating colonies. They say they've seen an island that should have groundlings that is now empty. It was on the edge of the first seamount. The VR are not...
She made an elegant gesture with her claws.
Like us. They have no limbs or ears. They see in different ways. They care about different things. But these groundlings gave them powdered grain they like in exchange for driving fish into their nets during a certain season. So the VR noticed when they went there and found them gone. There is no taste of them in the water anymore. It was a strange story to hear, so it was passed on through our nets of speech.
Moon thought that it meshed unpleasantly well with what they had already heard. Stone took it in thoughtfully. Where did this happen? It took some time to figure out the location, as the directions and landmarks the ceilings referenced were completely different from those used by water or air vessels, and were often seen only from below the surface. Both Stone and Moon had to ask a lot of questions, and Moon just hoped Callum didn't realize that they had a suspiciously accurate picture of the Salsalatra. considering they were only supposed to have seen the map once, and briefly. But Callum seemed more interested in the ceiling's descriptions of the sea bottom. Finally, they were able to leave, and climbing back up the stairs into the sunlight and clean wind and the crash of waves against the dock felt like stepping into a completely different world. It made Moon feel like they might just escape the port without anyone being murdered. On the dock, Callum hesitated.
Can we go to the trading station too? We're so close, and I hate to miss it.
Moon started to say no, but just then, a groundling walked up from the station's nearest stairwell, carrying a paper wrap of something that smelled of sweet grease and salt. Stone shrugged and turned toward the station. Sure. Moon was about to protest, but inspiration struck. He caught up with them and said, "If the Arbora find out we took Callum to the trading station and not them, they'll be furious." This had the virtue of being completely true. Stone paused, catching on immediately. He told Callum, "You have to promise not to tell anybody we were here with you." Callum, wisely realizing this would mean his father wouldn't hear about his adventure in the ceiling drug bar, said,
I won't say anything to anyone.
Moon didn't expect their absence would go unnoticed, and when they had walked back up the tower's ramp to the flying boat, Callum Cal was waiting for them on the deck. His expression of relief on seeing Callum was obvious. He said, "I was beginning to worry."
Sorry, it was so interesting. I stayed longer than I meant to,
Callum said, as they crossed the plank to the flying boat. He nodded to Moon and Stone.
I met them at the base of the tower.
Moon hoped Callum Cal hadn't noticed that Callum had delivered that information a little too readily. Callum Cal said, "I'm glad it was interesting." He looked at Moon and Stone and started to speak. Then Jade stepped forward and demanded,
What were you eating?
She looked appalled. Just the things from the food places down there, Moon said. He walked down the deck with her, noting out of the corner of his eye that Stone had wandered in the opposite direction toward the bow. Callum Cal was speaking to Callum, but from the boy's expansive gestures, Moon bet he was describing the trading station. Jade said in Raxaran,
We're waiting for the supplies to be ready. He's going to let all the crew who are willing to help carry them up go to that market down there, but he wants to leave after that. He didn't seem suspicious. I told them you wanted to see the market and Stone was keeping an eye on you, and he seemed to accept it. And really, what were you eating?
It's like fried bread batter with boiled sugarcane, Moon said. Jade winced. We talked to a ceiling, and they've heard of at least one disappearance of groundlings from an island in the Sel Salatra. It's not anywhere near the places where Callum Cal said they found signs of what could be Fel attack. It sounds like the Fel were wandering around out there for a while. Jade leaned on the railing and growled under her breath.
They're looking for prey.
Moon agreed, and he was afraid it meant that the Fel hadn't followed the Kishan expedition, that they might have already been out there, scouting the city for some time. They wouldn't know until they reached their goal. The wind eased in the late afternoon, and the flying boat took advantage of it to cast off and head out to sea. The bladder boats, still anchored to the tower, must not be as powerful as the Kishan boat, and their crews watched enviously as it departed. Callum Cal had told them that the sealing city might be partially visible from the air, so all the Raxara and Deelin were lined up at the railing of the main deck to look for it. Every crew member not occupied was out there too, though they took up places a little distance away. Only Callum and Magrim had come over to stand next to Deelin. Rora was nowhere to be seen, but then somebody had to be steering the flying boat. Chime, leaning on the rail next to Moon, said, So the ceilings were hard to talk to? I think it's just the way they act with other species. Getting back here successfully, with some more confirmation on the situation in the Sel Salatra, had noticeably improved Moon's mood. Or maybe it was just all the boiled dumplings and fried sugar dough eaten while walking around the trading station. Its multiple windows had allowed visitors to watch the waves crash against it on the upper level, and to look at underwater life on the lower. There had been raw material and goods trading going on with the ceilings, but most of the groundlings had been there to see the place. Or maybe just other species that want to buy their simples. Well, I'm glad you and Stone got out of there safely. Chime twitched his shoulders, unconsciously trying to convey his mood with the spines of his other form. Moon thought about pointing out that as groundling cities go, the port was definitely one he would have classified as safe. If he had ever gotten this far northwest on his own and run across it, he would have planned to stay for a while. The boat had already reached the shoreline and moved out over the docks and the bridges that connected the nearest islands.
There it is,
Baum said suddenly, pointing.
past that island.
The warriors climbed up on the railing, and the two arbora pressed against it. The islands were covered with heavy greenery, but around them, the waves moved in an odd pattern, disrupted by whatever was just under the surface. Moon pulled himself up onto the railing and perched one hip on it. As the boat drew closer, the outlines of walls, tops of towers, and other structures less easy to understand became visible just below the surface. The water was clear enough that in the intervals between waves, Moon could see bodies swimming, flickering in and out among a forest of water plants. The sealing city lay between and around the 6 major islands in the bay, far larger than Moon had been expecting.
I wonder,
Chime muttered, staring intently.
I wonder if they made the islands too.
Moon shrugged. He wondered if the ceilings would have answered that question if asked. Maybe. It was probably more interesting than talking about drugs. Down the deck, most of the Kishan crew were all straining to see. The boat was much closer before the crew started to exclaim at the wonders below the waves. Dealin, who had been waiting more patiently, now started to sketch the outline of the city. Jade moved over beside Moon, leaning on the railing to look down.
It's 5 days to the edge of the Salsalatra from here.
Moon felt a stab of unease. By tomorrow, they would be too far from the coast to fly back without help. Stone might be able to, but the further they went, the less likely it would be for him, too. Moon hadn't felt much sense of inevitable commitment to this plan when they first boarded the flying boat. But soon, it really would be too late to turn back. He thought about the clutch again, and wondered if they were upset about his prolonged absence, or too busy playing to notice, as Thorne had predicted. At least the Skycopper fledglings were old enough to understand the situation. But there really had been no opportunity to turn back. The shared dream and the mentor's augury had made the consequences of failure clear. The flying boat sailed on over the islands and the sealing city until they were out of sight. Chapter 10.
It's not going well,
Ember whispered. He was crouched on the balcony of Rill's bower, shielded from the sight of anyone in the greeting hall by the angle of the doorway. Below, Malachite and Pearl confronted each other, loosely surrounded by an uneasy group of warriors and arbora. Floret spoke for Pearl, and an older female warrior spoke for Malachite. So far, they appeared to be making extremely awkward small talk, while Floret occasionally threw beseeching glances at Pearl, hoping for some sign that it was all right to invite the newcomers into the colony. It wasn't the first unexpected visit since the groundling flying boat had left. Niran and Dr from the Golden Isles had arrived in their windship only 6 days later. The court had hosted them for the night, given them a copy of the Kish map and all the information they had, and sent them on their way. It had been a relief all around. At least Jade and the others would have friendly groundling allies whenever the Golden Isles windship caught up with them. Behind him, Rill asked Aura,
The same visions? All their mentors?
That's what it sounded like from their descriptions.
Aura had led the warriors who had carried the message to Opal Knight.
Malachite barely gave us time to eat and rest before we started back here.
The thought that another court had experienced the same augury made Ember's skin creep. Given the seriousness of the visions, it wasn't a surprise that Malachite had come here. The problem was that along with a group of warriors, Malachite had brought Opal Knight's half-fell consort and half-fell mentor. They were with her now, standing with the Opal Knight warriors. The warriors seemed relaxed and confident, but the half-fell consort, now in his groundling form, looked nervous. The mentor was nearly hiding behind one of the larger female warriors. Ember could tell the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Watching Pearl, studying the subtle nuances of her body language, Ember thought it was indecision she was wrestling with, more than disgust or anger. In a way, he understood. Indigo Cloud had been nearly destroyed by a deliberately crossbred Fel Raxaran queen who had taken over her Fel flight. The court of Sky Copper had been entirely destroyed, except for one royal clutch. The same thing had happened to Opal Knight's eastern colony, turns and turns ago, and it must have been easy for Pearl to sympathize, even if she didn't understand Malachite's impulse to retrieve her consort's half-fell issue. All of Indigo Cloud had known about them, and heard the story of what had happened when Moon had been taken to Opal Knight a couple of turns ago. But seeing half-fell in the Indigo Cloud colony was something else altogether. Ember didn't know what to think or feel about it, and he was certain not many of the others did either. "It's wrong," Rill muttered, moving forward to crouch beside Ember.
Pearl should welcome them too. They're part of our first consort's bloodline. That little consort is Moon's half-clutch brother.
Did you see what that little consort's scaled form looks like?
Aura's spines moved uneasily. Ember hadn't seen it. He had been down in the nurseries when the Opal Knight party had arrived. Then she admitted,
But when we traveled with them, he was fine. They both were. It just took a while to get used to the idea.
Rill glanced at Ember, her expression deeply concerned.
Not letting them in is wrong. If we don't accept them, the other courts will take it as an excuse not to accept them either. I don't think they're going to do much visiting,
Aura began.
What if there are others?
Rill's concern turned to borderline fury.
Lost out there like Moon was, but part fell, and not knowing what to do except look for a court to belong to. And if they're turned away, or worse, killed because...
Ember squeezed her wrist, and she subsided, saying,
What happened to the consorts in Arbor who were forced to make them is not their fault. We owe it to them to help.
Aura groaned.
All right, fine, but Malachite should have sent someone ahead with us so they could talk to Pearl first, so she would have time to think about it before they got here.
Aura was dead right about that. Ember knew. Pearl hated surprises, hated having her hand forced. He also knew that he would have been the one to have that conversation, and he didn't know if he felt the way Rill did. Maybe in principle, but in reality, he was afraid. Opal Knight had great power and influence, but other courts didn't know about the half-fell fledglings Malachite had taken in. When they learned of it, they would have to make a decision whether to accept it or not. If Indigo Cloud accepted it, it wouldn't obligate any other court to follow suit, but it would be a powerful pull on all the interconnected strings of alliance. Just one step. Somebody had to take it. Ember knew whose job it was, and it made his stomach sour with nerves. This is what consorts are for. He said aloud,
I know what I should do.
Rill looked at him, holding her breath. Ember stared at the half-foul consort with the oddly pale groundling skin. The tension in his shoulders was clearly fear. Conflicting impulses said, he's half-foul, but he's a consort. Then, he's not only a consort, he's your first consort's half-clutch brother. Just think about it that way. Failing to welcome Moon's half-clutch brother would be offensive, a clear violation of etiquette, a terrible insult. But against that was fear. The only thing holding him back was fear. It couldn't be any worse than being dragged off to a strange court in turmoil where it had been immediately obvious that no one wanted him. All right, Ember muttered to himself. So then? He stood. Aura, please go up and get the seating area outside my bower ready to receive someone. Use my best tea set. Aura blinked, the implications hitting her.
Yes, I'll do that.
She climbed down from the railing to head for the bower's doorway. Rill followed her, saying, I'll help. You won't do it right.
I will do it right,
Aura protested, and they disappeared down the passage. Ember took a deep breath, and before he could talk himself out of it, shifted and leapt down to the greeting hall floor. He landed and furled his wings, and the hall fell silent, all murmuring and whispering, ceasing instantly. He walked toward the group at the center, managing not to look at Pearl and Malachite. It was second nature to make it look graceful, though, with every eye in the court on him and his insides roiling, it wasn't easy. Whether this was a good idea or not, he had no idea. But Shadow, the first consort of Emerald Twilight, had told him that Raxarin courts had strict rules of etiquette so they wouldn't kill each other. Now, it seemed doubly important to follow those rules. Close up, the consort looked even more like someone who had frozen in place in terror and self-consciousness. Ember reached him, shifted to his groundling form, and said, I'm Ember, consort to Pearl, the reigning queen. The consort stared, wide-eyed. The fact that he was just as afraid as Ember somehow made the situation easier. Ember prompted gently, This is where you tell me your name. Yes, the consort whispered. I'm Shade, of Opal Night. Ember nodded. Would you like to come up to the consort's quarters? In a bare whisper, Shade managed, Yes. Good. Ember took a breath to steady his pounding heart. Follow me. Shade said, But I'll have to shift. Ember hesitated. He didn't have time to consider all the implications, and found himself falling back again on common politeness. Suggesting that anything about Shade was out of the ordinary or unwelcome would be something only done to challenge or deliberately offend another court. Against a court that was not only an ally, but whose bloodline was now mingled with Indigo Cloud's royal ariat. It was unthinkable. He said, Yes, you'll have to shift, but it's all right. Shade met his gaze, clearly forced his shoulders to relax, and shifted in time with Ember. Ember blinked. He had heard the descriptions, but it was still a shock to see the reality. Shade's shifted form was big and muscular, though the proportions were clearly a consort's. His scales were a reflective black, with no contrasting color undersheen and no banding on his claws. He had a smaller, less prominent fell ruler's armored crest, and a mane of spines and frills sprouting from the base. He did look like the drawing of the forerunner from the ancient city that Dealin had brought to show them. Hart had made a copy of it for the Mentor's library, and most of the court had studied it curiously. Ember managed to say, Follow me, and he and Shade leapt up to the nearest balcony. Ember took them far enough up the central well to make the point, then swung over a balcony and into a passage that led to a back stairwell. He shifted to his groundling form and explained, I want to give them time to get the seating area ready. Shade shifted as well. Oh, right. Following Ember up the steps, he added, I've never been to another court before. I hadn't either before I came here. Ember told him, I'm from Emerald Twilight. Oh. Shade hesitated again, then asked, The warriors said Moon and the others went off with groundlings because your mentors think Fel will come here. Yes, that's what happened. They reached the top of the landing, the one with the life-sized carving of warriors in flight, twisting up the wall to the next level. but Ember was too distracted to point it out.
Aura said your mentors saw the same thing. Fell attacking the Reaches?
Yes, Shade said.
And right before your warriors arrived, we had a shared dream. Just like the one described in Jade's letter. Except the Fell weren't at Opal Night. They were coming from the east, attacking all the courts on this side of the Reaches.
Ember stopped, turning to stare at him.
Really?
Shade nodded. His brow creased in worry, and his oddly pale skin was flushed. Their gazes met for a long moment. Ember felt a chill wind its way up his spine. He was suddenly glad Malachite had come here.
He said, "We haven't heard from our other allies yet, but we can't be the only courts this has happened to."
Shade said,
"There must be others. Live, she's the mentor with us, said the visions might be spreading slowly, because the other courts aren't as close to what's happening as we are."
Ember turned and started up the stairs again, considering it.
Live needs to talk to Hart and our other mentors.
As they walked, he told Shade about the Kishan flying boat and what Dealin had said, which carried them up to the consort's level and to the now carefully arranged seating area outside his bower, and through the first cup of tea. Having something substantive to talk about made the whole situation less awkward. After the second cup, Shade paused as if to gather his courage and asked,
"Did Pearl not want to let us in?"
"Pearl..." Ember tried to think of a way to explain it. Pearl was always gentle with him, though with the rest of the court, she had good days and bad days. He didn't think she had ever really recovered from her consort Rain's premature death, and it had seemed to make a lot of things hard for her.
Pearl often thinks things are difficult, and you have to show her that they really aren't.
Shade seemed to understand.
"So you made the decision to let us in for her. Is she going to mind?"
"No," Ember confessed.
"If I handle it right, she'll think it was her idea, sort of."
It was hard to explain. Pearl could make decisions all day when lives were at stake. It was only when they weren't that she had trouble. This complicated question of etiquette and the future of part Fel Raxura in the Reaches was absolutely the kind of decision she hated. But now that it was made, he thought Pearl would find it much easier to go along on the path Ember had nudged her toward. By the time Floret came down the passage, Shade seemed at ease, and Ember was certain he had made the right decision. It was a relief to have another consort to talk all this over with. Floret said,
"Ember, Pearl wants you to come to the Queen's Hall now."
She smiled at Shade, and Ember remembered they had actually met before, that she was one of the warriors who had been at Opal Night with Jade and Moon.
"Malachite's there too."
How is it? Are they?
Shade tried to ask.
"It's going pretty well,"
Floret assured him.
"Much better than before."
Ember led the way to the steps down to the passage that led through to the Queen's Hall, and he and Shade made what Ember considered to be a very decorous and correct entrance. Ember liked and admired Moon a great deal, but he wasn't very good at entrances. He entered formal meetings looking either like a captive dragged there against his will, or like he was coming to murder someone. Pearl and Malachite were now seated, facing each other over the court's best blue glazed tea set. A few warriors arrayed around them. Malachite had the mentor Lithe with her, and someone had had the forethought to summon Heart and Bone to sit with Pearl. Arbor tended to be a calming presence anyway, and Bone disliked conflict almost as much as Pearl, but he was much better at diffusing it. As Ember and Shade took seats on the cushions left for them, and the introductions were made, Ember had a chance to get a close look at Malachite. She was bigger than Pearl, clearly more physically powerful, and her scales were a green so dark it was almost black. There was light gray scarring across her scales, concealing what should be the second color of her webbing. Her only jewelry was silver and crystal sheaths on her claws. Ember thought she looked like a very fine ceramic bowl that had been broken and repaired with silver in the cracks to make it stronger. Continuing the conversation, Pearl said to Malachite,
"Staying the night would be more sensible. It's almost twilight, and you'll have to stop and camp anyway."
As opaque as the queen carved into the wall above Pearl's head, Malachite said,
"Perhaps you're right."
It was ridiculous to embark on another long flight now, when you had the chance to leave rested and fed in the morning. Malachite and Pearl both knew that. They were just doing an elaborate dance of politeness and respect. Malachite twitched one spine. It wasn't a nervous gesture, but Ember couldn't read it. He could see Hart and some of the warriors betraying little twitches of anxiety. Ember understood. Malachite was by far the most intimidating queen he had ever seen, and at close range, the effect was even more daunting. He had no trouble believing she was Moon's birth queen. She said,
"And it will give me the chance to see the new royal clutch."
Pearl tilted her head slightly, obviously trying to think of a way to deny or postpone this perfectly reasonable request. Ember sighed. Maybe it wasn't so much of a dance as it was a fight. Finally, Pearl said grudgingly, "Of course." Then Bone intervened with,
"Do you plan to try to join the Golden Islanders? Niran and Diar are Dealin's descendants, and I think they would welcome you."
Malachite turned her attention to him. One of the others might have quailed a little under that intense regard, but Bone weathered it without a twitch. It was impossible to tell if Malachite was aware of the effect of her presence. She said,
"It's the best solution. The map shows a route from island to island, presumably the way the Fel managed it, but going directly will be faster."
Ember looked at Shade, startled. The mention of the Fel was a reminder of how dangerous this trip would be. "Surely you're not going? Are you returning to your court after this? Or you could stay here until Malachite returns." Ember knew Pearl would have words with him for issuing the invitation without speaking to her first. But half Fel or not, Shade was a consort, a young, inexperienced one, as unlike Moon as Ember was, and he should not be taken into such a situation. Malachite's attention fell on Ember. His skin twitched involuntarily, his mouth went dry, and he dropped his gaze to the teapot. Then she said,
"Shade, it's your decision."
Shade seemed pleased by the invitation, but he said, "No, thank you. I have to go. It's something I have to make myself do." Malachite tilted her head back toward Pearl.
"The augury suggests that none of us have a choice in this."
"That has not escaped me," Pearl said dryly, her spines conveying disgruntled resignation. "Now I assume your mentor will wish to consult with ours about the possibility of Fel attack." Malachite set her teacup aside, her claws clinking on the delicate ceramic.
"First, I want to speak of precautions."
Pearl's spines tilted suspiciously.
"What sort of precautions?"
Malachite said,
"I have 200 warriors I can spare for the defense of the Reaches. I'd like to bring them here."
The flying boat traveled over open sea for the next stretch of days, passing only the occasional uninhabited island, and only a few flying island fragments. Callum Cal had explained that the winds tended to blow them inland. Moon passed the time by teaching the warriors how to fish on the wing. Then they came within sight of a set of sandbars where the skeleton of a sea creature so large it could have eaten the flying boat whole lay scattered. The water was clear and shallow enough that they saw the ribs and vertebrae and jaw hinge on the sea floor. It made Moon think of the giant waterlings of the freshwater sea. A small group of sealings played among the bones and paused to watch the flying boat pass overhead with no alarm. Callum Cal said that according to the map, the shelf of land the sea was on curved inward here, and they were skirting the edge of the ocean. That if they went straight into the wind, they would eventually reach it and see the spot where the shallows dropped away into the deeps. The creature must have died there and been pushed up into the sea by the current. Moon found it tempting to fly in that direction, just to see what the ocean looked like. But they were going to see it anyway when they got past the archipelagos. The weather had been good for flying, another temptation. They passed through a light rain shower one day, but the rest of the time it was sunny, with clouds forming ever-changing white mountains in the distance. Moon, Jade, Stone, and the warriors took flights off the deck to stretch their wings and scout ahead a little. Stone had spent enough time on Golden Islander flying boats to be adept at the trick of jumping off before shifting, and of shifting back to groundling, some distance above the deck as he came in to land. Interactions with the crew had been quiet, but there had been no hostility. Moon saw Stone and Magram, still recovering from his broken ribs, sitting and talking near the bow. Vendoyne came to sit with the Raxora and Dealin in the evenings, and often Callum Cal appeared. Callum was there every night, obviously feeling more comfortable with them now after his outing with Moon and Stone. One night, everyone was thinking of the approaching Sel Salatra and the first sight of the ocean. They were sitting on the floor of the common room on their deck, listening to Dealin tell a story of the Golden Islanders' explorations, drinking tea made on one of the ship's hearths. These were square boxes with a layer of thin stone in the bottom that never got hot, with a block of plant material in it that emitted heat, and a metal frame above it where pots could be placed. It wasn't that different from a Raxoran hearth with heating stones. Dealin was seated on a cushion, taking notes as he talked, with the Arbra and Callum gathered around him and warriors sprawled on the floor in whatever position seemed comfortable. Moon leaned against Jade, with Chime on one side and Balm on the other. Except for the green walls and the faint sense of movement, they might have been back in the teacher's hall at Indigo Cloud. Then Bramble asked,
"Does anything live in the ocean? Anything different than in the sea? Besides fish and giant sea creatures, I mean. Are there ocean sealings?"
Still writing, Dealin said,
I don't know. We know of ships that cross it or have crossed it, but I have never traveled quite so far. Our ships are more vulnerable to weather than this one.
He looked up at Stone, sitting across from the hearth.
Have you?
Callum and Vendoyne, who sat at the outer edge of the group, looked at Stone in surprise. Stone said,
Once or twice.
Jade sighed.
What were you doing at the ocean?
I got curious.
Stone told her. Moon could understand that. If he had Stone's wingspan and stamina, he might go visit some interesting places too.
What was it like?
Bramble persisted.
Empty, mostly.
Stone's expression was thoughtful.
Just wind and water in every direction. The scent is different from the seas. You can't smell land at all.
Chime leaned forward, propping an elbow on Moon's hip.
Was anything living there that you could see?
Skylings, mostly,
Stone said.
like the upper air skylings we see over the reaches and over mountain ranges. But the swarms that these skylings feed on sometimes fly down and land on the water, and the skylings follow them and dip down and scoop them off the surface.
Are there ceilings?
Merritt asked.
I didn't see any. I did see shapes in the water. Big shapes.
How big? As big as that skeleton we saw?
Root asked.
Bigger than that, Stone said. Shadows longer and wider than skylings, moving below the surface.
Everyone absorbed that in silence for a moment. Past Stone, Moon saw Rora, standing in the doorway, listening. She caught his eye and stepped away to vanish down the corridor, the faint thump of her heavy boots on the soft material fading slowly. Then Vendoyne said,
Well, you shall all see for yourselves soon.
Later that night, Moon woke with Bramble leaning over him.
Jade, River thought he heard something.
Like what?
Jade asked, instantly awake. Moon felt her shift to her winged form, the change in the heat and shape of her body as she uncoiled from around him.
Something big, moving through the air outside.
Moon sat up. Is it? He had started to ask if it was Stone, taking advantage of a clear night to stretch his wings. But Stone stood beside the window, head tilted to listen. River still crouched by the door for his turn at guard, and the others were stirring. Baum stepped over Merritt to stand beside the bed.
Can anyone hear it now? Stone?
Jade asked. After a moment, Stone nodded.
He's right.
Moon saw River's tense posture relax a little. If anyone else had mistaken a wind shear for a wing beat in the middle of the night, it would have been cause for some teasing and complaint and forgotten by the time everyone fell back asleep. Moon wasn't sure if River making that mistake would have been any different, but River evidently thought so. Jade climbed over Moon and out of the bed. Moon rolled out after her and grabbed his clothes from the shelf overhead. Even if he had to shift, he wanted to have them with him. Jade said,
Chime, Merritt?
Merritt replied first.
I'm not having a vision.
Somewhat testily, he added,
And yes, before anyone mentions it, I know that's not unusual.
Merritt's augury had continued to be uninformative, and it was bothering him more than it was anyone else. Chime hesitated.
I don't hear anything. Not just with my ears.
I know what you mean,
Jade told him. That's a relief, Moon thought, rapidly tying the drawstring on his pants. Though it could still be fell, since with the strong wind the fell stench would be hard to scent. Or it could just be a gigantic predator. Everyone was awake now, scrambling out of the way as Jade stepped across to the doorway. She said,
Baum, Moon, Chime, Stone with me. The rest of you stay here for now.
Bramble said urgently.
Jade, Dealin went back to his room.
Jade paused in the doorway.
I want a warrior within arm's reach of each Arbora, and Dealin.
Moon followed her down the corridor. She was already thinking ahead to what they would do if something attacked the flying boat. Moon hoped that wouldn't happen. And he hoped Callum Cal had those flying packs for all the groundlings on the crew. Jade reached the stairwell and started up. Moon shifted to follow her, flowing up the steps. He scented Rora before he saw her, and heard her say,
What?
As he reached the top of the stairs, Rora stood in the open common area there. She was dressed in a loose sleeping robe and her boots, wide-eyed and startled. Jade paused to tell her,
Something big flew past the boat. Something,
she repeated blankly. Then comprehension dawned. She turned and strode down the passage toward the steering cabin. Moon came out onto the deck behind Jade. The lamps were set low to protect the lookout's vision, but to Raxaran eyes, it still made the boat a bubble of light surrounded by walls of solid darkness. Moon leapt up, caught hold of the center ridge, and climbed to the top. After a moment, his vision cleared, and he saw the sweep of stars overhead, the blend of indigo and violet in the sky, blotted out in a few places by clouds. And one of the clouds was moving. He whispered, There it is. Chime, clinging to the ridge below him, said,
Oh, it is big.
Below, Stone went to the railing, and Jade and Merritt toward the bow. Baum scaled the lower end of the ridge, heading for the other side of the boat. Moon tasted the air deeply, sorting out the scents of salt water, sand, the flying boat, a trace of rotting fish from some distant island or sandbar. He caught the scent of the intruder then, musky and metallic and strange. He tracked the shape as it circled the boat. It curved downwind, then abruptly veered away. It dipped to pass under the boat and then shot out toward the sea. Moon watched it streak away into the night, until the dark shape vanished into the horizon. He waited, his spines tense, but it didn't reappear. The night felt empty again, untenanted except for the boat itself. Jade stood on the bow railing. She hopped lightly down and started down the deck with Merritt. Baum climbed up to join Moon, asking, Did you see it? Moon said, I saw it. I couldn't tell what it was, could you? She dropped her spines in a negative.
I thought it was shaped like a cloud walker, but that could have been my imagination.
Clearly annoyed, Chime said,
I didn't hear a thing. This is one of those times my useless ability is even more useless than usual.
It's not useless, Moon said. You're just mad because you got woken up for nothing. Chime's irritated spine flick showed that was accurate. Bomb said,
Maybe you didn't hear anything because it didn't mean us any harm.
No, that's not it.
Chime looked up at the sky.
You have to remember, it's not like what a mentor can do. Mentors can scry things that pertain to us, that are going to affect us at some point. The things I hear are usually useless.
Bomb nudged him.
Except when they're not.
Rora and Callum Cal came out of the doorway below. They flinched when Chime swung down to land on the deck near them, and he said,
Sorry.
Moon climbed down after him, Bomb following. As Jade approached, Callum Cal said,
What was it?
I couldn't tell.
She looked at Bomb and Moon. Bomb lifted her spines in a helpless shrug.
Maybe a cloud walker, but I'm really not certain.
Merritt was equally baffled.
There was nothing I could recognize.
Stone came strolling back from the rail. They all looked hopefully at him, and he said,
I have no idea.
Not a cloud walker? Moon asked. Stone shook his head, turning to look toward the horizon again.
Cloudwalkers don't come down this far just to look at a groundling flying boat, especially in the dark. At night, they drift on the upper currents and sleep.
Chime said,
Maybe we woke it up and it was curious.
Exasperated, Stone said, It went straight away, not up. And it went because it scented us. That's not a cloudwalker or any other kind of upper air skyling. Callum Cal said reluctantly,
Well, it did no harm. Whatever it was, perhaps it was just curious.
Jade moved her spines, then, remembering Callum Cal couldn't read that as agreement, said,
Probably.
Callum Cal stepped back inside, though Rora stayed on the deck and walked out to the railing to look into the dark, the wind pulling at her robe. Jade asked Merritt,
Can you scry about this?
Merritt nodded.
I'll do it tonight.
By dawn, Callum Cal reported that they were within the boundaries of the Cell Cilatra and should be drawing near a seamount soon. Moon, Chime, and Dealin went up into the bow for the first glimpse of it, though the clouds had come in and mist obscured much of the view. Dealin was cranky because no one had woken him to not see the nighttime visitor.
Next time you must tell me,
He insisted.
It could have been an entirely new species, or new to our studies, glimpsed for the first time.
It might have smashed the boat and eaten us all,
Chime pointed out.
or it might have just been a cloudwalker. Merritt's augury wasn't much help.
Merritt had reported the results of his efforts earlier that morning.
I saw a hive floating on the water,
He had told Jade. Waiting for the results in their cabin, Moon had fallen asleep again and was still lying curled on the bunk next to Jade. For a moment, he thought he was still asleep, but everyone else seemed to have heard it too. Jade said,
You saw a what?
Merritt thumped down on the deck and sighed and rubbed his face.
I know. It doesn't make any sense. I'm beginning to think you should have brought Thistle instead. I haven't gotten anything since we started.
Bramble gave him a shove to the shoulder.
We have a ways to go yet. You still have time to try.
Just tell me about the hive,
Jade said patiently. Merritt shook his head, resigned.
It was big, and it was floating on the water. This sea somewhere, that's all I saw.
Moon sat up on one elbow. Stone, sitting on the floor with Bomb and Bramble, was staring thoughtfully at a wall. Moon asked,
Have you ever seen anything like that?
That's what I was trying to remember. Stone grimaced.
No, I don't think so. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Jade tapped her claws.
Maybe it will make sense later.
She told Merritt,
It's all right, Merritt. Try to get some rest.
Merritt had wandered off with Bramble, a little reassured. Later, Moon had talked to Chime about it, who had offered the opinion that a hive floating on the sea was too odd an image to be entirely random, but there was no telling what it meant. Now, standing out on the bow, Moon spotted something in the distance. It was a long, straight shape rising out of the mist. I think that's it.
What?
Chime squinted into the distance.
Oh, there.
Moon pointed for Dylan, who wouldn't be able to see it yet.
Keep looking that way.
After a time, the shape sharpened, and Moon could make out that it looked like a tower, unbelievably tall. The top would be some distance above the flying boat when it passed by, but not so tall that Raxora couldn't fly up to it, unless the wind up there was much worse than at this level. After a time, Dylan said,
Ah, I see it.
As the day went by and the boat drew closer, Moon made out more detail. The sides weren't smooth as they had looked from a distance, but rough and craggy. Vegetation clung to pockets and ledges, and it looked like there might be some on top, though it was hard to see from this angle. He couldn't see the base, since the mist was obscuring the surface of the sea at its feet. He felt Jade behind him and looked to see her and Baum walking up the deck. He asked her,
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Jade's spines lifted, her gaze on the seamount.
Let's take a look.
Are you sure you will be safe?
Vendoyne asked, standing at the rail and worriedly regarding the seamount. Callum Cal had confirmed that the top of the seamount was too high for the flying boat or the Kishan's flying packs.
If the wind is too strong, we'll come back down,
Jade told her. Moon was already shifted and perched on the railing, ready to go with the warriors. The Arbra and Dylan were lined up to watch, Jade having told them that they had to stay behind, at least until she decided how dangerous it was. All three of them had protested this decision, and there was a general air of disgruntlement hanging over the deck. Even some of the Kishan crew seemed envious. Eason Kell, the navigator, said,
See if you can make out any islands to the south. I want to verify our maps.
Stone was staying behind as well, leaning on the rail with the others. It was Jade's order that they never left the Arbor alone on the boat, if there was any way to avoid it. Moon asked him,
You sure you don't want to see it?
We could send the warriors back and then you could come up. Stone shrugged one shoulder.
I've seen one before, and somebody has to stay down here and keep an eye on the boat.
So you're just tired, Moon said. Stone pushed him off the railing. Moon let himself fall past the boat and then spread his wings, catching the air and testing the wind as he circled. Above him, Jade leapt off the boat and snapped her wings out, the warriors falling into the air after her. Moon flapped to catch up, and they flew toward the seamount. Jade led them in a broad circle around it, partly to examine the sides at closer range, partly feeling out the winds. It helped that the currents weren't particularly strong today, though Moon wouldn't have wanted to try to land on the side of the seamount, or he wouldn't have wanted one of the smaller warriors to try it. He thought he and Jade, and certainly Stone, might be strong enough to ride the current up to the wall of rock and catch hold without losing control. Taking off, however, might be tricky. The rocky walls were covered with random blue and gray streaks, probably mineral veins uncovered by years of wind and rain. The rock was also riddled with little holes, which might possibly be signs of some form of life, though Moon didn't see any movement and couldn't scent anything but the sea wind. The mist had cleared somewhat, and he could see the bottom now, or at least the point where the rocky tower plunged into the sea. There were tumbled rocks around it, and what looked like the meandering lines of reefs, visible through the clear, shallow water. There was nowhere for a water boat to land, and nothing that looked like it had been intentionally constructed. Jade started to spiral upward toward the top, and he tilted his wings to follow her. They went up and up, until Moon could glance back and look down at the flying boat, small in the distance, Finally, they reached the top and circled above it. The space was flat, and a few hundred paces across, with a small jungle of vegetation, mostly ferny plants and grasses, low bushes, and some fruit vines. Moon couldn't see or scent anything besides plant life. The wind was strong across the top, but there was nothing to smash into, so Jade curved around and dropped down to land. Moon dropped onto the soft grass beside her and folded his wings. A cloud of startled insects with glassy, brightly colored wings shot out of the bushes and streamed away into the undergrowth. The warriors all landed around them, though Chime stumbled forward in the high wind. He was a much better flyer now than when Moon had first met him, but not being born with wings had its disadvantages. Then River, so distracted he forgot to sound sullen, said, "Oh, look!" He was staring toward the west. Moon followed his gaze and saw the ocean. It was still some distance away, but the line where the crystal blue of the shallow sea suddenly turned deep indigo was clear to see. That dark water stretched forever, until it met the clouds on the horizon. There was silence while everyone absorbed the sight. Then Root said,
I don't see any giant ceilings.
Since Stone wasn't here, Moon gave Root a shove to the head. Root grinned and ducked. Jade settled her spines and turned away from the view with some reluctance.
Everyone take a look around the seamount now. Be careful.
What are we looking for?
Song asked. Jade lifted her spines in a shrug.
Forerunners, foundation builders, fell. Anything that makes us think this is something other than a strange skinny mountain.
The others spread out, and Moon started on a circuit around, poking into the undergrowth and brush. After a short time, they met back in the middle, and Jade asked, not hopefully,
Anything?
Everyone moved their spines in a negative. Moon hadn't raised anything but insects. He felt lucky he wasn't wearing his groundling skin.
There's no sign anyone built it.
Chime sounded disappointed. He kicked absently at a clump of grass.
Or used it for anything.
Easton Cow was right about the islands to the south,
Song put in.
but that's all there is to see.
There might be some sign of occupation under the plants, but most of them seemed to be growing right out of cracks in the rock. Moon had to agree. If there had been anything here, it was long gone, or buried in the stone where they couldn't find it.
Why would anyone want to build something like this?
Briar asked, turning to look around again.
What would it be for?
Same reasons groundlings build towers on land, Moon said. Briar had very little prior experience with groundlings, except for the Kishin on this boat and meeting Dealin's windship crew.
What are those reasons?
As a resting spot for long flights across the sea?
Baum suggested.
That's a thought.
Jade agreed. Or for signaling, maybe? Moon was thinking of signal lights for groundling ships, or the flares that the Golden Islanders used. If there was a light up here, flying boats and water boats could use it to help navigate.
Why do they need help navigating?
Briar clearly found the notion baffling.
Groundlings don't always know where south is like we do,
Chime told her.
At least the Golden Islanders don't.
Briar took in that information with a startled expression. Baum said to Jade.
Should we get back? Might as well.
Jade hissed out a sigh.
At least it broke up the day.
Catching the wind from the top was easy, and they managed to get into the air without incident. They cleared the tower and dropped down to land on the deck of the flying boat. A hopeful group of Arbora, Kishin, and one Golden Islander immediately surrounded them. Stone was there too, but he was leaning back against the railing, not looking particularly hopeful. The Kish Gendera must have been staring into the wind, trying to see the Raxora, because their milky inner eyelids were all half closed.
Nothing,
Jade said, before anyone could demand information.
just plants and bugs.
Well, Callum Cow said, trying to conceal disappointment.
It was worth a try. And still, now we know what the top of a seamount looks like. Or at least this variety of seamount. If you would be good enough to give me an exact description.
Chime can do that.
Jade told him.
He can write it for you in Altanic, then you can ask us questions.
Dealin took out his drawing book.
I can make a sketch from your descriptions. Here, Balm and Briar, while your memories are fresh.
This seemed to improve Callum Cal's mood a great deal. He said,
That would be excellent. I'll go and get my writing materials.
As Callum Cal went to the hatchway, and the other Kishan dispersed in disappointment, Jade said,
I was really hoping we'd find something.
Moon wasn't sure what that something would be, but Chime said,
Something to prove we're right about the city or wrong about it, so we can stop wondering.
It won't be long now.
Dealin shielded his eyes to look into the distance.
Soon, I think we will know.
By late the next day, they had seen 6 more similar seamounts in the distance, and according to the map, were nearing another area of sparse islands. Moon was sunning himself on the flat top of the flying boat's ridge near the bow. Chime was a little further up the ridge from him, though at some point he had drifted off to sleep. Moon was aware a few of the warriors were lying on the bow deck below, but he hadn't paid much attention to them until he heard River say, Did Jade say if we were going to check out any of the other seamounts? These should have even better views of the ocean. It was such an innocuous question. It took several moments for Moon to realize no one had answered it. He sat up on one elbow and looked down. River lay a short distance from Balm and Briar. All 3 were in groundling form, the sun bringing out bronze and copper highlights in the brown of their skin, glinting off the bright colors of their clothes. They had all been bathing and washing clothing in the sea to save the boat's stored water, with stone to make sure no predators swam near, so they all still looked fairly presentable. River said, Is it a secret then? Still no response. Then River snarled to himself, flung himself to his feet, and stamped off down the deck. Groaning under his breath, Moon rolled off the ridge and landed on the deck. Balm and Briar both twitched around to stare at him. Moon said, Balm, can I talk to you? Balm exchanged a puzzled look with Briar, but got to her feet. Moon stepped back behind the cistern fastened to the side of the ridge, out of Briar's earshot. He said, What was that about with River? Balm sighed. She would obviously have preferred to say it was none of Moon's business, but since he was the first consort, theoretically, everything in the court was his business, up until Pearl or Jade said it wasn't. She said,
I don't speak to River. He knows that.
Moon frowned. When did you stop speaking to him?
Since the fell made me almost get everyone killed.
Balm's brow furrowed, and she looked away. It was obviously still a painful memory, especially since all Balm had ever been able to recall properly was the moment when Flower had discovered the fell influence on her. She had never been sure when or where it had happened.
Since before we came to the Reaches.
Balm. Moon tried to remember if he had ever seen Balm speak directly to River in a way that wasn't hostile, or not a general command to a group of warriors. Does Jade know this? Balm bit her lip, considering it.
Probably not.
Moon controlled an exasperated hiss. Why didn't I know this? Balm's expression said the answer was obvious.
Because you do this. Talk to me about it. Or get angry. You're just as bad as Stone, except you still care what we do.
I have to care because the others are following your lead. Balm bared her teeth briefly in frustration. Bramble came down the deck, spotted them, and leaned in around the cistern, brows lifted in curiosity. What are you doing? Hoping for rational help, Moon asked her, Did you know Balm hasn't spoken to River since before we got to the Reaches? Bramble regarded Balm in surprise, then rolled her eyes. Warriors, she said in disgust, and, unhelpfully, withdrew. Balm, Moon wanted to say, You're supposed to be the sensible one, but it didn't seem entirely fair. Balm was the sensible one, but she was also entitled to her feelings about River. There was a reason so many warriors in the court had turned against him when Pearl had rejected him. River had even bullied Chime once, which Moon had dealt with by beating River nearly unconscious. After that, River's conflicts with Chime had all been verbal, and Chime usually won. If you want to play those games in the court, I can't stop you. Moon could, probably, but it would start far more trouble than it would stop. But you can't do it here.
I'm not a fledgling. I know we can't fight while we're doing this.
She folded her arms uncomfortably.
I'll be more polite.
At Moon's expression, she added,
It's not like I'm going to let him die or anything.
It was grudging, but Moon suspected that was as much as he was going to get. I'd appreciate that. Balm hesitated.
Are you going to tell Jade?
Jade doesn't want to know about this. Moon was pretty certain Jade already had enough to worry about. And if Jade had noticed and hadn't already talked to Balm about it herself, it meant she didn't want to discuss it and was hoping no one else had noticed. I'll ask Bramble not to say anything. Balm smiled a little.
Bramble won't. She knows how we are.
As Balm went back to Briar, Moon rubbed his face and sighed. Chime climbed down from the ridge above, asking softly,
What happened?
Nothing, Moon told him.
Warriors being warriors. I know,
Chime said with a groan.
We're irrational. It's so exasperating. It's one of the things I hate most about changing.
Chapter 11. Niren lay in his narrow bunk in the steering cabin of the Coltera, face buried in a too-thin pillow, and was not amused when Tlar opened the door and stood over him.
What is it?
He groaned. He had taken the last night watch, and it was Diar's turn for the morning. They were passing over wetlands, and the dampness in the air clung to the bedding and made sleeping uncomfortable, but he was determined to do it.
Some Raxura arrived,
Tlar said. Raxura? Niren heaved himself up on one elbow and squinted blearily up at Tlar. From Indigo Cloud? If they had heard from Dealin, received some message. Niren was furious with Dealin. He was well acquainted with the fact that his grandfather did as he pleased, indifferent to danger. Dealin was a scholar and an explorer, and it didn't matter how many others had died while pursuing his vocation, he was determined to continue it.
We're lucky he didn't choose to study the Fel,
Diar had said once, unsympathetically. His sister was always unsympathetic toward Niren's attempts to keep grandfather close to home. She felt that if they allowed Dealin to do as he pleased, he would include them in his plans and make it easier to watch over him. This had not worked in the Kish Jandera city, when they had come back from a day of trade meetings to find a note saying Dealin was not at the library of Kedmar, but had left for the Reaches with an expedition of Kishan scholars.
Did he say he was kidnapped?
Diar had asked Blossom and Hart and Belle and the others who had received them at the Indigo Cloud colony.
We couldn't tell from his note, but he left most of his things behind, as if he was given no time to pack.
Or did he trick them into taking him?
Niren had added.
You know what he's like.
The Arbora had all demurred, until Blossom reluctantly admitted.
I don't think he ever said.
Niren knew Blossom well from his own long journey with the court, and he couldn't fault her for refusing to betray the old man. But the Raxura did not age as the Islanders did, and had little idea how fragile a man grandfather's age could be. Now Tlar said,
No, from the other settlement, the one further west that grandfather wrote about. The queen is here. She's large.
She made an expansive gesture.
And she brought the consort and the mentor who are partly Fel.
I'll be right there. Considerably more awake, Niren flung off the blanket. Tlar stepped out of the cabin as he hurriedly dressed. He stepped outside to see Diar seated on the deck, facing a Raxuran queen even larger than the intimidating Pearl. Dealin had described Malachite of Opal Night, but seeing her with one's own eyes was a whole different experience. Even this crew, used to Raxura enough to be at ease with them, stared uneasily. Belin was serving a pot of grain water with slightly trembling hands, but Diar had the map spread out and appeared to be explaining their route as if nothing was out of the ordinary. A dozen brightly colored warriors were perched around on the railing, as well as one dark creature with an armored crest that after a startled moment, Niran identified as the half-fell consort. An Arbra in her soft-skinned form sat on the deck behind Malachite. That should be the half-fell mentor, though she looked like an ordinary Raxara to Niran. She was smaller than the others, her skin a dark red-brown, and her dark hair cut short and standing out in a halo around her face. She was dressed in simple clothes like a wind sailor would wear, a longer tunic with a light shirt over it and pants cut off at the knee. She wouldn't have gotten more than a second look at any Yellow Sea port. There was nothing to show she was Raxara, much less part fell. With an impenetrable calm, born of much experience exploring the three worlds, Diar said,
Malachite, reigning queen of Opal Night, this is my brother Niran.
Speaking in Altanic, Malachite said,
We want to travel with you. You have no objection?
Adjusting to months of living alone with Raxara while Indigo Cloud had returned to its ancestral home in the Reaches had been difficult. This was nothing. And considering the evidence of fell attack that the Kishan had reported, and Deelan's own worries about what might be inside the Seamount city, it would be madness to refuse a Raxaran escort, no matter how harrowing the Queen was. Niran said, None at all. The next day, it was made plain to everyone just how useful it was to have Raxara aboard. It was mid-afternoon, and Niran was out on deck with Diar, consulting over the map.
There's no way we'll catch them in flight, Diar said. We're faster, but we have no idea if they're going through the archipelago or straight across.
It was frustrating that the Kish hadn't marked any route on the map the Raxara had managed to obtain, or if they're planning to stop on the way. Niran agreed. I just hope Grandfather hasn't managed to get himself killed in the meantime.
You should have more confidence in him.
Diar jerked her head toward the stern, where the Raxara had settled in, the warriors draping themselves all over the deck and the cabin roof. Malachite was nowhere to be seen, but then Niran hadn't seen her all day. She seemed able to vanish at will. Diar continued.
He has friends with him now, at least.
Niran wasn't sure that was any better, since the Raxara just gave Grandfather more mobility and opportunities to find something that might kill him. He was about to say so when the consort Shade wandered up and asked, When will we get to the sea? At first, Niran had no idea what to say to someone who was half-fell, but Shade had proved unexpectedly easy to speak to, mostly because he wasn't hesitant to ask questions. This is much faster than Deelan's windship, Shade had said on the first day, while leaning precariously far out over the rail. The Ariat Raxara's complete lack of concern for heights was one thing Niran had never gotten used to. But it's so much bigger. This ship has a more powerful sustainer, Niran had told him. The Coltera was the largest windship the family owned, and meant for exploration rather than trade. Her cargo space was given over to water containers and food supplies, and she was meant to travel long distances without needing to stop. Most of our windships only need 1 or 2 chips of flying island heart to support them on the lines of force. This one has 7. This had turned into an explanation of how exactly the sustainer worked, and how the size of the rock chips dictated the configuration of the windship, and how the Coltera was this length in order to balance the force contained in each, and then a tour of the ship's steering cabin. Lithe, the mentor, had followed along, shy but interested in everything as well.
Perhaps by morning,
Diar said to Shade now, turning the map so he could see it.
I think we're...
The lookout called a warning, an instant before 3 shapes dropped out of the sky and landed on the ship's rail. Diar drew in a startled breath. Niran stared, astonished both at the temerity and the stupidity. The creatures had rounded bodies and broad, nearly translucent wings. Their arms and legs were long and stick-like, and whatever features were on their round heads were buried in a multi-layered, brightly colored shell. It was like being confronted by something with a flower for a head. An instant later, Niren realized they wore tool belts fastened to their bodies, with various grass-woven pouches suspended from them. Diar demanded, "What do you want?" The largest one spoke in rough Altanic.
"You're in our air. We demand payment."
Niren snorted in annoyance. "We don't pay tribute." The nearest female warrior, a large, muscular person called Saffron, was suddenly between Shade and the interlopers. She snarled, "You're on the wrong boat." The lead flowerhead hesitated, perhaps taking in the fact that there were 6 Rexera sunning themselves nearby on the deck, now awake and watching with the intense focused interest of predators. One of the other flowerheads fell backward off the railing. Shade turned toward them, shifted, and half lifted his wings. He said, in his deeper, raspy voice, "Don't make me wake my mother." The last 2 flowerheads finally seemed to realize they had made a terrible mistake. They dropped off the railing and flew away, fleeing rapidly back toward the hills just visible past a stand of tall plane trees. A male warrior strolled up, baring his fangs so he could pick his teeth with a twig.
"Should we chase him?"
"No." Shade rippled and changed back into his smaller self.
Just watch to make sure they don't follow us.
He turned back to Diar and the map.
Were we going through these islands, or straight across this way?
Niren exchanged a look with Diar. Possibly it was madness to associate with Rexera. Niren had thought so once, and there were undoubtedly those who thought so now. But then, everyone aboard was related to Deelin, so madness ran in the family. Turning her attention back to Shade, Diar said,
"Yes, we take the direct route."
Over the next few days, Moon couldn't tell if talking to Balm had helped or not. He had the feeling that it hadn't, that it had just made the warriors more careful how they behaved when he could see them. They were out on deck, watching the sea as the sun set. The wind was down, and the gentle swells were full of tiny sparks of blue light, either plant or animal or both. It was fascinating, and all the Rexera, Deelin, and most of the crew had found a spot to watch it. Moon was on top of the steering cabin with Jade, Balm, Chime, and Briar, taking advantage of the heat that the soft material was radiating. They were all in groundling form, and Jade in her Arbora form, to enjoy it better. Lying on his side with Jade's arm around his waist, watching the flickering water, Moon wished they could have taken this trip for no other reason than just to see things like this. Then Chime said,
"There's something out there."
Jade sat up, and Moon rolled over to face Chime. He crouched on the edge of the cabin, staring toward the south. Chime pointed.
"See the outline in the water?"
There were murmurs of assent from the others as they twisted around to look. A black shape was outlined against the blue flickers of light that rode the constant movement of the water. It was still some distance away. Jade said,
"An island?"
Chime shook his head.
"It's drifting."
Balm said slowly,
"It's not... Merritt said a hive, didn't he? Floating on the water?"
Moon tasted the air deeply. It occurred to him suddenly that a hive floating on the water might actually be a giant fell sack, used like a portable island. But there was no fell stench in the wind. Jade shifted to her winged form.
"That's what he said. Briar, go tell Stone. Ask him if he can see it any better than we can."
Moon rolled back over and hung down to look into the steering cabin's window. It was softly lit, and he could see Magrim holding the steering lever. He had been judged recovered enough to be allowed back on duty a few days ago. Moon tapped on the crystal. Magrim glanced over, startled, then stepped to the window to open the catch.
"What is it?"
"There's something to the south. Something big drifting on the surface. Magrum turned immediately to call to someone.
Find Callum Cal!
Jade made the decision to investigate immediately, but Callum Cal was out on deck by then and tried to convince her to wait until morning.
Surely it is too dangerous now, he said.
The Kishin had covered the deck lights and they were standing in the dark. It made the shape of the hive easier to see, floating on the sparkling water. Moon kept his gaze on it. It made his spines prickle nervously. Jade replied,
There's no movement. Whoever they are, or whatever it is, they don't know we're here.
They were unconsciously keeping their voices low, though they were too far away for any potential inhabitants of the hive to hear them. They hoped. Moon sympathized with Callum Cal's concern, but they still needed to do this.
Probably don't know we're here.
Dealin corrected.
This may be a trap.
Bramble and Merritt stood in mutinous silence, though it wasn't quite as mutinous as Briar, Root, and Song, who had been ordered to stay behind with them.
We'll be fine,
Jade said. She swung up onto the railing.
Just don't bring the boat any closer.
She dropped over the railing, and Moon, Chime, Bomb, and River followed. Moon tilted his wings to ride the wind down and circled above the structure. He heard the whoosh of air behind him, the distinctive sound of Stone's wings. Stone had jumped off the stern of the boat and shifted in mid-air. There was still no stench of Fel, but no scent of anyone else either. The light was just enough for Raxaran eyes to make out the domed shapes of multiple hives, though Moon couldn't see anything in detail. Then they flew over a structure like a flat open cup that stood out from the side of the larger hive. They came around for another pass, and Jade said,
I'm going to try to land on that flat spot.
Behind them, Stone made a noise between a snort and a growl. Moon said, Jade, no, that could be the mouth, but she was already diving down. As Moon landed beside her, she said, It's not the mouth. The platform, whatever it was, crackled underfoot. Its scent was more plant than animal, but plants could be predators too. Moon said, It could still be the mouth.
This is dried seaweed.
Jade moved cautiously forward.
And that's a door.
Moon was tempted to argue that it was a throat, but managed not to. He was starting to think she was right. There were faint crunches behind him as the warriors landed. Something dark loomed over them, vanished abruptly, then Stone dropped down onto the platform in his groundling form. Startled, the warriors flinched away, and Moon hissed. Jade snapped, Stop that!
Who has a light?
Chime dug a lighted object out of the bag around his neck and handed it to Moon. It was one of the metal cups from the flying boat, spelled for light. Merritt must have been in a hurry. He passed it to Jade, and she stepped into the opening and held it up. The glow showed them walls made of dark seaweed, the long fronds woven and braided together. Jade furled her wings and moved further in. Moon followed, with the others behind him. The opening led to a passage spiraling down into the structure. Moon started to scent other odors. Rotting fruit, rotting vegetation. Jade said,
Something with hands made this. It wasn't
extruded, Chime supplied from behind Moon.
That's what I was thinking.
Stone said, Jade, hold the light up higher. Jade stopped and lifted the cup. Looking up, Moon realized the roof was high and net bags hung from it. His mind still on Fel. For a moment, he tried to see their contents as dead groundling bodies. But while he was looking at a larder, it wasn't for the Fel. The bags held various water plants, ropey vines, the kind of melons that grew under the sand of both fresh and saltwater beaches. There were crustacean shells also, and pieces of driftwood.
They're supplies,
Baum said softly.
They must be sealings or some kind of waterlings.
It was reassuring, but Where are they? Moon thought. This place felt empty. Jade moved on. After 2 more spirals down, she stopped.
I hear something. Breathing.
Stone said, "It's below us. There's a little movement, too." Moon felt prickles of unease crawl up his back, under his scales and spines. Chime twitched nervously. They continued on, following those faint traces of sound through the maze of the structure. Then Jade said,
There's something ahead.
She raised her voice a little and added,
We apologize for entering your craft or dwelling.
Moon stepped up beside her, head tilted to catch any faint sound. Just past the edge of the light was a doorway. Past it, something was breathing. Or, a lot of somethings were breathing. It was a muted, rushing sound, like 100 little puffs of wind. There was a long pause, and then a faint vibration through the woven floor as something moved in the room ahead. Moon twitched a little, realizing Stone was standing at his other shoulder, having stepped up from behind in complete silence. Then a hesitant, raspy voice spoke. It was clearly a language, but Moon couldn't pick out individual words. It sounded like modulated rushes of air. More voices joined in. Jade said,
I can't understand you,
and stepped into the doorway. Her spines twitched in surprise. Behind her, Moon angled for a view and stared. All right, that's new. The inside of the room was filled with niches, and more than half of them were occupied with different beings. They were all small, the biggest no more than a pace high, and all translucent, with various arrays of tentacles, pincers, or fins. Some had bulbous heads, some had no head at all. Some toward the top of the room began to glow, gradually lighting the room with a faint blue illumination. A large group tumbled out of their niches, but instead of coming toward the Raxra invading their domain, they gathered in a tight clump in the center of the room. They clung to each other in a heap, then stood up. Jade hissed in wonder.
Have you ever seen...
No, Moon had never seen anything like this. Behind him, Chime whispered, What is it? Moon said, There was a bunch of them, and they got together and made a person. It's not as disgusting as some things we've seen, River pointed out. He was right about that. The sturdier beings had formed 3 legs. Others clung to each other atop them to form the torso, and 2 longer ones hung off it to make arms. The short tentacles at the ends of their bodies acting as fingers. A bulbous one at the top seemed to be the head. It spoke again from a mouth that opened in the center of the torso, and this time Moon could hear individual words, though he still didn't understand them. Stone said, That's a sea trade language. He moved Moon out of the way by the shoulders and stepped into the room. He spoke a few words. I told them, we're travelers. The tentacle hands, glowing faintly, the fingers connected by translucent wisps of skin, moved in an open-handed gesture. It spoke for a time. Stone said, It's asking us if we've seen others like them.
That's an easy answer,
Balm said softly. Stone spoke again. The other beings came closer to listen, several fluttering down from the upper portions of the room on filmy wings. Stone frowned, glancing back at Jade. I told it we hadn't seen any others. It asked me how long we've been traveling in the air.
That thing that came near the flying boat,
Moon began. Jade finished.
Was it them?
Stone waved a hand. It was them. Now quiet. I'm trying to get them to tell me why they're looking for these others. Moon looked around the room at all the little beings watching from their niches, or from the floor. If they could form a flying creature of that size, what else could they do? He wondered if they had only formed an upright shape because they were imitating the Raxara. Balm had moved a little distance down the corridor.
If some of them are missing, that would explain why this place feels so empty.
And why there are so many supplies,
Chime added. Moon turned back as Stone said, "A large group. I have no idea how many. I can't understand that part. Went out gleaning some time ago and didn't return. They've been searching for them." Moon bit back a hiss. Another disappearance in this area. The ceilings of the trading port had heard of one, and they had randomly encountered another. How many had there been? He could tell Jade was trying to keep the growl out of her voice as she said,
Have they seen signs of Fel?
It didn't seem a difficult question, but the problem was, this strange colony of beings perceived the world in an entirely different way than Raxura, or groundlings, or sealings, or anybody else Moon had ever encountered. They didn't seem to understand scent, at least not as Raxura did. They could describe things the group as a whole saw, but not in terms Stone could translate. Moon muttered to Chime,
We've talked with plants that were better at communicating with other species.
plants make sense,
Chime said.
Maybe they all got together because no one else understands them.
After a time of fruitless back and forth, Jade twitched her spines in resignation and said,
Tell them we'll watch for their missing companions in our travels, but we must go.
Stone spoke again,
And the beings answered.
Stone sighed and rubbed his face wearily. They just asked me if I thought their friends were dead. Moon looked away. Just because the beings were nearly impossible to communicate with didn't mean they didn't have the capacity to care for each other, and their way of living was so intimate. If they did care, they probably cared a great deal. Jade winced.
Tell them yes.
Stone said something in the trade language, and the shape collapsed. All the little beings flowing away back to the walls. Their self-generated light started to fade. Stone stepped out of the room. Let's get out of here and leave them alone. They found their way up through the structure and out to the open platform. The cool wind lifted Moon's frills and took away the heavy sense of dried sea wrack and rotting vegetation. It was a relief to take to the air again and leave the silence of the hive behind. They returned and gathered in the common room of the flying boat, where Jade told Callum Cal and Rora and the others what had happened. Moon was standing back against the wall with Chime when he heard Vendoyne ask Merritt,
You can actually see the future then?
She seemed completely astonished.
It isn't superstition?
Chime exchanged a look with Moon and gritted his teeth. Moon shrugged. Vendoyne had been polite and had seemed to readily accept them, but he had long since decided he liked the others better. There were some indications that Vendoyne found them amusingly primitive. The other Kish might have had their fears about traveling with Raxura, but at least they had been honest about it. Merritt kept his temper and said,
It's not really seeing the future. The future isn't there yet, so you can't see it. We see things that might happen as images based on what we're doing or about to do. It's easier to scry when you're looking for something that has happened and trying to see what effect it has on what you should do next.
Vendoyne took this explanation in with blank surprise. Fortunately, Callum Cal got the room's attention and said,
From now on, all crew on deck will go armed, and will take turns standing ready at the bow and stern weapons. Keeping them replenished and ready to fire simply isn't enough.
It was a wise precaution, though Moon felt they should have already been doing it. As the group around Callum Cal broke up, Rora and Callum came over to join them. Rora was frowning in worry. Callum said,
It would be so much easier if Avogram hadn't died.
Chime asked,
Who?
He was the arcanist for the expedition, but it turned out he was ill, and he died while we were on the way to the city for the first time.
Rora explained.
That's unfortunate,
Chime said, and flicked a look at Moon. Moon agreed. It was also convenient if the Fel were involved, and didn't want a Kishan sorcerer around. But after so many days on board, he couldn't imagine any of these people as being under Fel influence. He knew that didn't mean anything, but it was hard not to be lulled into a sense of false security. even for him. Chapter 12. Finally, one morning, as the sun rose, the dim shape in the distance slowly became the escarpment where the Kish said the ancient city lay. It was taller than the seamounts they had passed on the way here, and it stretched for some distance across the water, bigger than any other island they had seen. The gray cliffs had vertical ridges like a curtain, with greenery growing in the cracks. Above them, the top of the escarpment was lost in mist. Leaning on the railing, Chime said, "How did the Kishan even know there was anything up on top?"
You can see the walls when the mist clears, I am told,
Dealin said. He made an ironic gesture.
They said it is tantalizing.
Deliberately? Moon wondered. He knew he could be overly suspicious. Some people would say it was much worse than overly. But if this place was a trap, if it was a trap, it should be easier for groundlings to get into. The Forerunner city under the island hadn't been tantalizing. It had been a fortress turned prison, well hidden, difficult to get into, and impossible for its single inmate to escape. That made much more sense. Moon asked Dealin, "Are you still conflicted about what we should do?"
My conflict has only increased with every step we go toward this place.
Dealin watched the distant shape of the formation with a grimace of distaste. It was the next morning when they drew close enough to see the narrow, rocky strip of land at the cliff's foot. Not a place a sailing boat would want to try to tie up, and no room for a flying boat of any kind to dock without the wind smashing it into the cliff wall. Several hundred paces from the escarpment lay a much smaller island, with a narrow beach around it, covered with ferns and broadleaf trees and flowering brush. It was suspiciously rounded, as if it might have been shaped by intention, and not random nature. Scattered around it were several smaller islands, or maybe miniature seamounts. Rounded rock formations standing up above the water, covered with greenery, each no more than a few hundred paces across. As the flying boat curved around the island, Moon spotted a large sailing ship anchored off the beach. This was the Kishan vessel occupied by the other half of Kalimkal's expedition. It was longer than their flying boat, with 4 masts with what looked like vertical expanding sails, not unlike those on a Golden Islander windship, except there were many of them, and the arrangement seemed far more complicated. The stern was wide, and there were 3 levels of deck cabins stacked like stairs.
It's called a sun sailor,
Callum explained.
It's made of metal, but uses the moss like this ship does to generate power for the motivator.
A metal ship,
Jade said in Raxaran. She looked at Merritt, one spine lifted inquiringly. Merritt stared at the sun sailor for a long moment, then said reluctantly,
"No, it's not the metal ship from the vision."
Really? Root said. Because...
No,
Merritt was certain. Moon leaned on the railing. This sea was far too warm to be the one the mentors had described in the vision, and metal ships weren't uncommon. He wasn't sure if they should be relieved by that or not. 2 much smaller boats were anchored closer in, but they only had 1 mast each and looked as if they were meant for short trips away from the larger boat, and not long voyages. There was another flying boat too, Moon realized. It was a small one, not much larger than the 1-masted ships, anchored on the island and drawn down by cables until it was at the level of the ferny treetops. It was constructed of green moss, like their boat, and he had mistaken it for a particularly large tree canopy. At least there was no sign of fell attack. Groundlings stood on the deck of the sun sailor, watching their approach.
I'm ready to get this over with,
Jade said.
Where's Stone?
Stone stood up from behind the rain cistern at the base of the ridge and stretched. Why he had been sleeping back there, Moon had no idea. But Stone liked sleeping in odd and what would appear to be uncomfortable places. You want to go up there now? He asked, or wait for the mist to burn off.
Are we going to be able to see to land?
Baum frowned up at the top of the escarpment.
We don't even know if we want to land yet,
Chime pointed out. Moon agreed. Jade flicked her spines impatiently, but seemed to be listening. She said,
I just want to stop wondering about this stupid place.
She looked at Moon.
Well?
He shrugged one shoulder. He thought they should give the wind a chance to die down and talk to the Kishir first.
I'd wait.
She hissed out an annoyed breath. Callum Cal came out of the hatch near the end of the ridge, shielding his eyes to look toward the escarpment.
Not much to see at the moment. It should be visible by later this morning.
Jade told him.
We're talking of going up to take a look now.
It was hard to tell whether she was hoping he would try to talk her into it or out of it. Moon knew that unless it was one or the other, Jade wouldn't have said anything. Callum Cal said,
I would prefer you wait until I speak with the members of the expedition here.
Jade's spines lifted in a way that combined slightly offended surprise with inquiry.
Why is that?
Callum Cal appeared to understand her perfectly, without being able to read her spines.
My colleagues are not expecting you. The decision to ask for your assistance was something I didn't make until after I had spoken to Dylan, and there was no way to send a message.
Chime muttered in Raxaran.
Oh, good.
Dylan was frowning now, too. He said,
That I understood, but I also thought that it was your decision to make. You are not the one in command of this venture?
Callum Cal said.
It isn't a question of being in command of it.
Stone folded his arms, sighed, and wearily shook his head at the sky. Moon knew how he felt. He leaned on the railing and rubbed his face.
This can't go wrong now.
Not now that we've come all this way. Chime nudged his shoulder sympathetically. Callum Cal was still talking.
We are a collective of scholars. I need to inform the others of my decision to ask for your help first.
He looked around at them all and said with a little exasperation,
I assure you there will be no difficulty. They will understand why your help is necessary. Haven't I proved myself to you yet? I feel we are working together very well.
We are working with you very well. So far,
Jade said pointedly.
It's your companions I'm worried about.
I promise you there is no need for concern.
Callum Cal seemed sincere.
And he probably is,
Moon thought sourly. Altogether, Callum Cal was a fairly reasonable person. Fairly reasonable people often expected everyone they knew to be fairly reasonable too, and were shocked when this proved not to be the case. The flying boat was circling toward the island, and the crew came out on deck to start breaking out the cables to prepare to anchor it. There were some makeshift structures just above the beach and opposite the Sunsailor's anchorage. These had clearly been constructed recently by the Kishin, and were mostly elaborate tent structures made of blue and white cloth, supplemented by the fern-topped saplings and branches from the island. Groundlings, mostly dark-skinned, tall Gendaran like Callum Cal and Callum, and a few shorter, wider Gendari, stood on the beach, waving at the flying boat.
They look happy,
Chime said hopefully. Moon grimaced.
I hope they're happy after they see us.
It took some time to lower the flying boat down toward the upper part of the beach, above the tide line. The crew dropped several anchor discs that didn't seem heavy at all, until one of the groundlings on the beach ran forward to twist something in the top of each one. Then they suddenly sank into the sand like heavy metal weights. The crew used them to winch the boat down until it was only about 30 paces above the sand, then opened a section of the deck and dropped a boarding ladder. While this was going on, Jade had sent Balm to warn the rest of the warriors in the Arbora and tell them to get their packs together, just as a precaution. She told Moon and Chime,
I told them to stay in the cabin for now. If they hear me call out, they're to go out the windows. I just want to be prepared if we have to leave in a hurry.
Moon approved the precaution, but he hoped they wouldn't need it. Stone asked Dealin, "Want to come with us?" Dealin shook his head.
If you have to leave, I will stay here and try to bring Callum Cow's companions around.
Rora came out of the door, her boots clumping on the soft material of the deck. She frowned at the Raxora gathered at the far end of the deck, and then at Callum Cow, Callum, and Vendoyne, waiting with some of the crew near the ladder. She seemed undecided about which group to join. So Moon pushed away from the railing and went to her. He said, "We're worried the Kishin here won't like the fact that Callum Cow brought Raxora." Her frown turned to an irritated grimace.
Surely not. It would be ridiculous to turn away help.
It was somewhat reassuring that she hadn't anticipated any problems. Someone was climbing up the ladder, and Callum Cow went to give him a hand onto the deck. This groundling was a different race, similar in build to the tall Gendaran, and dressed like them, but his skin was light blue and softer in texture, and his hair was white and straight. "Who's that?" Moon asked Rora.
Kalimdar,
She said.
a head scholar, about the same rank as Callum Cow.
The groundlings spoke among themselves for a moment, probably greeting each other. Then Kalimdar glanced around and saw Jade. Then he registered Stone, Dealin, and Chime, then spotted Moon with Rora. He turned back to Callum Cow, and his expression was not reassuring, unless he was like Rora, and the thunderous frown was normal for his face. Moon watched Callum Cow obviously explaining the presence of the strangers. Kalimdar's expression of deep concern, uncertainty, and mild horror meant Callum Cow must be explaining exactly what the strangers were. The Raxora must have looked like odd figures to him. Most of them, like ordinary soft-skinned groundlings dressed in light clothing, a little the worse for travel in salt water, but with no boots, no weapons except for a couple of belt knives, none of the things groundlings usually had to carry. It would be unsettling to know how deceptive that appearance was. As Callum Cow drew Kalimdar toward Jade and Dealin, Moon went over to stand with Stone. Rora trailed after him. Callum Cow introduced Jade, whose expression was neutral, though her spines were set at a skeptical angle. Kalimdar acknowledged the introduction with a bowing motion, then turned to Callum Cow and said in Kidaic,
"I'll have to speak to the others. You were meant to return with more supplies and more scholars if you could persuade any to come. That you have returned with, I feel this is ill-advised, and—"
Jade interrupted in Altanic.
I've told Callum Cow we'll attempt to reach the top of the escarpment as soon as the mist burns away.
Kalimdar hesitated, obviously caught between suspicion and pure greed at the chance to find a way into the city.
You can do this?
Jade tilted her head.
We won't know until we try.
Callum Cow said,
They had no trouble investigating the top of the seamount, and I assure you, we can use their assistance if any predators appear. And we found another indication of possible fell presence on the way here.
Kalimdar wasn't impressed.
We haven't had any trouble.
Nevertheless, you must speak of it and prepare.
Vendoyne interrupted.
I wish to show the Raxora the glyphs and carved images in the structure along the foot of the escarpment. May one of the small boats be prepared?
She turned to Jade.
It isn't a dangerous undertaking, only tricky with the currents. The morning is the best time to attempt it.
Dealin rubbed his hands together briskly.
Yes, I would very much like to see these images.
Of course.
Callum Cow said hastily.
Rora, would you?
Rora started toward the ladder. Vendoyne asked Jade.
Who would like to come? Dealin, perhaps, and the young one, Merritt?
Jade turned to Moon and said in Raxoran,
I'll stay here. You, Stone, Balm, and Chime take Merritt and Dealin. See if it looks anything like what we saw in the Forerunner City.
It was a relief to have something to do, and Moon was anxious to see the carvings himself. From the railing, Moon watched Rora and Vendoyne climb down to the beach and secure the use of one of the two smaller sailing boats, then wade out to it with a couple of the Gendari expedition members. He didn't know what explanations Vendoyne was giving about the Raxora, though from the body language, the Gendari were asking lots of questions. It was good of Vendoyne to do this. Even if she could be a little condescending, she obviously wasn't afraid of them, and she was doing a good job of smoothing their way with the others. Rora brought the little boat around, and Moon and Chime shifted and carried Merritt and Dealin down to the deck. Balm carried Stone so he didn't have to shift and risk sinking the small boat. Moon lit on the soft material of the deck and set Merritt down, then furled his wings and shifted to give the others room. Rora, standing under the boat's canopy and holding the rod that steered it, didn't react, but the two Gendari stared in wide-eyed dismay. Merritt sat on his heels to peer down through the hatch in the deck, where Vendoyne was banging around.
What's down there?
Supplies and storage.
Vendoyne's armored head and shoulders appeared above the hatch, and she handed Merritt a wooden tube.
That's a distance glass.
Chime landed and set Dealin down, then shifted to his groundling form. He muttered in Raxoran,
I hope they don't think we're going to eat them. I hate that.
Dealin immediately went to the two Gendari.
I am the scholar Dealin Everin Lindell. What are your names?
Both were women, one called Rassel, and the older one, Sarandel. Neither looked terribly reassured by Dealin's courtesy or Rora's stoicism. Balm landed with Stone, who tugged his shirt back into place as Balm shifted to her groundling form. Rora called,
Ready?
Ready, Moon confirmed. Rora did something with another lever, and the boat started forward. The small boat had a light metallic hull, much like the larger Sunsailor, and was about 25 paces long. The sail seemed just for extra speed, and Rora and the Gendari crew hadn't bothered to unfurl it. The thing powering it was in the stern, a cross between a fungus and something Moon had heard called various names. Most often, a glass fish, because it looked like a downturned crystal cup. Whatever it was drew the water in from the surface and expelled it below on command. They found this out because Chime immediately went to the stern to hang off the side and examine it.
Do you have to feed it?
He asked Rora. She shook her head.
It's a plant. Lives off the sun and the salt water.
Leaning on the steering lever, she jerked her chin toward the escarpment.
The images are on a stone island right at the base.
The boat glided steadily toward the escarpment, and Moon started to feel the disruption in the wind as it dashed itself against the rock. Even down here at the base, it was bad, making choppy waves as they neared the wall's rocky feet. To reach the top, they might have to wait for a calm day. That wouldn't make the flying any easier, but it would be safer. He tasted the air deeply, but there was nothing but salt and water and the sea wrack on the rocks. Moon moved up toward the bow with the others, Chime with him. As he stepped past the two Gendari, Rassel moved uneasily aside. Stone, Balm, and Merritt all looked toward the wall at the base of the escarpment, while Dealin and Vendoyne both used distance glasses. Dealin swayed, and Moon put his hands on his shoulders to steady him. What do you see? Dealin snorted.
Not as much as you, I suspect.
Moon thought they were looking at the remains of a harbor, or at least a dock of some kind. From here, he could see the cliff wall had been carved out, that the deep grooves and furrows were straight lines, vertical and angled in an abstract design. A short distance from the wall, pylons stood in the water, perhaps 30 paces above the surface, in a roughly rectangular arrangement with platforms between them. Stone turned away and went over the railing, water splashing the deck as he vanished below the choppy waves. There were startled exclamations from the Gendari, and Vendoyne lowered the distance glass to stare at Moon. Moon sighed. "He's fine." From the stern, Rora called, "How close are we?" Sarandel told her,
"About 2 boat lengths to the shallow. And careful, a rock shifted a few days ago and changed the currents."
Rora muttered a curse in Kidaic that probably no one but the Raxura heard. The boat bumped against something that bounced off the hull. The groundlings swayed. But Moon was fairly certain it wasn't a rock. Balm muttered,
I hope that wasn't his head.
Moon called, "Rora, can you stop?" She worked the lever and the boat slowed. Something tugged gently on it to bring it nearly to a halt. Moon stepped to the side as Stone popped up out of the waves back in his groundling form. He hooked an arm around the railing and said in Altanic, "There's a lot of stuff down there." Dealin stepped closer, and Vendoyne almost flung herself over the railing, demanding, "What?" Stone shoved the wet hair out of his eyes and pointed toward the pylons. "There's a set of steps coming down from the platform at the base of the pillars on the right. It goes down about 30 paces and stops, still above the bottom, though it's pretty shallow here." Everyone was leaning over to listen now, even Rassel and Sarandel. Stone continued. "There are a lot of broken pylons below the surface. This was a big docking area, probably." Chime asked,
Could you see an opening? Anywhere inside?
Stone sank down a little in the water. "No, but I'm wondering about those stairs." Merritt said in Raxuran,
Can you get me something to scry with? A chip of carved rock, maybe?
"Sure." Stone let go of the rail and sank below the waves. A moment later, Stone surfaced with a splash and handed up a fragment of tile, mud and a weed still clinging to it. Merritt took it carefully, wrapped it up in a cloth, and stored it away in his bag. Rora called,
Are you done? I need to start the motivator again so we don't smash into those rocks.
Stone grabbed the railing and hauled himself back aboard, his clothes dripping onto the deck. Wringing out the tail of his shirt, he said, "Done." Rora worked the starting lever and steering bar, and the boat swayed underfoot as it turned away from the rocks. She said,
I don't think we can get much closer, not with the water so choppy.
Moon pointed toward the wall beyond the pylons. Waves washed the ledge at its base, and he could just make out the shapes carved on its surface.
Is that it?
Yes, Vendoyne confirmed. She appeared to remember she was speaking to Raxura.
Can you reach it? Without the boat?
Moon knew he and Balm could. He glanced at Chime.
Can you do it? If not, one of us can carry you.
Chime hesitated, studying the situation.
I can get there. Don't tease me if you have to carry me back.
Balm nudged his shoulder.
We won't.
Dealin was already holding his arms up for someone to carry him. Moon shifted and picked him up, and Balm shifted to lift Merritt. Before Moon could ask Stone if he wanted to come, Stone went backwards over the rail again. Moon sighed. He asked Vendoyne,
Do you want someone to come back for you?
He didn't want Chime to have to carry anyone, just in case.
Thank you, no.
Vendoyne said, bemused.
I saw the images several times on our previous trip.
Moon crouched and leapt, snapped his wings out to catch the wind, and rode a gust to one of the pylons. He landed and had to furl his wings and clamp his claws on the wet stone surface to steady himself. Glancing down, he saw Stone's big, dark shape move through the water below, weave in between the bases of the pylons, and then sink out of sight.
Exhilarating,
Dealin commented. Balm landed with Merritt on the next pylon. Chime overshot, but curved around well before the wall and managed the landing on his second pass. He crouched, breathing hard, clinging to the top of his pylon. Balm and Merritt watched worriedly. "You did good," Moon told Chime, thinking, "I'm definitely carrying him back." Chime nodded, his spines flicking anxiously.
"Right, yes, that was fun."
Balm took the long jump across to the ledge and set Merritt on his feet. It was a wider space than it looked, about 6 paces, but half of it was awash. Moon went next and set Dealin down. His foot claws were washed by cool seawater, and the wind pulled a little at his spines and frills, but it wasn't a bad perch. They all watched as Chime made the leap and landed without a stumble.
"That part was easy,"
he told them, clearly a little annoyed at their concern. Merritt thumped him in the arm.
"It didn't look easy."
Dealin turned to the wall to examine the images. The water churned. Then stone popped up in groundling form. He sat on the ledge, squinting at the wall. Moon turned to look and found himself staring at the carved figure of a forerunner. The images were scattered along the wall, along with symbols and figures he couldn't guess the meaning of. Dealin, Chime, and Merritt moved up and down the ledge, examining everything in detail. Chime touched the cutout section where the tile they had seen on the boat had been removed. To get out of the way, Moon withdrew to the edge where Stone sat, and Balm joined them.
Were there images like this in the Forerunner City?
Balm asked.
"No,
Moon frowned at the wall.
it didn't look like this."
He remembered Vendoyne asking if the images at the Forerunner City had at all resembled trading flags or other methods for displaying information for travelers.
"I think this was done by someone else."
For someone else. Stone nodded toward the water.
"This was a docking area for surface ships, so that makes sense."
But wouldn't they already know they were going to a Forerunner City?
Balm pointed out, her brow furrowed.
"It might not be saying that."
Moon settled his spines, aware they wanted to convey unease. He wasn't even sure why, though he could see Balm reacting the same way.
It might be saying, if you aren't a Forerunner, leave.
Or, Chime said, "if you don't have a Forerunner with you, leave." Or, "wait here till a Forerunner comes to get you." Or anything.
He sat on his heels beside Balm.
"The good thing is, I'm not hearing or feeling anything. Nothing odd, I mean. No voices."
That was good news. Moon hoped the place was just an empty shell, either Forerunner or Foundation Builder. Then the Kishin could poke at it to their heart's content without fear of releasing anything horrible, as long as the Fells stayed away.
But then where's the door?
Balm flicked water off her claws.
You don't put up a message like that, if that's what it is, unless it's on or near an entrance to something.
Dealin, leaning so close to the wall his nose was almost resting on it, pointed at her without turning around and made a waving gesture. Chime said,
"I think he agrees with you."
The Kish took that tile out because they were looking for the door, not because they wanted the image on it, Moon said. Stone made a noise. They want into this place bad, even before they sat there on that island for the last couple of months staring at it. That wasn't encouraging. Merritt came over to them, shifting to his arbor of form, so he could sit in the water on the ledge without getting his pants wet. He held another fragment of rock.
"Maybe I can scry something about the door. I took this from the edge around the missing image."
Dealin turned away from the wall.
Intriguing.
He asked Stone.
There was no sign of an underwater door?
Stone shook his head.
"Not that I saw. Not below this wall. If it's there, it's hidden well."
He looked back toward the boat.
"And if it's there, I don't think we want to find it. At least not until we know what we're dealing with."
Dealin frowned at the boat too.
We should get back.
The wind had calmed a little, and they reached the boat again without too much trouble. though Moon took 2 trips, one with Dealin and one with Chime. Chime objected, but not too strenuously, saying, "You don't have to. I could probably make it." This was no time to force the issue of the tricky flying that Chime had always been slow to master. Moon told him, "It's the probably part that worries me." Once they had shifted back to their groundling forms, Rora guided the boat back toward the island. Shielding his eyes from the glare, Moon could see Jade and the other warriors and Bramble on the beach, talking with 2 figures that were probably Callum Cal and Callum. Or Jade was talking to them. Bramble played in the surf with Root, and Briar and Song wandered on the beach just above, looking as if they wanted to play in the surf. The other Kishan had gone back to their camp. It was a peaceful scene, and Moon hoped it meant Kalimdar and the other scholars had agreed to accept the Raxura's presence. Rora took the boat back to its spot near the beach, and Rassel and Sarandel dropped the anchors to keep it in position. Chime offered to fly Dealin to the shore, so Moon shifted and jumped into the water. He arrived, dripping, at Jade's side, with Chime and Dealin already there, and Stone wandering up the beach behind him. Rora was walking with Balm and Merritt, while the 2 Gendari women headed up toward the camp. Jade regarded him with cocked spines, and Moon said in Raxuran, "Nobody got eaten." She snorted and said in Altanic,
The others say the clouds generally burn off by later in the day. Callum Cow says they'll give us a tent.
She added in Raxuran,
The Kish here are uncomfortable with the idea of sharing their camp with us, but other than that, they don't seem openly hostile.
Stone muttered, and wandered off toward the trees.
Will he be all right by himself?
Callum asked Moon, worried.
I know his other form is very large, but...
He's fine, Moon said. Just try to ignore him. Callum Cal turned to Dealin.
Did you get a good look at the images on the structure?
Dealin nodded.
Yes, we agree it is the remains of a docking point for the city. Stone was able to see steps and some continuation of the docking structure below the surface.
Callum Cal stared after Stone, startled.
Below the surface? Like the underwater city the Raxura discovered?
Dealin eyed him.
Possibly. Possibly also this sea was more shallow or entirely absent in the time of the city's occupation, and what we think is a dock is actually for land-going craft.
He frowned at the escarpment.
There is no evidence to draw conclusions at this point.
Moon looked toward the escarpment again. The summit still wrapped in clouds. There was so little evidence that they couldn't draw the conclusion that there was a city there at all, except for the Kishan's word for it. Chapter 13. As predicted, it was mid-morning when the wind changed, and the clouds began to dissolve into shreds. Moon and the others went down to the beach for a better view. They had spent the remainder of the morning setting up their camp. The tent the Kish had given them was at the edge of the main camp, and looked like it had just been pitched. Bramble and Merritt had immediately taken it down, dug trenches to give it better drainage, and put it back up again in a different configuration. The warriors' attempts to assist them with this process were not appreciated. Chime dodged a swipe from Bramble for trying to help her hold a pole, and retreated over to Moon. He called back to her, exasperated.
Fine, you do it. I'll never help you with anything again.
Is that a promise?
Bramble called back. Moon had just stood there, arms folded. To the Kishan watching from a distance, it would just sound like growls and hisses. If it was Moon's decision, he would have been a great deal more circumspect around strange groundlings. But it wasn't his decision. Stone had flown out from the island, but he hadn't been able to detect any fell stench. If the fell were nearby, they had retreated to whatever island they were using as a nest, and weren't in the air.
Callum had said that while the Kishin here had waited for Callum Cal to return, they had spent the time searching this island and all the others surrounding it for signs of the Foundation builders. They had found a few fragments of stone platforms and support pillars, but that was all. Now, as the clouds dissipated, Moon saw the top of the escarpment. It was a flat plateau that curved up into a sharp, pointed peak at the western end. The peak formed a graceful curve, like a horn. The edge of the city was visible as a partial line of conical towers along the top of the cliff. Still obscured by shreds of cloud, they were hard to make out, even with Raxaran eyes. But the shapes of the pointed rooftops were distinctive. They didn't line the entire escarpment, just the portion of it directly above the docking structure. "It's not centered," Chime said. "That's kind of odd." "It ruins the effect," Bramble agreed, tilting her head as she stared at the escarpment. "That peak doesn't look natural either." Now that they had pointed out the tilted effect, Moon noticed it too. The escarpment itself was roughly square, like the seamounts, and faced the island. But while the ruined docks at the foot and the towers along the top were aligned with each other, both were set closer to the western end of the escarpment than the eastern, clearly off-center and leaning toward the peak. He had seen some natural rock formations that were almost as odd as the peak, though he had to admit that the elegant curve of it above the plateau did look artificial. Jade turned to them.
"I'll go up with Moon and Stone. I want the warriors to stay behind for now."
Chime and Balm exchanged frustrated expressions. River looked insulted, and the others disappointed. Bramble sighed and kicked at a lump in the sand. Moon knew they were all considering the angle of Jade's spines and deciding not to voice any objections. "Do we take Merritt?" Moon asked Jade. He wasn't sure if it was a good idea or not. It would be good to have a mentor's opinion of whatever they found up there, but the flying was going to be dangerous already. "Stone can carry me," Merritt said, bouncing anxiously. "If he has to let go to climb, I'll hold on to him." Jade's brow furrowed. Moon had the feeling she was contemplating Merritt losing his hold and falling some untold number of paces to his death. Depending on how bad the wind was, they might not hear a scream for help. Balm suggested,
"What if the warriors follow you, but stop about halfway up? That way, if something happens, we can help."
She clearly meant catch Merritt if he falls. Jade nodded a reluctant agreement, but said,
"That won't do much good once we're over the city. Getting over the edge of the escarpment should be the hard part,"
Balm countered.
"It'll be less tricky once you get past it."
"We hope," Moon thought. Jade eyed all the warriors again.
"All right, we'll take Merritt. Root and Chime will stay here with Bramble. The others will follow Balm and stop at the halfway point."
Merritt slung his bag over his shoulder and shifted to his scaled form. Bramble gave him a nudge to the shoulder. "Careful." Callum Cal and Dealin slogged through the sand toward them from the camp. Callum Cal called, "Are you going to try for the city?" Dealin called, "You will take me?"
"Not this time,"
Jade said. She nodded to Stone, and he stepped back and shifted to his winged form. Callum Cal slid to a halt, startled. Apparently, seeing Stone do it in midair a couple of times didn't prepare you for a sudden close-up view. Dealin continued to trudge through the sand and stopped beside Bramble. Stone extended an arm, and Merritt scrambled up to tuck himself in under Stone's collarbone. Stone curled a protective hand around him, then leapt into the air. Moon, Jade, and the others followed. The farther up they went, the worse the wind got, and riding it up the cliff without smashing into the side became increasingly difficult. Soon, Moon was breathing hard and concentrating so intently on playing the wind on his wings that he had no time to look at their surroundings. A little after the halfway point, Jade signaled the three warriors to stop, and they all dropped back. Moon kept flying,
though his wing joints hurt. His head was pounding from the constant wind pressure, and his lungs ached. An interminable time later, Moon realized they had reached the edge of the